Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1713. Jie Shan's mouth curled up when he saw Lu Yin's shocked expression. Our human technology has existed for so many years, and there are always outstanding geniuses. The technocracy can create androids that can reach the level of an emissary, and so can our human domain. However, due to material limitations, we can only create a few. When Lu Yin heard Jie Shan's words, the first thing that came to mind was giant technology. Rumors had it that giant technology had been destroyed by the expeditionary army because they had created weapons that could reach the level of an emissary. Those technologies could not be destroyed, so Lu Yin had guessed that the Hall of Honor must have gotten their hands on them. At first, he had thought that the Hall of Honor did not want other powers to develop too quickly and threaten their position. It could also have been a power struggle, but now that he thought about it, there was a deeper reason: materials. The Hall of Honor had long possessed technology that could create emissaries, but due to material limitations, they could not mass-produce them. Giant technology had also developed similar products and needed similar materials, which meant that they were competing with the Hall of Honor. How could the Hall of Honor allow giant technology to exist? They could absorb giant technology's research and improve their own technology while also obtaining materials. Naturally, they would not hesitate to act. It could only be said that giant technology had not developed suitable research results at the right time, and they could not even keep their basic secrets. If Lu Yin was in Elder Chan's shoes, he would have destroyed giant technology as well. Regardless of whether the Hall of Honor was selfish or overbearing, it was still better to give those rare materials to them than to giant technology. Suddenly, a light flashed through Lu Yin's mind, and he froze in place. He had thought of something, but it flashed through his mind and he could not grasp it. What was it? He instantly forgot what he had just been thinking. He only knew that it was very important and seemed to be the key to solving some mysteries. But what was it? Lu Yin frowned and stopped in place to think. The Luo Emperor and the rest looked at him strangely. Jie Shan's eyes flashed. An epiphany? No, it did not seem like it. It was more like he had been possessed. Lu Yin stayed in place for a full 2 hours, but that light did not appear again. He even repeated every word that he had thought of, but he still could not come up with anything. Helpless, he sighed. He had forgotten. Something like a light was gone once it was forgotten, so it should be very important. Let's go, Lu Yin said. Not long after, the 6th Mainland's cultivators set off once again. Their numbers remained the same, but some of them were replaced by Lu Yin's group. The cultivators from the 6th Mainland took a different route to Yi Ben City than they had taken before. They were heading towards the Sky Genesis Institute, which was a little more remote. When Lu Yin had first encountered danger in the technocracy, he had woken up on Fatty Huang and Yan Xiaojing's planet. He recalled that it was called Dolan, and he had met Huikong there. He wasn't familiar with the technocracy. The technocracy was filled with machines, and when Ghost Monkey had brought Lu Yin to hide in the technocracy, they had been pierced by metal that had been shot out from the void. Back then, Lu Yin had not been able to see through the technocracy, but now, he could see it clearly. Metallic spikes filled the void, and in the distance, there were even metallic spikes that were connected to planets. Starting from these connected planets, they formed a net that enveloped an entire region. The outer edges of the net continued to connect, forming an even larger net. Once an enemy invaded, the entire encirclement would shrink in an instant. Unless it was an absolute powerhouse, as long as their cultivation did not reach that level, it did not matter how many people they had. Any less would be exterminated. This was the technocracy. But the strange thing was, where did these metals start? Where does it extend from? How was it fixed? He could not see through it. There were many planets in the technocracy that were inhabited by ordinary people, such as Fatty Huang and Yen Xiaojing's planet of Dolan. There were many planets that were similar to Dolan, and to the technocracy, humans were just another type of life form in the universe. They were like astral beasts, and the technocracy did not reject them. After the Valley Master's swordsman brought Lu Yin and the others into the technocracy, they were not stopped or inspected, and they smoothly entered the depths of the technocracy. Along the way, Luo Huang constantly verified the route and tried to find the battlefield between Eben City and the Sky Genesis Institute, but he could not find it. A few days later, Lu Yin saw many planets in the technocracy, as well as many androids and interstellar battleships. These interstellar battleships were not controlled by humans, but rather had their own consciousness. They were like living beings that could communicate with the androids and even have emotions. They could also absorb and fuse with each other through battle, which refreshed Lu Yin's worldview. You still haven't found the route? Lu Yin asked, somewhat anxious. They were getting closer and closer to Eben City, and if they still could not find it, they would have to turn back. Eben City was too dangerous, and even the chief of Jiashan was nervous. Luo Huang shook his head. The battlefield's location has changed. We passed by the same route on our way here, but that route is no longer used as a battlefield. Half of it has been taken over by the Sky Genesis Institute, while the other half is taken over by Eben City. They have a new battlefield now, and I reckon. His tone then turned gloomy. It's not connected to the human domain, so it might be in the deepest parts of the technocracy. Lu Yin looked into the distance, somewhat unwilling to accept this outcome. The chief of Jiashan was helpless. Since that's the case, let's turn back and leave the technocracy. There was a loud boom, and in the distance, two mechanical objects the size of planets collided. Countless materials were sent flying in all directions. Those are materials that are very common in the technocracy. When they fight, the winner can absorb the other's materials, Luo Huang explained. Lu Yin had seen many similar things over the past few days. In the technocracy, the ruler was not an android or a creature, but rather the brain. The brain was always in charge, and it could change bodies infinitely. It was the same for these material creatures. As long as they were connected to the brain, they would have a body. Calling it a brain was only human knowledge, and it had other names in the technocracy. Not far from the two material creatures, there was a dense group of strange eight-clawed machines. These were the scavengers that Hui Kong had mentioned, and they specialized in collecting materials. The technocracy had its own operating system. It was said to be lifeless, but it had a consciousness. It was said to be lifeless, but it was also said to be lifeless. These material creatures, including the scavengers and even some androids, did not have any signs of life. Hui Kong was trying to find out why the Hui ancestor had built the technocracy, and Lu Yin wanted to know why the Hui ancestor had created it. Stop looking and turn back, the chief of Jiashan said. The Valley Master's swordsman had an ugly expression. We can't turn back. The chief of Jiashan's gaze turned cold. What did you say? The swordsman raised his hand, and a message came from his gadget. Location locked. Please follow the designated route to First City. Thank you for your cooperation. This is a message from First City's Vice City Lord. First City's location has changed, and it's very close to us. The swordsman spoke in a low voice. The chief of Jiashan was apprehensive. Then we can't go. Our location has been locked, and will be discovered as soon as we leave. First City is too close to us, and the power that Elder Chan is worried about won't care about such a small distance. We're basically right under its nose. Senior is confident in leaving, but it'll be very difficult for us, Lu Yin said. He had not expected First City's location to change, and even the Luo Emperor had not known about it. The Valley Master's swordsman had only found out after arriving nearby. The chief of Jiashan was dissatisfied. Even I'm not confident that we can leave safely after entering First City. That's only if we're exposed. Right now, we're not, Lu Yin said. If they did not complete this plan, then what awaited them was an unstoppable ambush from the Cosmic Tree domain. It was better to take the risk and go to First City. Hui Kong had been able to stay in the technocracy for so long, and he had been to the Genesis Courtyard and First City. They could do it as well, and that was under the premise that they had been exposed. Lu Yin did not think that everyone would be stupid enough to be fooled by him, so he defined this trip as an adventure rather than a mission. Cultivation could not be smooth sailing. He had died a few times, and he believed that he had the courage to take risks. Senior, there's no turning back. The longer we think, the more suspicious we'll be, Lu Yin reminded him. The chief of Jiashan was helpless. I have a premonition that you'll get me killed one day. He then stared at the Valley Master's swordsman. Lead the way. The universe was vast and boundless, and it was filled with unpredictable scenes. However, Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day see such a scene in front of him. First City was an incomparably large city that was filled with advanced intelligence. It floated in outer space using airflow, and there was no soil or sky. If one looked up, they would see a brain that emitted light that flickered with light. If one looked down, they would see flowing clouds of gas. If one looked closely, they would be able to vaguely see flowing light. These clouds were made of light, and they supported the entire city. From a distance, it did not look like a city at all. It was just a brain, a human brain. The city's light source came from another brain. The brain was the technocracy's dominant consciousness, and it was a supreme existence in the technocracy. However, this was not what surprised Lu Yin. What surprised him was that this city was filled with a deathly stillness and vitality. Deathly stillness and vitality were complete opposites, but they were vividly reflected in First City. There were cyborgs all over the city, and they were arranged neatly in every corner of the city. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1714. Lu Yin had never expected that there would be no humans or astral beasts in First City. The technocracy treated everyone equally, and regardless of whether they were humans or astral beasts, they were all just living creatures. However, there were none in this city. The sky was crisscrossed with countless air channels, and the void occasionally folded and rippled. Androids appeared one after another, and they were not weak. Although there were no rune lines here and it was impossible to know their exact strength, Lu Yin was certain that there was a terrifying power within First City. The chief's expression changed. Be careful. I'm a little nervous now that we're here, the chief said dryly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'm a little nervous as well. Do you think this place can be inhabited? Nonsense, of course not. If you try living here, you'll go crazy sooner or later, the chief of the Jie Mountain said unhappily. He was in a bad mood after coming to this city. Humans had always been high and mighty, but here, humans were strange creatures that could not occupy a ruling position. This kind of contrast was hard to accept. Lu Yin thought of the Eternal Kingdom, where many ordinary people lived, but they were all food for the corpse king. It was also filled with a deathly stillness and vitality, and it felt similar to First City, but with a hint of despair and bloodthirst. To a certain extent, First City in the Eternal Kingdom was not a place where humans were willing to live. Everyone, please follow me. It's been a tiring journey, and the Vice City Lord has arranged a place for everyone to stay. The person leading the way was a beautiful woman who looked no different from a human. Her every frown and smile was filled with allure. However, Lu Yin and the others had just seen a brain enter her body, and then she had moved. This was an android with an outstanding appearance. Her status was not low, and her strength was not bad. She was an enlighter. "Thank you, Vice City Lord," the Valley Master's swordswoman said courteously. The beautiful woman smiled and led Lu Yin and the others to the center of the city. First City did not have any specific streets. To the brains, the air channels were the streets, and the androids were just tools. There was no need to build streets for the tools as long as they could move, just like human spaceships and cars. Similarly, there were no residences in First City, and there were only strange things that were formed by light rays everywhere. Androids walked out and entered from time to time, and the closer they got to the center of the city, the more complicated the air channels became. It was like a city of brains. Lu Yin and the others were given a house that was formed by the airflow. According to the female android, the airflow could change its shape at will, and everyone could control it as they wished. Lu Yin transformed the airflow into an ordinary stone house, and when he touched it, the texture was the same. This kind of light was truly mystical. At this moment, a screen appeared above their heads, and they looked up to see 14 avatars. A loud voice boomed out, "Welcome, guests from the human world. This city's decennial remodeling competition has reached the semi-finals, and the finals will begin in a month. This time, we are specially broadcasting the competition to welcome our guests from the human world." The entire city was in an uproar. Remodeling competition. Lu Yin walked out in surprise. The Luo Emperor replied, "Regardless of whether it's Eben City or the Genesis Academy, they've both formed their own research teams. There are no clans or sects here, only research teams. The cyborgs or weapons they develop will appear in the competition, and the winner will receive more materials and research resources, as well as a higher status in Eben City." Lu competition existed everywhere, and the technocracy was no exception. The human domain was filled with internal strife, but the technocracy was more open. This was something only the technocracy could do, as they were all controlled by a single mainframe. The human domain could never do such a thing. Many dominant consciousnesses like to stay inside their own cyborgs. Alliance Master, take a look. There are 14 avatars on the screen, and there are 2 at the top. One of them has been famous for 1,000 years in Eben City, and he's very powerful. He's called the Transcendent, and he's led a team to participate in more than 10 remodeling competitions, winning the championship twice. The other one is called Little Leo, and he's a genius inventor who rose to prominence recently. He's also leading a team, and this is his first time participating in a remodeling competition. He's already reached the finals, and his prospects are very good. Little Leo. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Wasn't that the person who had given Banjo the blueprints for the cyborgs? They really were fated to meet. How do you know all this? Lu Yin was puzzled. The Luo Emperor had been away from the technocracy for so many years, so he shouldn't know much. The Luo Emperor took out a personal gadget and handed it to Lu Yin. "This was given to me by the cyborgs. Everyone has one, so you can learn more about the technocracy." Before coming here, Lu Yin and the others had stored their gadgets in their cosmic rings to prevent the technocracy from investigating their information. He looked at the information on the gadgets, and sure enough, there was a detailed description of the teams participating in the remodeling competition. There were a total of 100 research teams participating in the competition, but only 2 had reached the semi-finals. The Transcendent teams mainly researched weapons, and while the cyborgs weren't particularly outstanding, they were allowed to use weapons in battle. As long as they won, they would be considered unscrupulous in the technocracy. The Transcendent team's weapons were very powerful, and Lu Yin looked through them. The weapons displayed so far were very strange, and he couldn't understand the principles behind them at all. Little Leo's team focused on cyborgs and didn't have any weapons. Lu Yin understood that little Leo's cyborgs were being researched by the Great Yu Empire. As long as the materials were good enough, the cyborgs could be upgraded endlessly. Lu Yin hadn't dared to think about it in the past, but after returning from the cosmic tree, he had thought about it. Little Leo's cyborgs might be able to create emissary-level cyborgs as long as the materials were sufficient. In this remodeling competition, the winning team will be qualified to form an army and participate in the war against the Genesis Court, the Luo Emperor said in surprise. Lu Yin hadn't made up his mind yet, but when he heard the Luo Emperor's words, he immediately looked over. Did this mean that as long as he could contact the winning team, he would be able to be taken to the battlefield? Lu Yin hurriedly looked for Jie Shan's chief. Jie Shan poured a bucket of cold water on him. Stop dreaming. Once those fellows from the 6th mainland are done, hurry up and return. Why would they take you to the battlefield? You don't think that you can use force in this city, do you? What if I can? Lu Yin exchanged glances with Jie Shan's chief. Jie Shan sneered. If it's possible, I'll accompany you. Lu Yin shouted, it's a deal. Jie Shan's chief frowned. He had lost all confidence because Lu Yin had been too confident. Are you sure? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure, but I'll try. It's better than doing nothing. Jie Shan nodded. Destroying the Eternals is a good thing, but it depends on the situation. Elder Chan told me that you have a high chance of becoming a progenitor in the future. Once you do, you'll be able to accomplish many things. There's no need to sacrifice yourself here. This junior understands. Thank you for your concern, senior. The next day, the Valley Master's swordsman was summoned by the city's vice city lord. Only the Valley Master's swordsman was allowed to go, as Lu Yin and the others were only here to accompany him. They weren't qualified to discuss or even listen. Of course, they weren't worried, as the Valley Master's swordsman wouldn't betray them unless he had a death wish. This wasn't the first time that the Valley Master's swordsman had come to this city. He had been here before the 6th mainland and the 5th mainland had clashed, and the Vice City Lord had looked different each time. This time, it was a modified bear. The Valley Master's swordsman found it strange to be conversing with a bear. He watched as the bear drank a black liquid that tasted like tea. That black liquid was probably some sort of supporting substance that modified a person's body, similar to motor oil. Ha! The bear exhaled in enjoyment, and an unpleasant smell spread out. The Valley Master's swordsman had a respectful expression as he said, Vice City Lord, I've already explained my purpose for coming here. May I know how this city will respond? The bear crossed its legs and shook them, revealing its sharp claws. This was no ordinary bear, and if the Vice City Lord had taken a liking to it, then it was definitely stronger than an emissary. As for how strong it was exactly, the Valley Master's swordsman had no idea. My city has always cooperated with the 6th mainland. Before the war, we helped you pass on information to deal with the human domain. After the war, we directly joined the war and invaded the Outerverse. Logically speaking, as long as the 6th mainland asks, my city will not refuse, but this time is an exception. The bear was very serious as he stared at the swordsman. We've been defeated, and the Sky Genesis Court has received assistance from an unknown source. They've produced a group of terrifying androids, and they're very strong. We've been suppressed, and there's nothing we can do. If you want us to support the androids in the human domain's outerverse, we can do that, but we definitely don't have that many. I'm sorry. The swordsman didn't want to discuss anything at all, and he just wanted to hurry back. However, he had come here to negotiate, and it would be too fake if he didn't do anything. Vice City Lord, you know the 6th mainland's current situation. Even if we can't meet the Firmament Venerate's request, we should at least be able to meet half of it. The bear shook his head. I can't. At most, we can send 1,000,000 androids and one emissary. The swordsman shook his head. That's too little. Go back and think about it. We can only give you this much, the bear said. The swordsman left, and the bear watched his retreating figure as he took another sip of the black liquid. When the swordsman returned, Lu Yin was the first to look for him. 1,000,000 androids. One emissary. Lu Yin frowned, as that was already quite a lot. Although it was far from what old man Sangchong had requested, it was still enough to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance, which would put a lot of pressure on them. Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't you say that half of the Sixth Mainland's mainframe is controlled by the Sixth Mainland? How is it possible for a city to bargain? The swordsman's expression became unnatural. It's not control. It's cooperation. Lu Yin blinked. Cooperation. The swordsman nodded. The Edict of the Four Supremes controls everyone in the Sixth Mainland, but only a few people know that we're only cooperating with this city. This city works for us, and we'll give them the materials and resources they need. This city works for you. What can they do? Lu Yin was puzzled. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 17:15. The Valley Master's swordsman was troubled. The technocracy and the human domain have always been the ones who took the initiative to attack. Lu Yin finally understood what he was trying to say. Of the Fifth Mainland's 3 domains, the Astral Beast domain and the human domain had been at war for years, and there were many conflicts between them. However, there was no reason for the technocracy to go to war with the human domain. The technocracy's mainframe was the technocracy's, and there was no point in fighting with the human domain. In terms of resources, the technocracy could not break into the human domain. There was also no enmity between them, but they had been at war for years. Lu Yin had tried to find the reason, but he had never been able to find it. The technocracy's full name was the Lost Technocracy, and it had been created by the Hui ancestor. The Hui ancestor was a human, and no one could understand why the technocracy he had created would become enemies with the human domain. Over the years, the technocracy and the human domain had been at war for years, and no one had tried to find the reason. Now, the reason had been revealed: the Sixth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland had once guessed that it was because half of the Sixth Mainland's mainframe was controlled by the Sixth Mainland. Now, however, they realized that it was not control, but rather cooperation. That was different. Control represented the Sixth Mainland's will, while cooperation represented the technocracy's own will. The fact that they were willing to cooperate with the Sixth Mainland proved that the technocracy had desires and was willing to become enemies with the human domain. This was even worse than the Sixth Mainland controlling half of the mainframe. Lu Yin would rather have the technocracy be controlled by the Sixth Mainland than have them become enemies with the human domain and start a war with the human domain. Over the years, how many resources has Citadel obtained from the Sixth Mainland? Are they only willing to cooperate with you for resources? Lu Yin asked. The Valley Master's swordsman nodded. Only resources. The technocracy situation is special, and the dominant consciousnesses can communicate on their own. However, they are still only consciousnesses, and they need carriers. Those carriers are resources, unlike us humans who can reproduce naturally and grow by absorbing nutrients from food. These dominant consciousnesses only need materials, endless materials. Citadel had obtained a huge amount of materials through its cooperation with the Sixth Mainland, and it could maintain its war with the human domain and the Genesis Court. Then, what about the Genesis Court? How could they maintain their war with Citadel? There was only one possibility: the astral tree. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Lu Yin looked at the technocracy star chart. Home City and the Genesis Court had become 2 bottomless black holes that devoured materials. These materials had been used to construct countless androids and countless weapons in the technocracy, and they had been used to maintain the constant war. However, there was a loophole in this war, and it was precisely the missing materials that Huan Sha had discovered. In a city, a batch of materials would disappear from the founding Heaven Academy after the war. Where did these materials go? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the flash of light that had appeared outside the technocracy appeared once more. Ants. Those endless mechanical ants. The scale of the war between First Home City and the Heaven Founding Academy was very large. Every time they fought, a batch of materials would disappear. After so many years, there would definitely be a lot of materials. If there was someone stealing from both sides, it would be impossible to maintain the situation for so many years. Moreover, with the special nature of the technocracy, the possibility of this happening was not high. The most likely possibility was the endless number of mechanical ants. Who made those mechanical ants? If the materials used were the ones that had disappeared after the war, then it wasn't just First Home City or the Heaven Founding Academy. It had to be both sides combined. Lu Yin could only think of one person who could do this, the mainframe. The Sixth Mainland did not have half the authority to control the technocracy's mainframe, which meant that the mainframe's authority still existed. If that was the case, then why did First Home City start a war with the Heaven Founding Academy? Had the mainframe split itself? Lu Yin couldn't figure it out, but he had another theory: the mainframe hadn't split apart. It was using this method to collect materials from the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree domain, secretly collecting some of the materials to create these mechanical ants. If that was really the case, then it was terrifying. Why would it create so many mechanical ants? Was it the mainframe's own consciousness or someone else's? Lu Yin pondered this for a long time. The Valley Master's swordsman left, and the chief of the Boundary Mountain did not look for him. He quietly pondered this matter by himself until the next day. The Valley Master's swordsman was summoned again, and it was Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong again. The results were the same as the previous day. The Valley Master's swordsman reluctantly maintained a serious attitude, and Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong did not back down. First Home City had cooperated with the Sixth Mainland for materials, but now that the Sixth Mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, they could not obtain any materials. The materials that the Outerverse and the Sixth Mainland possessed were far from enough to satisfy First Home City's appetite. This was the main reason for First Home City's change in attitude. The third, fourth, and fifth day passed. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong sought out the Valley Master's swordsman every day. The Valley Master's swordsman felt that it was about time to leave. If he left now, First Home City would not suspect anything. However, Lu Yin did not agree to his departure. Not only could he not leave, but he also wanted to destroy First Home City's cooperation with the Sixth Mainland. On the sixth day, Lu Yin followed the Valley Master's swordsman to meet with Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong. From the third day onward, the Valley Master's swordsman would bring someone with him every time he met with Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong insisted on sending 1 million androids and at most one emissary. The Valley Master's swordsman could not agree, and Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong quickly left. Lord Swordsman, the Venerable made it very clear that First Home City must send 5 million androids and at least 3 emissaries to the Outerverse. Since First Home City's attitude is so negative, it's better to ask the Venerable to step in. The Venerable said that if First Home City does not know how to appreciate his kindness, then the 4 Venerables will act to destroy it and take control of the mainframe. The Valley Master's swordsman's expression turned ugly, but Lu Yin placed a hand on his shoulder to prevent him from speaking. In the distance, Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong heard everything, and his gaze turned vicious. You actually want to take control of First Home City? The Sixth Mainland has lost its foundation, and it can't provide much materials. If the deal fails, then you're going to use force. Humph, Lu Yin released his hand, and the Valley Master's swordsman went pale. Aren't you afraid that First Home City will be afraid of the martial ancestor? That's none of your business, Lu Yin coldly replied. First Home City was filled with air currents and was not suitable for humans to live in. However, there was one thing that was similar to the human world: plants. First Home City's vegetation was lush, and there were even gardens with some living creatures. This was one of the few places in First Home City that was filled with life. As Lu Yin wandered around First Home City, he only saw the tip of the iceberg. Here, the dominant consciousnesses also had their own ways of relaxing. Some of the dominant consciousnesses fused with the androids' bodies and then destroyed themselves. Others ate all sorts of metals, while others enjoyed the scenery. At first, Lu Yin did not know what the androids were doing, but after checking the gadgets given to him by First Home City, he finally understood. Humans had their own ways of relaxing, and these brains had their own ways of relaxing as well, even though Lu Yin felt that it was very strange. He arrived at a garden, and above his head, he could vaguely see the glowing brain through the leaves. Lu Yin saw more than one android, and most of them were sitting there in a daze. He also saw little Leo here. Little Leo had a vexed expression on his face as he stared at the lake, his thoughts unknown. Lu Yin walked over. What an exciting match. Little Leo was shocked when he saw Lu Yin. Thank you. Are you a human? Lu Yin nodded. You can tell. Of course. I can tell the model of each android and where they came from, as well as their future potential, little Leo said proudly. Lu Yin sighed. That's amazing. No wonder you made it to the semi-finals. Little Leo lowered his head. I can only make it to the semi-finals. Why? You're not confident? Lu Yin asked. Little Leo shook his head. I'm confident. I can tell how powerful the weapons of the former are at a glance. Their attacks are simple, but I don't have the materials to deal with them. Although my androids are powerful, they can't withstand the attacks of the former's weapons. They'll lose in the end. That's not fair, Lu Yin sighed. Little Leo was astonished. Not fair. Why? Because of the materials. Isn't that unfair? I heard that the former's team has been famous for a long time, and they've obtained far more materials than you. Little Leo thought about it. Are you humans all so naive? Lu Yin was taken aback. Why do you say that? Little Leo replied, materials are the most effective resource in the technocracy, just like your human domain's battle techniques. Right, there are also secret techniques. Do you humans demand fairness in battles? Lu Yin thought about it and realized that little Leo was right. He had forgotten that to the technocracy, materials were money, and there was no such thing as fairness. Many years later, when little Leo became famous and competed with other teams, materials would be his advantage. What a pity. Your androids are really outstanding, Lu Yin said regretfully. Little Leo glanced at him and didn't want to bother with him. From what he knew, how could a human see how outstanding his androids were? They were just bragging. As long as you have the materials, your androids will immediately become much stronger. They're not like other androids, which are difficult to improve once they're successfully made. Plus, Lu Yin began to talk non-stop. He had seen the blueprints that he had obtained from little Leo's chip, and even though he didn't really understand them, he could roughly remember the contents. This was the concept that little Leo had developed himself, and Lu Yin's words overlapped with little Leo's. This surprised little Leo, and he couldn't help but discuss it with Lu Yin. With Lu Yin's pitiful knowledge, how could he possibly answer little Leo's questions? Thus, he spoke less and only listened without speaking. Occasionally, he would interject, using little Leo's ideas. This made little Leo even more surprised. In the words of the human world, little Leo had met a confidant. Little Leo had never thought that he would have such a passionate discussion with a human. The more they talked, the more he realized how smart this human was. His ideas were so similar to his own that they were practically identical. This was a genius just like little Leo. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 17-16. What's your name? Stay here, I'll give you the best resources. We can research the strongest androids together, little Leo said happily. He needed a genius assistant like Luin. Luin smiled, just call me 7. I can't stay here. Why? I can give you everything you can find in the human world. Don't you humans need battle techniques, cultivation methods, and all sorts of cultivation resources? Our city has a lot, I'll help you find a way to get them, little Leo said eagerly. Luin shrugged, sorry, I really can't stay here. Little Leo was disappointed. Luin and little Leo chatted for half a day, with little Leo speaking most of the time while Luin listened. He couldn't get a word in edgewise as the knowledge in his brain was running out. Little Leo seemed to be begging Luin to come up with a new idea, but Luin coughed, I wonder what the battlefield between First City and the Genesis Academy is like. I'd really like to see it. Little Leo was confused, why would you want to see it? Luin looked forward to it, there's a saying among the humans, true men should go to the battlefield. Little Leo was confused, true men. There are fake men. Yes, many of them. What do they look like? We can choose our own androids, and there's no distinction between males and females. You humans are so troublesome, and it's the same for cultivation. It depends on one's innate talent and constitution. I heard that some research teams are trying to figure out where the innate talents of humans come from. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, but he quickly regained his composure. There's a research team that's researching this. Little Leo nodded. The research teams are researching in many different directions. Some are researching the innate talents of humans, some are researching how to make living things immortal, and I heard that some are researching opportunities. The most ridiculous thing is that some are researching how to make molecules infinitely large and create a universe from the smallest molecules. Their minds are in chaos. Consciousness in chaos was a term used by the technocracy to insult people, and it was similar to human lunacy. Research sounded exaggerated, but there were many things that were afraid of research. Who knew what could be discovered? What was the difference between the brain imprisoned in Kuan-a swamp and the androids in the technocracy? The difference was that the brains in the technocracy were androids, while that brain was trying to become a human and gain immortality. Right, you still haven't told me why you want to see the battlefield. Does it have anything to do with becoming a true man? What's a fake man? Little Leo was thirsty for knowledge. Luin clenched his fists, you're a real man if you're strong. The battlefield can make a man stronger. Don't people die on the battlefield? It's fine as long as you're alive. Only real men can survive. Oh, you want to see the battlefield, but I can't take you there. Only the winning team has the right to go to the battlefield on their own. The losing team doesn't have the right, little Leo said dejectedly, thinking that they were going to lose. Luin flipped through his cosmic ring, you said that you lost because of materials. I have some materials here, but I'm not sure if they'll be of any use. I've collected them over the years. He poured out a pile of materials from his cosmic ring. Many of the materials that Luin had decomposed were now useless. He had obtained quite a few materials from the Great Eastern Alliance, the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and even the Ross Empire's fort. Whenever he had the time, he would decompose them. Needless to say, he had actually obtained quite a few rare materials. At the very least, there were no introductions to these materials on the Human Domains network. Little Leo looked at the pile of materials in front of him, but he wasn't surprised. To these androids, these materials were the same as human star essence. This amount of materials wasn't even enough to create a few androids. But soon, little Leo was at a loss, and then lost. Cyrite, light fong wood. What's this? Ancient sandstorm. Little Leo looked at the rare materials and called out their names one by one. Most of the materials he saw came from the Ross Empire's fort, and they were stored together with the star essence. They must have been collected by the Luo sovereign to create the envoys. Their uses were exactly the same as Little Leo's, so it was easy to distinguish them. Little Leo picked out more than 10 materials and his breathing quickened. He turned to look at Luin with an excited expression. You're really willing to give these materials to me? Luin nodded and smiled. There's a saying in the human world, friends don't bicker. Take them. Little Leo's eyes twinkled as he pondered. After a few breaths, he stepped forward and hugged Luin. Friends. We're friends. Luin smiled. Friends. Aw, Chi, you're Little Leo's friend, and I'm Little Leo's friend as well, Little Leo said excitedly. Luin suddenly felt a tinge of guilt. Even though he still didn't quite understand these dominant consciousnesses, it seemed that they didn't have the concept of friends. However, they also didn't have the same cold emotions as the Corpse King. These androids could have complex emotions, but they just didn't know how to trigger them. It was like living in a world where there were no lies. They were honest with each other, but they were also very cold. With these materials, are you confident in winning? Luin asked. Little Leo scratched his head. It'll be difficult, but it's much better than before. It's a pity that you don't have the main material to upgrade the central source control. Otherwise, you'd definitely win. Luin knew about the central source control, as the core of Little Leo's androids that could be upgraded was the central source control. Luin raised his hand and took out the Genesis Dazzling Stone. What about this? He didn't know if the Genesis Dazzling Stone was useful, but it definitely wasn't simple if it had been passed down by the Frigid Immortal sect. Little Leo looked at the stone and was shocked. What's this? He hurriedly took it and examined it. Genesis Dazzling Stone. It should be an ancient material that went extinct a long time ago. How can there still be one? Luin replied, I accidentally found a crack in an ancient sect and picked it up. Little Leo was envious. You humans are so lucky. What did this have to do with being lucky? How about this? Is it useful? Luin asked. Little Leo replied, I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try. There's still more than a month before the competition, so there should be enough time. He then looked at Luin. 7. I'm going back to prepare to upgrade the androids. Do you want to come along? Luin shook his head. Forget it, I won't be going. See you in a month. Little Leo nodded and put away the materials. See you in a month. I'll definitely win, and I'll take you to see the battlefield and make you a real man. He then ran off. Luin was stunned. So, in Little Leo's heart, he wasn't a real man. When he returned to his residence, he found that the chief of Boundary Mountain was already waiting for him. When he saw that Luin had returned, he said, Valley Master, the swordsman received a notice from the Vice City Lord that the war with the Sky Genesis Court has escalated. They are temporarily unable to send androids to the Outerverse, so we can leave now. He then looked at Luin strangely. What did you say? You made him so angry. Even if we don't complete the mission when we return, you'll still have contributed greatly. Impressive. Luin smiled and looked at the chief. Senior, do you really want to go back? The chief pursed his lips. Do you want to settle down here? I've already found a way to go to the battlefield between Eben City and the Sky Genesis Court. As long as I cross the battlefield, I'll be able to enter the Sky Genesis Court's territory. I believe that the Sky Genesis Court isn't too far from the battlefield, and the surveillance around the battlefield will definitely not be that strict. The chief was shocked. You found a way. Lu Yin nodded. The chief was speechless. He had previously promised Lu Yin that he would visit the Sky Genesis Court if he had a way to go to the battlefield, but he hadn't expected Lu Yin to actually have a way. How was this possible? This wasn't the human domain, so why were these dominant consciousnesses so familiar with him? How did you do it? The chief was surprised. Lu Yin smiled. It's a secret. Just wait and see. When? The androids' competition has ended. The chief checked. There's still more than a month. That's why I have something that I need your help with in the next month. Lu Yin suddenly became serious. The chief frowned. Is it related to going to the battlefield? Lu Yin shook his head. It's related to the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect. The chief's eyes widened. Explain. Lu Yin could no longer hide the matter of the Nine Cauldrons battle technique. The Sixth Mainland already knew about it, and it would spread to the Fifth Mainland sooner or later. He might as well take the initiative and ask for the protection of the Fifth Mainland's powerhouses so that he could safely absorb the Cauldron aura. He had previously wanted to ask the Second Night King for help, but since he still had more than a month to wait, he might as well ask the chief for help. That old man's strength was at the top of the Fifth Mainland, and only the Sixth Mainland celestial imprint could match him. Not long after, the chief fell into deep thought. Lu Yin waited for his answer, as he did not know whether or not the chief would help him. In the end, he was not related to the chief in any way, and they had just completed a mission together. The chief could help him, but he could also choose not to. The Nine Cauldrons Invincible Battle Technique. You actually learned that battle technique. The chief was astonished as he looked at Lu Yin. I never thought that such a battle technique actually existed. Rumor has it that the Nine Cauldrons combined into one can become invincible. According to the records, the Nine Cauldrons battle technique dates back to ancient times. Even when the Daosaur sect was still around, the Nine Cauldrons battle technique existed, but no one has ever learned it. Lu Yin was curious. Rumor has it that the Nine Cauldrons battle technique originated from the 9 progenitors of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The chief shook his head. It's even more distant than the 9 mountains and 8 seas. When the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect was still around, the 9 cauldrons were there, and they were indestructible. Progenitors have also explored them, but nothing happened. Lu Yin did not understand. He had relied on the Stonewall scriptures to activate the 9 cauldrons battle technique, and it was impossible that he was the only one who knew the Stonewall scriptures. Since Driftcharge Planet's Elder had been able to memorize it, it meant that there were others who knew it as well. Lu Yin did not believe that none of the progenitors from the 9 mountains and 8 seas knew it, but why couldn't he activate the 9 cauldrons battle technique? Aside from reciting the Stonewall scriptures, what else had Lu Yin done that was special? He could not figure it out. The 9 cauldrons invincible battle technique, huh? Show it to me. The chief looked at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes, and he was filled with anticipation. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his star energy condensed into a blazing sun. Cauldron aura poured into it. 1 sun, 2 suns, 3 suns, and finally, 4 blazing suns revolved around his palm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1717. The 4 suns did not seem very powerful, but Jie Shan's chief could sense an extraordinary aura. He stared at the 4 suns. It's not complete. This feeling, it's not complete. Lu Yin casually dispersed the 4 suns. Of course it's not complete. What can Senior see? Jie Shan's chief smiled bitterly. With my cultivation, How can I see an unparalleled battle technique that can tempt even progenitors? However, I just have a feeling that it's not complete, but it's still palpitating. Sometimes, the higher you go, the more you can feel something watching you. Your 9 cauldrons battle technique gives me the same feeling. It has a life of its own. Lu Yin felt goosebumps. Senior, battle technique, has a life of its own. Jie Shan's chief was also a little scared. I don't know. It's just a feeling that it's watching me. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Let's go to the Daosor sect's ruins. As a cultivator from the 5th mainland, you should visit them, Jie Shan's chief said. Lu Yin immediately took out 2 futons, one for each person, and then instructed the Valley Master, the Sword Attendant, and the Luo Emperor. He then sat down with Jie Shan's chief and disappeared, entering the 5th mainland's Daosor sect ruins. The Daosor sect's ruins were quite mysterious, and no one knew its exact location. However, the 6th mainland, technocracy, and human domain could all be entered. Lu Yin had not tested whether or not he could enter the cosmic tree domain, but he could try it next time. He was not worried about being discovered in the technocracy, as the existence of the futon was a secret to the 5th mainland, but not to the 6th mainland. The technocracy might know about it. Lu Yin entered the Daosor sect ruins and appeared in First Divine Gate's Futon Plaza. Jie Shan's chief also appeared in First Divine Gate's Futon Plaza. Jie Shan's chief looked around, and he felt a sense of novelty. At the same time, he recalled the records of the 5th mainland's Daosor sect. The 5th mainland's former ruler has now fallen to such a state. What a pity. Jie Shan's chief sighed. In the distance, several cultivators from the 6th mainland looked at him. One of them stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Junior Lu Fei from the Bloodburn realm greets Senior. Jie Shan's chief looked at Lu Fei. What is it? Senior, may I ask if you have any instructions for us in the Daosor sect's ruins? If you do, this junior will not refuse, Lu Fei said solemnly. At this moment, the others also stepped forward and bowed. Ever since Lu Yin had exposed the 9 cauldrons battle technique, the 6th mainland had frequently sent experts from the older generation to enter the Daosor sect. In the past, very few of the older generation's powerhouses had come here, as the opportunities had been left to the younger generation to explore. This had also been the case when they were younger, and it had been an unspoken rule. However, Lu Yin had allowed the 6th mainland to break this rule, which had made it so that the older generation's powerhouses were no longer as difficult to find. Thus, the 6th mainland's cultivators had gradually stopped paying attention to the Daosor sect's ruins, and instead, they had been waiting to see if any of the older generation's powerhouses had entered the ruins so that they could use this opportunity to establish a relationship with them. After all, it was too difficult to obtain anything from the Daosor sect's ruins, and this place had already been explored countless times by countless people. I don't have any orders. You may go, the chief of Jie Mountain said lightly. These cultivators from the 6th mainland were unwilling to accept this. They still wanted to say something, but they realized that the chief of Realm Mountain had disappeared. Lu Yin stepped into the First Divine Gate alone and arrived at the budding terrace to wait for the chief seat of World Mountain. Very quickly, the first seat of Jie Mountain arrived. Brat, since I came in with you, will I be leaving with you as well? The chief suddenly asked. Lu Yin was stunned, as he had forgotten that the length of time one spent in the Daosor sect's ruins depended on one's spiritual force, and it was not fixed. He would be able to leave after a month, but that might not be the case for the chief seat of World Mountain. Senior, your spiritual force shouldn't be that strong, right? Lu Yin asked expectantly as he nervously looked at the chief. The chief thought for a moment before replying, I'm not good at spiritual force. Lu Yin relaxed. But it's more than enough to destroy you, brat, the chief said. Lu Yin's heart sank, as it was over. He had forgotten about that. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. With the chief's strength, it would be normal for him to stay here for a few months. Could it be that he would have to stay in a city for a few months? Then what was the point of coming here? It would have been better if he had not come in at all, as that would have been a waste of time. The second Night King and Emperor Lu were currently at the Ross Empire's stronghold. If Lu Yin did not return for a long time, who knew what would happen? The second Night King should be fine, as he was afraid of the sealed cage technique, but Emperor Lu might not be, as those two were different from the flying willow leaves. Lu Yin was helpless, as he had already entered, and he could only take things one step at a time. He still held on to some hope, as he had been able to stay here for about a month when he was still far inferior to the 10 arbiters. After returning from the astral tree domain, his spiritual force had greatly increased, and he could still stay here for that long. Perhaps he could only stay in the Daosaur sect's ruins for a little more than a month. Lu Yin could only console himself like this. For the sake of the 9 cauldrons battle technique, Lu Yin quickly brought the chief over. Along the way, he introduced the budding terrace, Heaven's Pit, Medicine God's Palace, the library, the beginner's enlightenment platform, and other places. Lu Yin warned, "Senior, these are the ruins of the Daosaur sect, and even progenitors have been slaughtered here. The reason why the 6th mainland's older powerhouses do not enter is because they want to leave their opportunities to the younger generation, but also because accidents can easily occur here. Senior, it's best if you don't explore carelessly." The chief gritted his teeth. "Why didn't you say that before we came in?" Lu Yin pursed his lips. "I forgot. Brat, you're very cunning. It's no wonder that you were able to unify the Outerverse," the chief said hatefully, but he did not argue with Lu Yin. That was how cultivators were. If they only cared about others, what was the point of cultivating? That kind of character would have died many times over. The 9 cauldron space would not always be guarded by the same person. Since Lu Yin had obtained the opportunity, the various great powers of the 6th mainland had become envious, and they all wanted to occupy the 9 cauldron space and explore it. Thus, they would change the guards every once in a while, and they would also pay particular attention to who was allowed to enter and who was not. Previously, it had been the Arrow sect's brute force, who had allowed the Arrow sect and the secret progenitor realm's cultivators to enter. It was very difficult for cultivators from the progenitor of Martial Realm and the progenitor of Blood Realm to enter. This time, the person guarding the 9 cauldron space was an ancestor from the Black Blood Realm's Eyeless clan, who was also a cosmic imprinter. Brute force had been defeated by Lu Yin, which had caused Lu Yin to shatter another cauldron. This incident had been a warning to the 6th mainland, which was why, from that moment on, the person guarding the 9 cauldron space was at least a cosmic imprinter. This was the highest standard that the 6th mainland could bring out, and it was impossible for a cosmic imprinter to personally guard it. Not all cosmic imprinters cared about the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, and Guru Qinghua was not one of them. The fact that a cosmic imprinter was allowed to guard the 9 cauldron space was enough to show how much importance the 6th mainland placed on Lu Yin. Unfortunately, they still did not place enough importance on him. Within the 9 cauldron space, Ancestor Eyeless faced Jia Shan's chief with a dazed expression and a halo of light revolving behind him. This halo of light was Ancestor Eyeless' innate gift, and it could transfer everything within the halo to a place where one's gaze could reach. Lu Yin and the others had suffered a loss during the Astral River Border War. With Ancestor Eyeless' power, the halo should have been invincible, but he was facing Jia Shan's chief. This person was from the same generation as Elder Chan, and he was a terrifying expert who could rival the 6th mainland's cosmic imprinters. He was an unfathomable expert who had claimed that even the 6th mainland's forereverence could not deal with him. He had shattered the halo of light with a single step and then knocked Ancestor Eyeless unconscious. Ancestor Eyeless did not even have time to imprint. Aside from Ancestor Eyeless, there were more than 10 other cultivators within the 9 cauldron space. They were all youths, and they had all fainted in an instant. This old man is not bad. If we hadn't caught him off guard, it would have taken some effort to knock him out, Jia Shan's chief said in astonishment as he looked at Ancestor Eyeless, who had fainted on the ground. Lu Yin replied, he's a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, and he's on the same level as Master Yuan. They're on the same level. Jia Shan's chief looked up at the 6 cauldrons in the distance. Didn't you say there were 9 cauldrons? Why are there only 6? 3 were shattered, Lu Yin replied. Jia Shan's chief was puzzled. Shattered? How did they shatter? Lu Yin told him the truth, and Jia Shan's chief looked Lu Yin up and down. Kid, you didn't shatter them on purpose, did you? So that others won't be able to learn them. Senior, if this junior had the ability to do so, then I wouldn't have asked for your help, Lu Yin said helplessly. Jia Shan's chief thought about it and agreed. When the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect had still existed, the 9 cauldrons had already been very famous, and it was not something that Lu Yin alone could shatter. 3 were shattered, and the fragments should have been taken away by the 6th mainland, Lu Yin said. He then leapt towards the 4th cauldron and entered it. This junior is going to cultivate, so please help me guard this place. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1718. A day later, another person came in and stepped on his back to take an extra step before fainting again. When Lu Yin's time was up, he looked at Jia Shan's chief. Senior, I'll head back first. It's time. Jia Shan's chief stood up. I can't stay here any longer. Alright, I'll go somewhere else. He then stared at Lu Yin. Don't leave First City. Wait for me. Lu Yin replied, without Senior, how will I get to the Genesis Court? I'll find a way to stall for time. He then disappeared from the 9 cauldrons. Since Lu Yin left, Jia Shan's chief could not stay any longer and quickly left as well. The 4th cauldron's shattering would definitely shake the 6th mainland. Even the cosmic imprinter could not stop Lu Yin. Would he have to ask the celestial imprinter for help next time? Lu Yin appeared in First City, put away his futon, and walked out. The Valley Master's swordsman was anxious, and when he saw Lu Yin appear, he hurriedly said, the Vice City Lord has been looking for you several times. Come with me, or First City will become suspicious. Why is the Vice City Lord looking for me? Lu Yin asked. Right, has the competition for androids started? It's already started. Don't worry about that for now. Come with me to see the Vice City Lord. Not long after, Lu Yin followed the Valley Master's swordsman to meet with Vice City Lord Little Bear. The last time they had met, Vice City Lord Little Bear had not paid much attention to Lu Yin, but this time, he had specifically come to see Lu Yin. Vice City Lord, this is Chi, the Valley Master's swordsman said politely. Lu Yin bowed. Chi greets Vice City Lord. His disguise was that of Jia Shan's chief, so it was difficult to see through him. Vice City Lord Little Bear looked at Lu Yin. Who do you represent? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Daosaur Sect's protector, Madam Red. Vice City Lord Little Bear asked, why do you want to go to the battlefield? The battlefield between First City and the Genesis Court. Lu Yin had already guessed the Vice City Lord's purpose for looking for him, and he naturally answered, the reason why First City can't send more androids to help us is because of the war with the Genesis Court. I want to go to the battlefield and try to stop it. Of war. Vice City Lord Little Bear sneered. You. Lu Yin replied, I know that this idea is a little whimsical, but in order to complete this mission, I have to risk my life. Even if I can't stop it, I can at least delay it. Vice City Lord Little Bear snorted coldly and stopped looking at Luin. Instead, he stared at the Valley Master's sword attendant. Manage your people well, and don't do anything unnecessary. You can go to the battlefield, but don't blame us if you die. He then turned around and left. The Valley Master's swordsman heaved a sigh of relief. His face was pale as he glanced at Luin. He had heard of this person's name back when he was still in the Sixth Mainland. This person was adept at causing trouble, and that was indeed the case. Even after coming to the technocracy, he had not stopped causing trouble. Even the Vice City Lord had personally stepped forward to give him a warning. He felt that his life was in danger. As long as Little Leo's team won, he would be able to accompany them to the battlefield. In Vice City Lord Little Bear's eyes, his image just now was quite righteous for the Sixth Mainland. He was an ambitious youth who would risk his life to complete a mission. However, he was also a foolish human. After dealing with Vice Mayor Little Bear, Luin hurriedly looked up at the sky above the city, where a giant screen was broadcasting the cyborg competition. The cyborg competition was the same as the human supreme competition. It was a competition between cyborgs. In this competition, Little Leo was the dark horse. If not for Luin, even Little Leo himself believed that he would definitely lose, let alone the others. However, because of Lu Yin's materials, Little Leo's cyborgs had undergone great changes in just a short month. Lu Yin's gaze was filled with admiration as he watched the two cyborgs battle on the screen. Little Leo's cyborgs were completely suppressing the cyborgs of the former team. Even though the former team's cyborgs' weapons were very strange, Little Leo's cyborgs' weapons were not bad either. Lu Yin saw many strange weapons, such as a beam of light that formed a giant beast. Under the cyborg's control, it attacked as if it had a life of its own. It was similar to the Beast Tamer's Flowzone's battle style. Lu Yin did not understand most of the weapons, as this was one of the weaknesses of the human domain and the technocracy. He could not understand the uses of the technocracy's weapons. On the other hand, the human domain's battle techniques would be recorded by the technocracy as long as he saw them once. The cyborg competition was very lively, and the rewards were very generous. It had a huge impact in First City, but Lu Yin was not interested in such a competition. The strongest cyborg under Little Leo's command was only an enlighter, which was already quite good. How long would it take for a human to cultivate to the enlighter realm? There were many research teams in the technocracy, but how many of them were able to develop enlighter cyborgs? Most of them came from the teams represented by the city lords of First City. They were the forces that controlled the city, and they were also the main force behind the war against the human domain. At this point, the only thing that could pique Lu Yin's interest was the war between First City and the Genesis Court. Have you seen First City's city lord? Lu Yin asked the Valley Master's swordsman. The Valley Master's swordsman shook his head. I haven't. The first time I came here, it was the Firmament Venerable who led me. The Firmament Venerable has seen him, but I haven't. Lu Yin looked up. It would be great if he could clearly see the rune lines of First City. Lu Yin did not know how great of an impact the destruction of the fourth cauldron in the Daosor sect's ruins had had on the Sixth Mainland. Even the cosmic imprinter, Ancestor Eyeless, had been defeated. The Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect had finally decided to expel the Great Eastern Alliance and completely control the Outerverse in exchange for Lu Yin's 9 Cauldrons battle technique. If Lu Yin was unwilling to hand over the 9 Cauldrons battle technique, then the Sixth Mainland would expel the Great Eastern Alliance. However, if Lu Yin was willing to hand over the 9 Cauldrons battle technique, then the Sixth Mainland would be able to retain the Great Eastern Alliance's territory. This was equivalent to exchanging the Outerverse territory for the battle technique. This was a trade. They did not expect Lu Yin to agree, and they were now waiting for the technocracy to send their cyborgs over to oppress the human domain. Aside from the threat of the sixth mainland, the various great powers of the Innerverse were also keeping an eye on the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance's current situation was similar to what Madame Red had analyzed. The only difference was that the Great Eastern Alliance was not as weak as it had been before. The sixth mainland and the various great powers of the Innerverse did not know how much power Lu Yin had under his control. The sixth mainland also did not know that Lu Yin was destroying their cooperation with First City. As expected, little Leo won the cyborgs competition. After his victory, the first thing he did was to find Lu Yin. "Ah, Chi, I won. Ha, I won. You provided the materials, Ah Chi, thank you." Lu Yin looked at little Leo's excited face on his screen and happily replied, "Congratulations, friend." "Ah Chi, didn't you want to go take a look at the battlefield?" "I've already asked the Vice City Lord for permission, and he's agreed to allow me to form an army on my own," little Leo said. He did not care about the battlefield, and he was more concerned about the support that First City had given him. After his victory, the Vice City Lord had given him a huge amount of materials, enough to create an army of cyborgs. There were not many of them, only 100 at most. Furthermore, given the rarity of the materials, the cyborgs he created could only reach the explorer realm, but that was enough. Little Leo had been forced to see the battlefield, and First City did not expect him to make any contributions. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "When do we leave?" "Wait a little longer. I want to create 100 cyborgs, or else we won't be able to form an army," little Leo said. Lu Yin nodded, as he did not know when the Boundary Mountains chief would return. "Take your time. I'll wait for you." "All right, I'll let you know when I'm done." "Ah Chi, thank you," little Leo said before ending the call. Behind Lu Yin, the Luo Emperor's eyes flashed red. The battle between First City and the Genesis Court is very fierce, and the cyborgs will be destroyed. If we want to go, we need to find the Genesis Court's location in advance. Otherwise, we'll be easily monitored if we enter its territory. Lu Yin knew this, and his original plan was to use the route that the Luo Emperor had used to escape and reach the closest location to the Genesis Court. Then, the Boundary Mountains chief would take them through the Astral Source universe to search for traces of the Neo-Human Alliance. If they found a large number of Corpse Kings within the Genesis Court's territory, it would mean that the Neo-Human Alliance was cooperating with the Genesis Court. This plan was not perfect, but it was the most appropriate one for the Genesis Court. However, no one knew that Lu Yin had no intention of actually going to the Genesis Court. As long as he could reach the battlefield between First City and the Genesis Court, his plan would be completed. As for whether or not he could infiltrate the Genesis Court and investigate the Corpse Kings, none of that mattered. What he needed to do now was wait for the Boundary Mountains chief to return and for little Leo to finish creating the cyborgs. It wouldn't be a short time, and Lu Yin pondered for a moment before deciding to roll his die. 6 pips. There was nothing more accurate and faster than merging into someone else's body to obtain information. Lu Yin set up a sourcebox array around him and raised his hand to summon his die. He tapped it, and it slowly stopped at 2 pips. That was meaningless, so he continued. The second time, he rolled 3 pips. Lu Yin waved his hand and disappeared. The third time, the die stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had placed his cosmic ring to the side in advance, leaving only a small amount of star essence behind. This was all for the sake of merging into the technocracy. In a mysterious space, there were many balls of light. Some were dim, while others were radiant. Lu Yin saw a ball of light that was too hot for him to merge with, so he found a nearby one that wasn't too hot to merge with. When he opened his eyes, everything that he saw made him feel like he was in a dream. The starry sky was still the same starry sky, but there were countless rays of light that extended into the distance. Within those rays of light were giant mechanical claws. There were giant mechanical claws at regular intervals, and there were even giant mechanical claws further away. This was the technocracy, and Liu Yin had merged with an android with a power level of 600,000. In the eyes of a normal person, the technocracy was no different from the human domain, but there was an additional type of surveillance. There were also giant mechanical claws that were hidden in the void, and anyone who entered the technocracy would be discovered. However, in the eyes of an android, the technocracy was a completely different place. They saw an additional space that was unique to the technocracy, a space that could accommodate the giant mechanical claws and the rays of light from the technocracy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1719. Humans could walk, stand on the ground, fly, and see the distance. Cyborgs could also walk on the ground and fly, but they had one more thing compared to humans, and that was the unique space formed by light. That unique space was not a real distance, but more like a human network, but it could carry physical objects. This was the source of those giant mechanical claws. A large amount of memories flooded into Liu Yin's mind, and he learned that this was the border between the technocracy and the universe. It wasn't too far from where he had been dragged in by the monkey. He also knew that these androids could receive orders through the unique space of light and did not need to use gadgets. The network that humans thought was connected to the technocracy was an illusion. What was even more inconceivable to Liu Yin was that the technocracy was actually a single entity, one that was spread out by the mainframe's thoughts and connected to the entire starry sky. The unique light was the mainframe's thoughts. If he hadn't seen the android's memories, Liu Yin would never have believed that this was possible. This meant that the light clouds that carried the entire city and the air currents were all thoughts that had materialized. He had always been in someone else's thoughts, and when he thought of this, Liu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. This was a terrifying guess, as the entire technocracy was controlled by the mainframe's thoughts. If he hadn't fused with this ancestor-level android, then ordinary androids would never have known. Androids could not betray him, as Luo Huang was a half-android. He was a human and not a pure android that had been controlled by the mainframe's consciousness. Thus, he could escape and wanted to escape, but he did not know the truth about the technocracy. Liu Yin continued to read through the memories and saw an enormous knowledge base. Through the memories, he also saw the war with the Genesis Academy and the war with the human domain. Suddenly, Liu Yin returned to that mystical space. He looked around and realized that he had withdrawn from the fusion. He had used up all his star essence. The advantage of having less star essence was that he could shorten the distance he needed to fuse with the mainframe, but the disadvantage was that the fusion time was too short. Liu Yin opened his eyes and looked at his feet. He was in the mainframe's thoughts, so did that mean that everything about him had been discovered by the mainframe? If the mainframe could control the entire technocracy, then why was there still a war between the city and the Genesis court? Liu Yin felt more and more that something was wrong with the technocracy. What was the Hui ancestors' true goal in creating it? He wanted to know more than Hui Kong. Liu Yin was encouraged by the fact that an ancestor-level android knew so much information and continued to roll his die. In this regard, it was still useless. Let's wait for 10 days. After 10 days, we can continue to roll the dice. 10 days wasn't a long time for a cultivator, and Liu Yin had seen many introductions to the city through his gadget. These introductions were the humans' impressions of the technocracy. But how could the humans possibly know that the entire technocracy was actually a brain? That the technocracy had been fighting against the humans for so many years and trading with the sixth mainland. 10 days passed by quickly, and Liu Yin couldn't wait to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice. It wasn't until the fourth time that he rolled 6 pips. The moment he entered that mysterious space, he had a premonition that he wanted to roll 6 pips. It would get harder and harder. He had experienced this before. The longer the interval, the easier it was for him to roll 3 pips and 6 pips. There were many balls of light in the mysterious space, and he directly entered one of the brighter ones. He opened his eyes and saw a large hand descend upon him, followed by darkness. Lu Yin returned to the mysterious space once more and returned to his body. His entire body was dripping with sweat, and the black and white mist in his chest was surging faster. He had just died. He had died in an instant. Lu Yin's pupils dilated. Even though the feeling had disappeared quickly, he still felt the power of a progenitor. It was the same as when the martial ancestor had descended and when he had been on Xing Mountain in the ruins of the frigid immortal sect. The moment he had merged with his body, he had sensed a corpse king. If he had guessed correctly, he had merged with an Interstellar-level corpse king, but that corpse king had been instantly killed by a progenitor. Where was this? The most likely place was the Starfall Sea, outside the horizontal black hole. Lu Yin exhaled. He had died without even seeing his surroundings. This was the first time he had experienced something like this, and he had been killed by a progenitor. His impression of the Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors had always been that the martial ancestor had been heavily injured by the symbol ancestor's remnant power, and the mystery ancestor had also been heavily injured after destroying the Eternal Kingdom. Were progenitors so easily injured? The injuries of these 2 progenitors had left him with a rather low impression of the Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors. They were far from the level of progenitor Qin or the symbol ancestor, and they were also not comparable to the progenitor who had blocked the ruler's realm in the astral tree. However, that slap had awakened him. Progenitors were progenitors. No matter how strong the Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors were, they had all cultivated step by step. They had broken through 3 stages and broken through to the progenitor realm, so they must have once been outstanding talents among their peers. But any powerhouse who could cultivate to the progenitor realm was unrivaled among their peers, and they were not people who could be underestimated. Lu Yin smiled bitterly, as he had actually been slapped to death by a progenitor. That corpse king was also unlucky. Why had it rushed forward? It was a dignified envoy, but it had died without even causing a splash. Lu Yin continued to roll his die. He watched as the die slowly came to a stop. With each roll, a piece of barbecued meat fell out. Lu Yin pursed his lips and unhappily turned the meat to ash. He still had to wait for 10 more days. He did not know if the chief of the Boundary Mountain had come out yet, but he hoped that he would not be too far off from little Leo's creation of the androids. 10 days later, Lu Yin raised his hand and continued rolling his die. He did not know if his luck was heaven-defying this time, but he had rolled a 6 on his first roll. Lu Yin entered the mysterious space and did not hesitate to merge into a nearby ball of light that was not too dim. He was afraid that he would stray too far from the technocracy. After merging into his new body, he immediately opened his eyes and saw a familiar scene. This was not the human world, but rather a city. Lu Yin had never thought that he would actually merge into the body of a creature in a city. This creature was an android, so it could not be considered a living creature. He looked down at the airflow pipes and the city that was being held up by the light. Lu Yin's eyes darted around. If anyone in the technocracy saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. This android did not have a dominant consciousness and was merely an android. It was a tool that could be used at any time. Within a city, the city lord had absolute authority and influence over half of the technocracy. With the city lord as the leader, countless androids were created. Some androids were placed within the city for the use of the dominant consciousnesses, while others became combat units. The android that Lu Yin had merged with was a top-notch combat unit that had the destructive power of an astral envoy. 6 Enhance on the die allowed Lu Yin to merge with a creature or similar life form. This was something that he knew from when he had merged with Tian Ho. He could even merge with a black hole and mechanical ants, so there was no need to even mention the androids. He had once thought that he would merge with a consciousness, but he had gradually learned that it was not just a consciousness, but also a carrier. As long as there was a carrier, he could merge with anything. This android did not have a dominant consciousness and was merely a tool. However, as long as the brain could take over this tool, it could be merged with. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that this android did not have a dominant consciousness, which meant that it did not have any memories. What a waste. He turned around to take a look. This place was located very high up in the city, but he did not know the exact location. They had only reached a certain area in the center of the city, as this city was simply too large. Aside from the androids that he had merged with, there were 3 other androids that should all be at the emissary level. For there to be 4 emissary-level androids here, this place was definitely not ordinary. Lu Yin moved his body and walked out to take a look around. It would be best if he could find something useful, but as soon as he moved, alarms rang out all around him. Strands of metal wrapped around him from all directions. Lu Yin knew that he had been discovered, but he had no choice. He walked to the door and punched out. There was a huge sound as the power of an emissary tore through the void and shattered the entire space. The alarms rang out even more intensely, and Lu Yin took the opportunity to avoid the metal. The androids that Lu Yin had merged with were located within a cloud of light at an extremely high altitude. As Lu Yin attacked, he tore through the void, causing the cloud of light to become chaotic and sparks to fly. Not too far away from him, there was an airflow channel where a row of brains, no, a row of dominant consciousnesses stopped. Threads of light flickered, indicating that the dominant consciousnesses were thinking and communicating. To them, this scene was like a human standing up after seeing a corpse. It was like seeing a ghost. Lu Yin frowned, as his star essence wouldn't be able to last much longer. He thought about it and raised his arms high before slamming them down. A giant bear's face appeared in front of him, and it raised its arms as well. It was Vice Governor Xiao Xiong. Lu Yin's attack had not only failed to injure Vice City Lord Little Bear, but it had also injured Lu Yin himself. The cloud of light beneath his feet split apart, and the androids fell to the ground. Vice City Lord Little Bear was bewildered. What's going on? Who's stationed here? Are they rebelling? Suddenly, his expression froze, as if he had received some sort of information. However, in less than a second, his face was filled with rage and his eyes were filled with intense disbelief. The androids had actually escaped his control. How was this possible? In the technocracy, there was no such thing as an android's escaping one's control. Could it be that the humans had faked these androids? No, how could there be such a thing here? Vice City Lord Little Bear looked down. Half of the androids that Lu Yin had merged with had been shattered, and he sucked in a cold breath. He looked up and met Vice City Lord Little Bear's gaze, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Yin was shocked by Vice City Lord Little Bear's power level. He had not even counterattacked and had only blocked for a moment, but these androids that were at the level of an emissary had been shattered. Their strength was unfathomable. When Vice City Lord Little Bear saw the android's gaze, his heart sank. Sure enough, he had consciously merged with the androids. Who are you? He barked and charged forward. Lu Yin controlled the broken body of the androids and viciously attacked below. The next moment, Vice City Lord Little Bear appeared and pressed his paw against the androids' back, immobilizing them. Coincidentally, Lu Yin's time was up, so he returned to the mysterious space and merged back into his own body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 17:20. The moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly stood up and looked outside. He wanted to find the location of that place, but even the emissary's actions had not reached this place. Ibn City was too big. After causing such a huge commotion, Ibn City would definitely investigate, and with the technocracy's methods, they might be discovered in the next second. Jie Shan's chief had not returned yet, which was not good. Lu Yin walked out and saw Jie Shan's chief with his back facing him. Senior. Lu Yin was delighted. Jie Shan's chief gestured with a solemn expression. Lu Yin followed his gaze and saw countless cyborgs and mechanical claws surrounding them. They had been surrounded. The Valley Master's swordsman paled. Had they been discovered? Vice City Lord Little Bear walked out of Astral Source Universe and looked at the Valley Master's swordsman. Bring your people out. The Valley Master's swordsman subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward. At the same time, Jie Shan's chief, Luo Huang, and everyone else who had come with the Valley Master's swordsman walked out as well. Lu Yin was apprehensive, as he had caused quite a commotion. He was afraid that Ibn City's power, which even Elder Chan and the others were wary of, would be able to see through Jie Shan's disguise. If that happened, they would have to escape. The Dai's possession had always brought Lu Yin great convenience, but this time, it had screwed him over. He had no choice. Vice City Lord Little Bear's gaze swept past the Valley Master's swordsman, Lu Yin, Jie Shan's chief, and everyone else. Not a single person was missing. Strange, was it not them? Vice City Lord, may I ask what happened? The Valley Master's swordsman asked nervously. Vice City Lord Little Bear and the Valley Master's swordsman looked at each other. Did your people leave? The Valley Master's swordsman immediately replied, no. Vice City Lord Little Bear's huge bear face scanned everyone once more. These people did not show any signs of injury, and with their speed, they could not have arrived before him without leaving any traces behind. These people had nothing to do with this. Is there anyone else from the Sixth Mainland besides these people? Vice City Lord Little Bear asked. The Valley Master's swordsman shook his head. No, we're all here. Are you sure? If you find anyone else, kill them without mercy, Vice City Lord Little Bear said sternly. The Valley Master's swordsman hurriedly promised, of course, it's just us. Vice City Lord Little Bear nodded. That's for the best. Otherwise, it'll easily cause misunderstandings. With that, everyone withdrew. The Valley Master's swordsman heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the cyborgs leave. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a feeling that it had something to do with Lu Yin. Lu Yin was simply too famous, and he had a reputation for causing trouble. Lu Yin was still rejoicing that Jie Shan's chief had returned, otherwise, he would not have been able to explain himself. What happened? Jie Shan's first seat asked in a deep voice. He had just returned and already encountered such a situation. If it wasn't for his calmness, he would have wanted to escape. The Valley Master's swordsman shook his head and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Jie Shan's chief then looked at Lu Yin. What did you do this time? Lu Yin hurriedly clarified, I don't know. I was just in seclusion and didn't do anything. Senior, you saw it for yourself. Chief Jie Shan thought about it and agreed. He had returned a few days ago and had just been surrounded by the androids from the technocracy. He had immediately gone to look for Lu Yin and subconsciously felt that Lu Yin had done something. However, Lu Yin had obediently gone into seclusion and had not done anything, so Jie Shan had seen it all. Could it be that other than them, there was someone else in this city? Who has it? How could someone have the ability to enter without being noticed by the entire city? Lu Yin was now worried about whether or not this matter would affect his plans to follow little Leo to the battlefield. They were the only outsiders in the city, and it had always been difficult for the technocracy to enter without being noticed. This incident would definitely have a huge impact on the entire city. Lu Yin and the others waited for another 10 days with apprehension. 10 days later, the gadget that East City had given Lu Yin beeped. He looked over and saw that it was little Leo. 7, my friend, the androids have been completed. Take a look. Little Leo excitedly boasted to Lu Yin as rows of androids lined up beside him. There were at least 100 of them, all of which had been provided by East City. These androids had become little Leo's army, and they were now heading towards the battlefield with the Genesis Academy. To East City's dominant consciousness, this was a kind of glory. Just like how Lu Yin had entered Astral 10 from the Great Yu Empire, these dominant consciousnesses also competed with each other for glory. The mainframe controlled the entire technocracy with its thoughts. These dominant consciousnesses could be controlled, but they could also think independently. They had their own achievements and desires. Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. Congratulations, little Leo. 7. I've already made a request to the Vice City Lord. You and your clansmen can choose a group to go with me to the battlefield against the Genesis Academy. That group will be Velar, but your leader, the Valley Master's swordsman, can't go. Little Leo was a little embarrassed. He had clearly agreed with the Vice City Lord that everyone could go, but he had just been informed that the Valley Master's swordsman could not go. Lu Yin hesitated. Little Leo, can you make another request to the Vice City Lord? All of us want to go and take a look. Little Leo sighed. I'm sorry, my friend. If possible, I would definitely make another request, but the Vice City Lord is very adamant. Lu Yin was helpless. If that's the case, then forget it. Let's go. Suddenly, Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Little Leo, I don't want to lie to you. I'm not just going to the battlefield to gain experience. I want to do my best to defuse or even delay the war between East City and the Genesis Academy so that East City can send more androids to the Outerverse with us. This is my mission. I don't want to lie to you. Little Leo smiled. I know, the Vice City Lord already told me. 7. You can do whatever you want. It won't affect East City, but... He helplessly continued, I can't help you. You can only do it on your own. Don't worry, I'll do my best to bring you back. You're my friend. Thank you, little Leo, Lu Yin said gratefully. After exchanging a few more words with little Leo, he hung up and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that East City did not suspect them. For countless years, no one had secretly entered the technocracy. Huikong had openly barged in, and Lu Yin did not know why East City and the Genesis Academy had not dealt with him, allowing him to roam freely in the technocracy for so many years. Lu Yin's group's whereabouts could be easily grasped by a single city, and it would be easy for them to exclude the 6th Mainland's group from the investigation. East City had agreed to let Lu Yin's group follow little Leo to the battlefield, but the Valley Master's swordsman had been left alone. Lu Yin guessed that East City would not be able to figure out who had managed to sneak in without being noticed. No one would be able to guess Lu Yin's innate gift with his die. Regardless of what East City thought, Lu Yin could finally embark on his journey to Ver. Ver was the name of the battlefield between East City and the Genesis Academy. No matter how the battlefield changed, this name would never change. No one knew what Ver meant, especially humans. Many people had researched it after learning its name, hoping to find out the reason for the countless years of war between East City and the Genesis Academy, but to no avail. However, Lu Yin had managed to guess that Ver was a gap in thought. The entire technocracy was controlled by the Prime's thoughts. Regions were thoughts, and when thoughts split, that was Ver. This was his understanding. Those who did not know the truth of the technocracy would never be able to guess it. Lu Yin did not know if he had guessed correctly, but even if he did, he could not figure out why a prime's thoughts would split. Was it like a person with dual or even triple personalities? The next day, Lu Yin received a notification telling him to gather at the designated coordinates within 4 hours. The location was East City's Third Fleet. Lu Yin did not know much about East City's fleets, but it seemed like this Third Fleet was the fleet that was about to head to Vare and fight against the Genesis Academy. After entering the technocracy from the Endless Weave, Lu Yin, Jia Shan, and the others finally had to part ways with the Valley Master's swordsman. The Valley Master's swordsman looked at Lu Yin, their eyes filled with fear and confusion about the future. Lu Yin whispered, "Just don't do anything stupid and return to the Sixth Mainland in peace. You won't harm me, right? If you're exposed, I'll be in trouble," the swordsman asked. This was what he was most worried about. Ever since Lu Yin had told them that they could follow little Leo to the battlefield, he had been conflicted about whether or not to betray them. If he did, he would die instantly, but if he did not, he would also be implicated if Lu Yin and the others revealed their identities on the battlefield or did something to harm East City. Either way, he would be in trouble. This was what the Valley Master's swordsman feared the most. No matter how he looked at it, the chances of him safely returning to the Outerverse were extremely low. Jia Shan coldly replied, "Don't worry, we don't want to be exposed either. You just need to know that." The Valley Master's swordsman heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, if they were exposed, they would be in trouble as well. No one wanted to be exposed. "I can trust you," Lu Yin calmly replied. "Didn't I tell you to record this and leave it in the hands of someone you can trust? If you die, you can expose us. We don't want to die together." The Valley Master's swordsman could only trust Lu Yin and the others. In the east of East City, Lu Yin, Jia Shan, Luo Huang, and the 3 emissaries were led by an android. 4 hours later, they saw little Leo. "Aw, Chi, over here." Little Leo was very happy to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled and went over to greet him. Little Leo looked at Lu Yin apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, friend. I can't convince the Vice City Lord to let all of you go to Vare." Lu Yin smiled. "There's no need for all of us to go. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1721. After meeting up with little Leo, they weren't far from the Third Fleet. An hour later, Lu Yin saw First City's Third Fleet. At this moment, it wasn't just him, even the World Mountain's chief, an ancient powerhouse, was stunned. There were at least 1 million spaceships in total, and there were about 100,000 warships. The rest of the transport ships were filled with androids. This was the Third Fleet. It was no wonder why the technocracy could contend with the human domain. Lu Yin had never understood this before. Cultivation was common in the human domain, and any weave in the Outerverse had countless cultivators. Although there weren't many who could explore space, the Outerverse had a sizable number of cultivators. This didn't even include the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, Neoverse, or the 3,000 major realms. The Hall of Honor mobilized all of humanity's cultivators, and their numbers were incomparably large. How could the technocracy even have the upper hand? Now, Lu Yin knew that the technocracy also had a large number of androids. Aside from androids and spaceships, they also had all sorts of mechanical weapons. It wasn't just in space that could be seen, but also in space that was so secretive that it was almost tangible. And this was just the Third Fleet. First City was worthy of being one of the 2 strongest powers in the technocracy, and it could even contend with the human domain. At the center of the Third Fleet was a spherical object that looked like a planet. However, it wasn't actually a planet, but rather a crystallized material that Lu Yin couldn't understand. It was like a crystal that reflected light and was very beautiful. Lu Yin had thought that it was some sort of weapon, but after little Leo's introduction, he realized that it was actually the Third Fleet's commander, Zhong. The technocracy's main consciousness was the ruler, and it could merge with any object that could withstand it. That sphere was actually some sort of object that Zhong's main consciousness had entered. The Third Fleet's Captain Zhong is quite powerful. You can't tell from the outside, but once you're on the battlefield, you'll know. His body is a gravitational celestial body that's been compressed to the extreme, and a casual attack can reach a power level of 1,000,000, little Leo explained softly. He had been assigned to a warship, so Lu Yin and the others were naturally with him. Lu Yin was astonished. A power level of 1,000,000. Little Leo nodded. That's right. The strongest beings in the universe aren't you humans, nor are they us cyborgs, half-cyborgs, or astral beasts. It's the celestial bodies, the despairing celestial bodies. Some celestial bodies can easily shatter everything we know. You should know about astral storms and the horizontal black hole that blocks humans from entering the Starfall Sea. Heavy captains use celestial bodies that are suppressed by materials. They can release attacks from celestial bodies by changing the density of the materials. Their destructive power can reach 1,000,000. They're one of the most powerful captains in our city. They're second only to the City Lord. What about the Vice City Lord? Lu Yin asked curiously. Little Leo shook his head. I don't know. The Vice City Lord has always stayed in the city and never left. He's never been on the battlefield, so I don't know his exact strength. Little Leo didn't know, but Lu Yin did. The emissary-level android that he had fused with had been destroyed by the Vice City Lord's defense. The Vice City Lord's power definitely exceeded 1,000,000. The higher one's status, the more powerful one would be in contact with. Not too long ago, Master Yuan had been the most powerful person Lu Yin had ever met. His knowledge had been constantly refreshed until he had fused with a corpse king and been killed by a progenitor. Then there was his experience on Xing Mountain in the ruins of the frigid immortal sect. Now, the strongest power that Lu Yin had ever experienced was a progenitor. The Third Fleet started moving and headed towards Vizar. It was a spectacular sight, and many of the cyborgs in the city watched. The main consciousnesses were located in the airflow tubes, and they emitted rays of light to communicate with each other. They watched as the Third Fleet departed, just like how humans watched an army depart. Somewhere in the city, Vice City Lord Little Bear stood respectfully. If you can't find anything, then don't investigate, a deep voice said. Vice City Lord Little Bear was unwilling to give up. City Lord, the technocracy has never missed anyone who tried to sneak in. Those people were either discovered, killed, or expelled. We must find out who managed to sneak in this time, or it will be a dereliction of duty on my part. Perhaps it's a human innate gift, the deep voice said. It was filled with dignity and grandeur, but its attitude was very casual. Vice City Lord Little Bear was helpless. City Lord, let me continue investigating. I'll definitely find out. It's definitely related to the Sixth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland. It's no longer there. Don't worry about it. Investigate if you want. Then, what about the Sixth Mainland? Don't worry about it. Without the Sixth Mainland, they're just a bunch of pitiful homeless worms. Yes, City Lord. Vice City Lord Little Bear then respectfully left. Not long after, the voice continued, I was once deceived, and I even made mistakes in my cultivation. Now, I even lost my home. I have to bear the consequences of my own mistakes, and I still have to pay the price. The voice then disappeared. Even Vice City Lord Little Bear couldn't tell where this voice had come from. The owner of the voice was the City Lord of First Base City, Halcyon. The technocracy was comparable to the outerverse of the human domain. If First Base City occupied half of the technocracy's territory, then it would be equivalent to more than 30 weaves. First base city was located near Vizar, so it was very close to Vizar. However, because the entire Third Fleet was moving, it wasn't as fast as moving alone. It would take a few days. There were many cyborgs in the Third Fleet. These cyborgs were the same as Luo Huangs. They were modified from the bodies of humans or other creatures. Most importantly, they didn't have a dominant consciousness, and their consciousness remained in the original body. Logically speaking, the cyborgs should be at the forefront of a war of attrition against the Genesis Court. However, this was not the case. Regardless of whether it was the war against the humans or the Genesis Court, cyborgs rarely appeared. Most of them existed within the technocracy, and they rarely appeared on the battlefield. This was something that Liu Yin found rather strange. Within the Great Eastern Alliance's army, the Heavenly Sin army that he was about to form was made up of former enemies. Wherever there was danger, the Heavenly Sin army would go. He wouldn't let Lu Xuanjuan's army and the Giant's bloodline lead the charge. If there were enough cyborgs, Liu Yin would rather have them fight in all battles instead of humans. The technocracy was filled with oddities. Filled with curiosity, Liu Yin brought Luo Huang and followed little Leo around the Third Fleet. The Third Fleet has no less than 10 research teams. Some of these teams are responsible for maintaining the spacecraft's operations, some repair the cyborgs, and some search for the enemy's weaknesses in battle. The technocracy's wars are different from those of the human domain. There are no regional tactics, and it's a battle of technology and creativity, little Leo explained. As they spoke, they arrived at a spacecraft that housed a research team. This research team was called the Nuclear Team, and their main research direction was the last one that little Leo had mentioned, which was to search for the enemy's weaknesses in battle. They were currently researching the battlefield at the front, as well as the battle footage that the Fourth Fleet had sent back. They were also researching the Genesis Court's new cyborgs and weapons. Liu Yin and the others didn't disturb them. Little Leo wasn't familiar with these teams, so he simply passed by and stepped through the connecting points between the spacecraft to move on to the next one. One by one, Liu Yin visited several teams. Some of them were friendly, greeting them and inviting them to take a look, while others refused to meet them. Aside from these research teams, Liu Yin and the others had also accidentally stumbled upon the armory. They were actually allowed to enter and even touch some of the weapons. Liu Yin saw a material that was similar to that of the heavy captain's body. He picked it up and exerted some force, but the material didn't budge at all. There's a spacecraft where the cyborgs are. Those cyborgs aren't worth looking at, and they're narrow-minded. No one likes them, little Leo said in disgust. Liu Yin nodded, as he wasn't interested in the cyborgs. Over the past 2 days, the Third Fleet had been very casual. If it had been the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces, they wouldn't have been allowed to tour the armory and even touch the weapons. Just as they were about to head back, Liu Yin paused and turned to look in the direction of the cyborg spacecraft. He saw a pair of eyes staring back at him with shock and disbelief. Liu Yin frowned, as someone was staring at them. Did this person recognize them? That was impossible, as they hadn't been exposed in a single city. The next moment, a woman walked out of the cyborg spacecraft. Her face was half cyborg and half human. The human part was very beautiful, but the cyborg part was somewhat sinister, especially her pupils. One of them was a normal person's eyes, while the other was green. The woman stepped across the astral source universe and tore through the void to appear in space outside the spacecraft in front of Liu Yin's group. She then opened the hatch and instantly appeared less than a meter away from them. Liu Yin and the Luo Huang did not move, and little Leo scolded, "What are you trying to do?" The woman looked past Liu Yin and stared at the Luo Huang. "You still dare to come back?" Liu Yin's eyes twitched as he recalled the image that the Luo Huang had shown him. It had been a woman who had attacked him. Could it be her? I didn't want to come back. I was just following orders, the Luo Huang said stiffly. The woman stared at the Luo Huang, not caring about Lu Yin at all. Hand it over, and I'll let bygones be bygones. The Luo Huang stood there quietly and did not move. The woman raised half of her cyborg body and suddenly reached out to grab the Luo Huang. The Luo Huang raised his hand as well, and the beam from his palm made the woman feel threatened. She subconsciously dodged. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1722. The woman snorted and stared at Lu Yin. I don't care who he's working for now, but you have to hand over that thing. The Sixth Mainland doesn't even research such things. Give it to us, and we can give you what you need. We need 10 million androids, Lu Yin said directly. The woman snapped, I'm not joking. Our technocracy has done a lot of research on such things, and one extra copy is only for mutual verification. It's not as valuable as you think it is. Don't use useless things in exchange for our friendship. This trade is beneficial to you, and will speak up for Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong. Lu Yin shook his head. You're just a half-android. Why should you speak up for us? Hey, half-android, can't you see me, little Leo? I'm the genius little Leo. Back off immediately. Little Leo shouted as he blocked Lu Yin's path. The woman turned around and left decisively. Venus is a cruel place. I don't know what you're going to do, but I hope you can come back alive. Little Leo was furious. That's too much. How dare she ignore the genius little Leo? She must be punished severely. These half-androids are becoming more and more unruly. Lu Yin patted little Leo's shoulder. Forget it, she doesn't matter. Don't let her affect our mood. Little Leo said, I'm sorry, 7. Not only did I fail to fulfill my promise to you, but I also made you suffer and threatened by a half-android. Don't worry, I won't let this matter rest. Lu Yin smiled. Little Leo, I hope that you remember that our friendship is pure and untainted by benefits. Just let it go. If you speak up for me, others will think that you're being used by me, and that won't be good for my situation either. For my sake and for our friendship, don't worry about it. Be happy. Only when you're happy will you be inspired to research. That person is just a passerby in my life. You'll forget about her in the blink of an eye. Little Leo looked deeply at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with emotion. 7. You're too open-minded. There's a term for that among humans. 7. You're too open-minded. Only someone like you would have the courage to come to Venus and stop the war. I'm sorry, I never thought that you had the ability to stop the war, but I take that thought back. 7. You can definitely do it. Humans have a fearless spirit. 7. You're one of them. Lu Yin patted Leo's shoulder. I just don't want our friendship to be tainted by personal interests. Of course, if something happens to me and I can't deal with it myself, I'll definitely ask you for help. Of course, don't stand on ceremony, little Leo said excitedly. The Luo Emperor quietly watched the conversation between Lu Yin and little Leo, but he couldn't take it anymore. He looked into the distance and saw the half-android woman staring at him from a distant spacecraft. Her eyes were icy cold. After separating from little Leo, Lu Yin's expression darkened. Who was that woman? The Luo Emperor replied, he's one of the managers of Ibn City's lower district. The lower district is below Ibn City, and it's made up of half-modified people. I was there as well. Was she the one you saw in the video? Luo Huang nodded. She's not the most powerful half-modified human, but she's the most scheming. She's the only half-modified human who can meet the city lord. Lu Yin was astonished. You were able to escape from her. Back then, she wasn't as strong as she is now. She was about the same as me. Then how do you know that she can meet the city lord? The Luo emperor lowered his voice. The entire lower district knows that she's the saintess in the hearts of the half-modified humans. She's the one who allowed them to live in Ibn City, and the lower district was specially built for them. It's all thanks to her. The saintess was a title that caused one's imagination to run wild. Anyone who could be called a saintess was a spiritual pillar, and that woman was the spiritual pillar of the half-modified humans. Why does she want the technology to create emissary-level androids? Lu Yin asked. The Luo emperor replied, she wants to work with a research team, but I don't know the specifics. There's more than one research team in Ibn City that has the technology to create emissary-level androids, but they can't produce them due to a lack of materials. Humans need to go through an origin tribulation to become an emissary, but androids need materials to reach the emissary level. Materials. That's the origin tribulation for androids. There aren't many emissary-level androids in the technocracy, so materials are too rare. Ever since he'd arrived in the technocracy, Lu Yin had heard the word materials the most, and he was increasingly convinced of his own conjecture. The Luo emperor had been targeted, and he wasn't too far away from Vyr, so Lu Yin wasn't in the mood to wander around. Not long after, a bright flame appeared in the distance, followed by a huge explosion. Space itself was distorted, and the violent energy caused the spacecraft to shake. An alarm sounded, Vyr, we've arrived. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be impossible to imagine what it was like to have billions of mechanically modified lifeforms fighting in outer space. Spacecraft collided with each other, machines clashed with machines, and strange attacks that appeared out of nowhere. The Third Fleet didn't even have time to reorganize themselves before they were met with a fierce battle. Countless mechanical claws appeared and viciously grabbed at the spacecraft. Within the Third Fleet, countless spacecraft shot out beams of light that illuminated the universe and the distant sky. Giant shadows whistled through the air, and they were mechanical giants that charged towards the Third Fleet. They raised their hands, and giant swords extended from their mechanical arms. They slashed down viciously, and the swords tore through the void. They displayed power that surpassed an enlighteners, and a row of spacecraft was destroyed. The destroyed spacecraft didn't completely shatter, but rather reassembled into a giant cannon that aimed at the mechanical giants. There was a boom, and the mechanical giants blocked the attack with their swords, but their bodies were sent flying as their swords cracked. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Lu Yin had seen all of this in an instant. The battle on Venus was far more intense than he had imagined. He suddenly had a feeling that the city had been holding back in its battle with the human star field. The battle with the Heaven-Founding Academy was a battle of life and death. The human star field was not the city's enemy. The city's real enemy was the Heaven-Founding Academy. The mechanical giants were the Genesis Academy's androids, and each of them was tens of thousands of meters tall. They were incomparably huge, and countless distorted mechanical lifeforms that resembled eight-clawed fish appeared within the Third Fleet, leaping towards the mechanical giants. Even further away, countless spacecraft appeared. The Third Fleet spacecraft turned around and launched attacks that distorted the void. The distant spacecraft also launched their own attacks. Boom! 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 Outer space boiled over. There were no planets here, and even if there were, they would have been destroyed long ago. Little Leo, Lu Yin, and the others were in the middle of the Third Fleet, and they weren't too far away from the captain. Although they could clearly see the battlefield and experience the intense brutality, they were still some distance away from the actual battle. Little Leo was nervous, and his face was pale. He had personally witnessed the destruction of battleships, and there were hundreds and thousands of androids within them. Although they were far from the strength of the androids he had created, they were still androids. They had been annihilated without being able to resist at all, and their fragments filled the sky. If the spacecraft he was in had been attacked, it probably wouldn't have been able to last much longer. Lu Yin, Jia Shan, and the others looked into the distance. There were flashes of light, indicating that some spacecraft or mechanical lifeforms had been destroyed. All they could see was war, a feast of machines. This is the battle between the city and the Genesis Academy, Jia Shan sighed. Even the human domain's battle with the city isn't this intense. There's no strategy to speak of here, it's just a fight to the death and a battle of attrition. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. If he pulled the Lu Xianjun army into this battlefield, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. Although the Lu Xianjun army was strong on average and their ability to protect themselves far surpassed any other army that Lu Yin had ever seen, they were too few in number and lacked absolute powerhouses. From time to time, attacks that surpassed an enlighten's or even an emissary's level would appear from all directions. Lu Yin had seen more than one ancestor-level android in the Third Fleet, and when he had accompanied little Leo on a tour of the Third Fleet, he had seen many strange androids, such as walking cuboids and hot air with eyes. No one knew how strong these strange things were, but the Lu Xianjun army would definitely be at a disadvantage against them. This was just one wave of battle, and it took less than half a day to resolve. Lu Yin looked at the countless materials floating through space and asked little Leo, "Are these materials still useful?" Little Leo replied, "Some can be recycled, but some can't. Just give them to the scavengers." "I've always been curious. Which side does the scavengers belong to?" Lu Yin asked. Little Leo thought for a moment. Both First City and the Genesis Court have them. The scavengers were jointly created to clean up the technocracy's trash. Otherwise, the fleet wouldn't have been able to move around Voyage for so many years. Where are the materials that the scavengers collected? Lu Yin asked. Little Leo shook his head, "I don't know." After a while, little Leo said to Lu Yin, "Ah Chi, we'll reach the main battlefield soon. The Fourth Fleet is retreating and returning to First City to replenish their resources. It's the Third Fleet's turn to take over, and the real battle is about to begin. Do you have any way to stop it?" Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. "I need to find the Genesis Court's commander in Voyage and have a chat with him." Little Leo nodded. "Good luck, my friend. The war won't last forever, and there will be periods of rest. When that time comes, you can go as an envoy. I hope you succeed." Lu Yin smiled. "Little Leo, if I succeed, can you come to my hometown to take a look? I, Ah Chi, sincerely invite you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1723. In the distance, the Genesis Academy and the Third Fleet were fighting. One of the spacecraft suddenly exploded, and the powerful force sent the metal flying in all directions. One of the doors flew past like a slash, creating the effect that had just occurred. This situation was too normal. This was a mechanical grindstone. Both sides were constantly expending their energy. Lu Yin stood in outer space and tilted his head. A piece of metal streaked past him, burning its surface to ash. The speed was too fast, and even the metal could not withstand it. Behind him, a mechanical claw viciously swiped at him. Lu Yin casually smashed it with his palm, grabbing the claw's fragments and throwing them forward. The immense strength combined with the overlaying stacks allowed the metal fragments to destroy a spacecraft in one direction. Compared to the entire battlefield, he was only in a corner, and no one paid attention to him. What was truly worth paying attention to was the battle between the two behemoths in the distance. It wasn't just Lu Yin, even the chief of World Mountain was shocked. From afar, the captain of the heavy battleship displayed his strength. He was clearly a sphere, yet he could emit a terrifying gravitational force that attracted everything in the surroundings, including light and sound. No one dared to get close to the captain, other than an incomparably gigantic mechanical giant. This mechanical giant was far larger than Kuan Luster, and its size was larger than a planet. It was about the same size as the heavy captain, and it smashed a fist in front of the captain. The force of the fist was offset by the terrifying gravitational force, and it was repelled in all directions as it swept across the battlefield. In both directions, regardless of whether it was Eben City or the Genesis Academy, all the spacecraft and mechanical creatures were destroyed. Even Lu Yin could feel the shock waves that accompanied the collision. This was a collision between beings with power levels in the millions. Unlike the battles between humans with power levels in the millions, machines had their own way of fighting, and that was pure destructive power. Without entering the astral source universe, there were no battle techniques or innate gifts. What they competed with was their own destructive power and sturdiness. It was unimaginable that technology could create monsters with power levels in the millions. This was impossible in the human domain, and at most, they could create androids that could barely reach the level of envoys. Billions of androids were fighting, and the result was a sea of materials. Lu Yin looked at the floating materials around him, but his mind was filled with the data from Huan Sha's analysis. Some of these materials were bound to disappear. In the distance, the reflective materials on the surface of the heavy captain's body began to fall off. Every piece of material that fell off would create a terrifying gravitational force that swept in a certain direction. Before Lu Yin could react, the chief of World Mountain grabbed the material and disappeared. The gravitational force distorted space, turning everything into dust. Lu Yin appeared even further away and heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost been caught in the crossfire. Someone with a combat level of 1,000,000 is attacking. This area isn't that big. Be careful, said the chief of the Jie Mountain. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that incomparably huge mechanical giant that was facing off against the captain. He had no idea how the Genesis Academy had managed to create something like this. Do you still want to go to the Heaven Creation Academy now? Jie Shan's chief asked. Lu Yin replied, I'll give it a try. At the very least, I need to know the location of the Genesis Court. Jie Shan's chief shook his head. It's too dangerous. If all of these androids were used against the human domain, I wonder what would happen? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The first seat of Jie Shan's gaze turned cold, and there was extreme fear in the depths of his eyes. It's not just the androids. There's also an endless number of corpse kings. If those Eternals join forces with the astral beast domain, then the human domain won't even last a single round, Lu Yin said. Jie Shan's chief lowered his voice. It's impossible for the astral beast domain to do so. They also know about the Eternals. We all believe that the Eternals are our natural enemies, but they are also the natural enemies of the human race. To the astral beast domain, is there any difference between us humans and the Eternals? Jie Shan's chief did not answer. There might be a difference. We humans are easier to deal with than the Eternals, Lu Yin said. Jie Shan sighed. As you can see, we've already arrived at the battlefield between Eben City and the Genesis Academy. However, it's impossible to investigate the Genesis Academy without being exposed. I still want to try, Lu Yin said. He had no intention of going to the Genesis Academy at all. He was just waiting for an opportunity to complete his plan. Jie Shan's chief did not know what Lu Yin was thinking. From his point of view, if they could not secretly investigate, then it would be meaningless. The Neo-Human Alliance had been hidden in the human domain for many years without being discovered, so it would be even more difficult for them to be discovered in the technocracy. For more than a day, Lu Yin watched from afar as the captain fought against the gigantic mechanical giant. The more he watched, the stranger the entire battlefield became. When humans fought, envoy-level powerhouses would enter the astral source universe to prevent the shockwaves from spreading to other cultivators. Regardless of whether they were on their own side or the enemy's side, the shockwaves would cause great damage. But here, both sides had no concept of damage from the shockwaves. No matter how the captain and the mechanical giant fought, there would always be an endless stream of androids around them, and they would be instantly destroyed by the shockwaves. This did not make sense. At the very least, a powerhouse like the captain should have avoided the battle. A few days later, the battlefield was temporarily repaired. The Third Fleet had suffered great losses, and the countless broken spacecraft and materials floating in space were enough to fill an ocean. Lu Yin received instructions from his gadget and met up with little Leo. Little Leo's expression was ugly, and he hung his head dejectedly. Of the 100 androids he had created, only a dozen or so were left. Lu Yin consoled him, "As long as you're fine." Little Leo was depressed. 7. Only after experiencing the battlefield will you understand that many of my thoughts were too naive. I actually designed some things for the war and gave them to the Vice City Lord, but I never got a response. I even went to the Vice City Lord about it, and he said that he would find an opportunity to send me to the battlefield. I understand what he meant. Lu Yin patted him on the shoulder. There are only a dozen or so androids left. The Third Fleet sent someone to ask if we want to continue fighting. What about you, 7? Lu Yin replied, "Help me contact the captain of the Third Fleet. I want to become a special envoy for the Third Fleet and head to the enemy camp." Little Leo was shocked. "You still want to go?" Lu Yin nodded. Little Leo was full of admiration. "You're really brave, 7. All right, I'll contact the captain." The Third Fleet was fighting against the Genesis Court's Astral Legion. The Genesis Court was different from the First Fleet in that they gave their troops human-like designations. The First Fleet, Second Fleet, Third Fleet, and so on. The captain of the First Fleet agreed to Lu Yin's request and contacted the Astral Legion. They also agreed to let Lu Yin and the others go as special envoys. In the history of the Dimensional War, there were very few special envoys from either side, and the Astral Legion was very curious as to why the Sixth Mainland was looking for them. The Astral Legion is good at creating mechanical giants. They believe that big makes them invincible. Many of the things you saw in the Astral Legion are very big, so just praise them in that regard, little Leo said as he escorted Lu Yin and the others to the edge of Dimensional War. Lu Yin nodded. "All right, we'll be back soon." Dimensional War was divided between the First Fleet and the Genesis Court. Past Dimensional War was the territory of the Genesis Court. Here, Lu Yin saw the Astral Legion. He didn't pay much attention to his enemies on the battlefield, as his attention was focused on the battle between the captain and the gigantic mechanical giant. At this moment, however, Lu Yin was looking at the Astral Legion's warships and couldn't help but sigh. The Astral Legion's warships were much larger than the Third Fleet of the First Fleet, and such an army required a huge amount of resources. If the Genesis Court didn't have any support behind them, Lu Yin found it hard to believe that they would be able to maintain their operations. Half of the technocracy's resources were not enough to support the Astral Legion, and the same was true for the First Fleet. Many pairs of eyes looked at Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin, the chief of the Boundary Mountain, the Luo Huang, the 3 envoys from the Hall of Honor, and the cultivators who had followed the Valley Master's sword attendants to the technocracy were all going. There was a loud explosion that startled one of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators, and his face went pale. Many of the Astral Legion's androids and half-androids laughed loudly. Above them, a giant head descended, revealing sharp teeth. The Luo Huang looked up, his eyes flickering with red light. This giant head belonged to an incomparably large astral beast, and half of its body had been modified into a machine. It was one of the half-androids. "Human, I've seen you on the battlefield. You've dismantled many of our ships," the astral beast spoke in a dull but resonant voice that attracted many gazes. Lu Yin looked up and met the astral beast's gaze. "You're lucky that I didn't dismantle you." "What did you say?" The astral beast roared and pressed down with a claw. Lu Yin raised a brow. Just as the claw was about to land on Lu Yin's group, the astral beast stopped. Its enormous body was grabbed by 2 fingers and then flung away. That's right, it was flung away like it was a bug. A mechanical giant appeared and looked down at Lu Yin's group from high above. It was 20,000 meters tall, and although it wasn't as tall as Kun Luster, it was much larger than the astral beast, and its strength surpassed the envoys. "The commander will not meet with you. If you have anything to say it to me." The mechanical giant lowered its head and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. The main reason for the war between Eben City and the Genesis Court should be materials, right? The mechanical giant didn't speak and simply looked on. Lu Yin continued, "On behalf of the 6th mainland, I hope that Eben City will stop fighting with the Genesis Court. In exchange, the 6th mainland is willing to pay the price of materials." "Human, do you really understand the technocracy?" the mechanical giant asked. Lu Yin wasn't angered by the interruption. "The Viking War happened too long ago, so long ago that we don't even know the reason for it." "Materials? No, Earth? No, this is an ancient war that will only stop when one side completely disappears. You want to use materials to stop the war? Dream on!" the mechanical giant shouted. "Stop dreaming." Shouts came from all around. "Stop dreaming, human. Get lost. My Genesis Court has nothing to do with the 6th mainland or the human domain, nor do we have any enmity. Do not interfere in the technocracy's civil war, or you will become the Genesis Court's enemy." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1724. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. Is there no way to stop the war for a while? Even if it's 100 or 10 years? You can't do it. You don't have the right to talk about it. The mechanical giant punched the void. "Go back. If we meet you on the battlefield, we won't hold back, no matter where you come from." "Where's the Genesis Court?" Lu Yin shouted. The mechanical giant replied, "It's not far behind. If you have the ability, break through the battlefield and find the Genesis Court, just like that baldy from the human domain called Hui Kong. Otherwise, there's no need to say anything else. Go back." It then leapt up and disappeared. Lu Yin and the others were naturally sent out by the bewildering Voyager army. On the way back to the other side of Dimensional Veil, Lu Yin turned back. Everything that had been planned was over, and he needed to start his own plan. "Do we still need to go to the Genesis Court?" "I'm not confident that I can sneak in," Jie Shan said. Lu Yin asked, "Senior, did you sense the Corpse King in the bewildering Voyager army?" "You sensed it?" Jie Shan was shocked. Lu Yin shook his head. Jie Shan relaxed. "Since you didn't, then what are you talking about?" Lu Yin said, "This junior isn't willing to leave just like that. What else do you want? It would be best if you could go to the Genesis Court as a special envoy, but unfortunately, you can't." Lu Yin's gaze hardened. "Then we'll stick to our original plan and charge through the battlefield." World Mountain's chief hesitated for a moment, and Lu Yin looked up to meet his gaze. Senior, from the very beginning, we planned to follow Emperor Luo's route into the technocracy and then approach the Genesis Court to investigate. Now that we're not that far from the Genesis Court, we have to give it a try, even if it's dangerous. Jie Shan nodded helplessly. In the endless weaves, Lu Yin had tried to convince him on the way to a city, and this was the fourth time. He had no reason to refuse. Little Leo had expected Lu Yin to return in failure, and he could only console him. It's good that you're back. 7. The war in Dimensional Veil has been going on for too long, and no one can resolve it. You've done your best, and the Sixth Mainland will see your efforts. Lu Yin was bitter. Thank you, little Leo. Although I failed, I won't give up. What else do you want to do? Little Leo didn't understand. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I want to go to the Genesis Court. Little Leo was surprised. You want to go to the Sky Founding Courtyard? Aw, Chi, don't mess around. The Heaven Creation Institute isn't one of our cities, and they won't be friendly to you. It'll be very difficult to leave once you go there, and it'll be very difficult for you to get close to the Heaven Creation Institute. Lu Yin stubbornly replied, I have to try, for the sake of my people and the Sixth Mainland. Little Leo stared blankly at Lu Yin for a long time. Leo, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yin was puzzled. Why? Little Leo replied, You're clansman. As he spoke, he opened his gadget, and an image appeared. On the image was a person lying flat on a mechanical bed. Half of his body had been modified into a machine, and his eyes were closed. There were all sorts of lights attached to the body. Little Leo said apologetically, I'm sorry, 7. This is your clansman, but I used him as an experiment. Your words just now made me realize my mistake. Your clansman is very important to you, right? I'll return him to you. Lu Yin stared blankly at the person on the screen. Was this Patriarch Autumn Frost? How could this be? Wasn't Patriarch Autumn Frost in the Outerverse? Little Leo, what happened to him? Lu Yin hurriedly asked. Little Leo thought that Lu Yin was angry and felt even more apologetic. I'm sorry, 7. I used him as an experiment. I felt that this corpse was very powerful when he was alive, so I wanted to use him as an experiment. I didn't think that you would care so much about your clansman. I'll return him to you. Are you saying that he's dead? Lu Yin frowned. Little Leo nodded. He was already dead when I picked him up. Impossible. Lu Yin stared at Patriarch Autumn Frost on the screen. This person was Patriarch Autumn Frost. If he remembered correctly, when the Sixth Mainland had joined forces with the technocracy to invade Endless Weave, Patriarch Autumn Frost had joined forces with Patriarch Ma Jiang to fight against Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi had heavily injured both of them and killed Patriarch Ma Jiang while Patriarch Autumn Frost had escaped. To this day, Patriarch Autumn Frost was still alive, and he dominated the Bloodburn realm. The D family's patriarch, one of the Daosor sect's 10 great elders, had died at the hands of the Eternals. Patriarch Ma Jiang had died at Yuan Shi's hands, and only Patriarch Autumn Frost was a world imprinter. Because of this, some of Ma Jiang's bloodline had sided with the Autumn Frost family. But why had Patriarch Autumn Frost died here? Little Leo, when did you pick him up? Lu Yin asked. Little Leo thought about it. 9 years ago. That's right, 9 years and 1 month ago. How do you remember it so clearly? 7. When we do research, we need to record dates. From the time I picked him up to the time I started experimenting, every step has a date, Little Leo explained. 9 years ago was during the war in Endless Weave, and it was around the time that Patriarch Autumnfrost and Patriarch Mojiang had been heavily injured by Yuan Shi. Had Patriarch Autumnfrost died at that time? Then who was the current Patriarch Autumnfrost? Lu Yin looked at the outerverse of the human domain. One of these people had to be a fake. He did not think that little Leo would lie to him for no reason, and little Leo probably did not even know who Patriarch Autumnfrost was. In that case, there was only one possibility: the current Patriarch Autumnfrost who was overseeing the Autumnfrost family was a fake. 7. Take this person away. I'm really sorry, little Leo said apologetically. Lu Yin smiled. It's fine, little Leo. There are wars between humans, and not everyone from the same race is a friend. I'm not familiar with this person, so let's talk about it after we return to the city. Alright, little Leo agreed. Lu Yin had gone to the Genesis court to negotiate and seek a truce, but he had unsurprisingly failed. However, this had not caused much of a stir in the Third Fleet, as no one had believed that he would succeed. From start to finish, Lu Yin had not even seen the heavy captain. He had only spoken to him when he had requested to go to the Lost Sailor Army, but the captain had not cared about him at all. The only person who had attracted Lu Yin's attention was the half-android woman. She was the saintess of the half-androids, and her name was Xanu. I really underestimated your courage. You actually dared to go to the Lost Sailor Army, Xanu said coldly as she found Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin looked at her. What are you doing here? Xanu looked at the Luo Huang. Your strength is due to that blueprint. As long as you hand it over, I can ask the Half-Moon City Lord to send more androids. In the outerverse of the quasi-star system. Is it that difficult for a city to create an envoy-level androids? Lu Yin asked curiously. Xanu looked at Lu Yin. You don't understand at all. Every breakthrough in technology is accompanied by countless experiments, and the information left behind by predecessors is extremely precious. It might even bring about inspiration, which is something that cannot be valued. She then looked at the Luo Huang. His manufacturing technology might be useless, but it might bring about a transformation. It's just like how you humans unlock source boxes. You might be able to reach the heavens in a single step, but it might also be worthless. You humans. You're not human. Lu Yin mocked. Xanu coldly replied, it doesn't matter if I'm human or not. Just hand over the blueprint, and I can help you complete what you want to do. Just don't go overboard. Lu Yin and Jia Shan's eyes met. If the Luo Huang's manufacturing technology could really bring about some help or inspiration to the city, then it was even more important that they did not hand it over. Leave, Lu Yin shooed her away. Xanu frowned and stared at Lu Yin. This war will last for a long time, and I know that you'll return to the city in a few days. You'd better think this through. Since you're already here, if you can't complete the mission, how will you explain it when you return? I can help you, and I have the ability to. She then left. If Lu Yin and the others truly represented the Sixth Mainland, then they would naturally be willing to exchange a blueprint for Xanu's help. It would also be good for them to take away more androids, but they were not. In fact, they were even the Sixth Mainland's enemies. They could not wait for Xanu to view the Sixth Mainland as an enemy and secretly cause trouble. Not long after, the war continued. Countless explosions, attacks, spatial tears, and even black holes appeared in outer space. In this sort of battlefield, life was nothing more than grass. Lu Yin was targeted by the semi-mechanized astral beast that had the strength of an enlighter. Lu Yin could not reveal his full strength, so he had to contend with it. This went on for half a day. The astral beast grew impatient, and the more it fought, the more agitated it became. In the end, it was crushed to death by the Third Fleet's walking cube. No need to thank me, Human, the walking cube greeted Lu Yin before smashing into the lost Voyager spacecraft. The Third Fleet had too many strange modified lifeforms, and the lost Voyager's forces also had some. However, most of them were gigantic androids. In the distance, a shockwave swept through the void and tossed many spacecraft over. Lu Yin raised a hand and used a series of empty palm strikes to tear apart a spacecraft, but he was met with a terrifying gale that forced him back a great distance. This was the strength of an emissary. The heavy captain and the mechanical giant were still fighting, seemingly unwearied. Occasionally, shockwaves would sweep out in all directions, but Lu Yin was much more vigilant this time. Every time a shockwave swept out, he would avoid it, and he did not need the help of the Boundary Mountain's chief. After a round of attacks, the gigantic mechanical giant accidentally smashed one of the Palace of Honor's envoy-level androids to pieces with a single punch. It then roared, "Despicable. Your city is becoming more and more despicable. You actually hit envoy-level androids. What nonsense are you spouting?" The heavy captain barked. The mechanical giant growled, "You know what I'm talking about." An emissary had been destroyed just like that, and Lu Yin's heart ached. The Hall of Honor had long since grasped the technology to create emissary-level androids, but because of the limited materials, they could only create a few. Now that they had lost one, it would not even cause a ripple. The Boundary Mountain's chief was also heartbroken, and his gaze towards the mechanical giant grew increasingly unfriendly. If not for the fact that this was the technocracy, he would have torn the mechanical giant apart. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1725. When do we leave? Jie Shan's chief asked in an unpleasant tone. Lu Yin replied, "Let's wait a little longer. We're still attracting attention." Jie Shan was unhappy, and he ordered the other two envoys to retreat. Right now, they needed to hide and cross the battlefield to head to the Genesis Court. If they were discovered, they could say that they were representing the Sixth Mainland, but it would be better if they weren't discovered. Lu Yin was also secretly estimating the time, and it was about time. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved. He quickly approached the battlefield between the heavy captain and the mechanical giant, and a leaf appeared in his hand. He used the secret art, and the leaf disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already attached to the mechanical giant's body. That leaf was the origin item that he had obtained with the die. He wanted to use the origin item to push the Heaven Founding Academy to the forefront of the storm. This was his plan. He had taken the risk to come to the technocracy in order to expose the Genesis Court to everyone. Even if the cosmic tree sent someone, Lu Yin would know immediately, and the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands would also know. Since he couldn't stop the cosmic tree on his own, then he would drag everyone down with him. The origin item was too valuable, and even the cosmic tree had to fight over it, let alone the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands. He believed that once news of the Genesis Court's origin item spread, the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands would be in an uproar, especially the Sixth Mainland. Perhaps even progenitors would be attracted. The origin item was essential to becoming a progenitor, and its value was immeasurable. It was just a pity that it was his own. As the leaf attached itself to the mechanical giant's body, an obscure and indescribable aura spread out. When Lu Yin had obtained it with his die, that aura had already spread out, and he had only been able to stop it by storing it in his cosmic ring. This was the aura of the origin item, and he believed that it would be sensed quickly. Even if it couldn't spread out of the technocracy, it would still be sensed by Jie Shan's chief. He wasn't worried that news of the origin item's appearance wouldn't spread, as there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Although the technocracy was mysterious, Lu Yin believed that the Fifth and Sixth Mainlands would find a way to learn more about it. Otherwise, all these years of war would have been in vain. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Lu Yin found Jia Shan's chief and excitedly said, "Senior, I saw the origin item." Jia Shan's chief was stunned at first, and his eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" Lu Yin was excited. "I saw it. It's on the mechanical giant's body." Bullsh *T, why would the origin item be on the mechanical giant? Even though he didn't quite believe it, the chief of the Boundary Mountain still hurriedly looked over. If he could obtain the origin item, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. An origin item was equivalent to a progenitor realm that had the potential to appear in the future. It was too important for the fifth mainland. At the same time, the leaves on the surface of the gigantic mechanical giant's body radiated an aura that grew faster and faster. Very soon, it swept past the battlefield. Ordinary cultivators couldn't sense it at all. Only those at the level of envoys would be able to sense it. For example, Xanu, she could feel the exuberant vitality, as if she was reborn. Jia Shan's first seat also sensed it. He stared fixedly at the enormous mechanical giant, seeing a leaf attached to the surface of its body. Why would the origin item be there? Lu Yin exhaled, as he had succeeded. His aura was spreading, and the fifth and sixth mainlands would definitely receive the news. What happened next would have nothing to do with him. His heart ached for his origin item. In fact, at first, he had planned to expose himself and take it away, but the others were not stupid. Sure enough, there was no real origin item, so how could the Heaven Creation Academy become the focus of attention? Lu Yin had no choice but to give up the origin item and let it become a supreme treasure that everyone would fight over. Only then would he be able to make everything logical and not be set up by someone else. He had never thought that he was much smarter than others. If he wanted to scheme against everyone, he would eventually fall into the scheme himself. In any case, he had obtained the origin item for free, so he could just pretend that he had never obtained it. The appearance of the origin item did not affect the androids at all. They did not understand the origin item at all, nor could they sense it. The gigantic mechanical giant was even fighting with the captain, not even noticing that it had an extra leaf on its body. Only Jia Shan's first seat and the half-androids cared. Jia Shan's first seat was eager to try and snatch it away. Suddenly, the leaf disappeared from his line of sight. It wasn't just Jia Shan's first seat. Xanu and the half-androids from the Lost Voyager army were all stunned. The leaf was gone. Lu Yin was also stunned. Where was the leaf? Why was it gone? It couldn't have been turned to ashes by the captain's attack, right? The next moment, a figure walked out of the void, holding a woman in one hand and the leaf in the other. He smiled proudly. "I didn't expect to get such a good thing as soon as I arrived in this abandoned land. What kind of person would wear an origin item on their body? How extravagant. It's a good thing this old man saw it, ha ha ha." Lu Yin stared blankly at the old man who had walked out of the void. Kue Luo. He had never imagined that Kue Luo would appear at such an important juncture in his plan and even take away the origin item. And the person he was holding was Wang Yun. Lu Yin instantly understood that Kue Luo had kidnapped Wang Yun and used him to come to the technocracy. Kue Luo's appearance attracted the attention of many, and Jia Shan's first seat immediately acted, vainly trying to snatch the origin item back. At that moment, Kue Luo's spiritual force swept through the heavens, causing Jia Shan's first seat to freeze and go pale. Kue Luo was just as shocked and turned to stare at Lu Yin. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual force and discovered Lu Yin, Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin met Kue Luo's gaze and said, "Put the leaf back." Kue Luo was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lu Yin grew anxious. "Put the leaf back, it's mine." Kue Luo was about to speak when he suddenly turned to look in another direction. his expression changing, so fast. Not good, they're coming. He looked at Lu Yin. Don't expose yourself, Old Whitehead and Wang Si are coming. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Old Whitehead and Wang Si were both ancestors. The heavens shook as an incomparably terrifying power came from afar, causing the entire dimensional battlefield to freeze. The Wanderer Army's commander, the giant mechanical giant, looked back. This power. Kue Luo, stay. Wang Si's voice transformed into a howl that swept through the heavens, causing many of the androids to explode. Lu Yin's face went pale as he clenched his fists. Jie Shan's first seat's expression turned solemn. The shaking of the heavens was unbearable. This was an inner world, and this was the power of a half-ancestor. Another half-ancestor had arrived. Kue Luo laughed maniacally. Old woman, chase after me if you dare. He then left. Kue Luo, you're courting death. Old Whitehead shouted, a half-ancestor from the Bai family of the Frigid Immortal sect. Kue Luo provoked, you want to deal with me with just the two of you. Stop dreaming, even if you're having an affair, it's useless. The next moment, Wang Si and Old Whitehead both descended. They stared into the distance, but did not give chase. Their main goal here was to kill Lu Yin, not to deal with Kue Luo. It was a coincidence that they had run into Kue Luo, but they could not keep him here. Lu Yin panicked. That damned old man Kue Luo had actually lured these two here, but he had not lured them away. This was going to be troublesome. Once the power of a half-ancestor swept through the heavens, he would definitely be discovered. Lu Yin panicked, but the captain did not. Instead, he stripped off all the materials on his body and released his strongest gravitational force, isolating the void as he tried to suppress Wang Si and Old Whitehead. The androids did not understand the power of a half-ancestor, and the giant mechanical giant was the same. Wang Si and Old Whitehead's sudden appearance on the battlefield made them enemies. However, the two had walked out from the Genesis Court's direction, and the giant mechanical giant did not attack. He knew who the court was cooperating with. The captain did not have any misgivings. The gravitational force formed a storm on the battlefield, trying to pull Wang Si and Old Whitehead over. Old Whitehead frowned. Noisy. He waved his hand, and an invisible force pressed down on the captain, causing his body to disintegrate. This scene caused the entire battlefield to fall silent. That was the captain of a heavy ship, a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. How could he be disintegrated just like that? The giant mechanical giant looked at the two in shock, but they ignored him. Let's go to the abandoned lands and deal with Lu Shaoxian. Kue Luo is also looking for him. We can't let him hide Lu Shaoxian first, Old Whitehead said. Wang Si frowned. There are half-ancestors in the abandoned lands as well. When Wang Shang was defeated, it means that Lu Shaoxian has quite a bit of influence here. Don't forget that kid stirred up trouble in the astral tree domain. Don't underestimate him. He's just a kid. Even if Lu Shaoxian hadn't lost his memories, he still wouldn't be a match for us. I'm talking about the half-ancestors in the abandoned lands. Lu Yin, World Mountain's chief, and the rest remained silent. They hid in the damaged spacecraft, not even daring to look at Wang Si and Old Whitehead. This was especially true for Lu Yin, as these two had come to kill him. If he was discovered, he would be doomed. At this point, Kue Luo returned. He had wanted to lure Wang Si and Old Whitehead away, but he found that they were ignoring him. Old woman, you don't want your granddaughter anymore. Kue Luo shouted, picking up Wang Yun as he spoke. Wang Si stared at him coldly. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't save Lu Shaoxian. Isn't it better to live peacefully? Kue Luo sneered. Peacefully? With traitors like you? Wang Si's gaze was icy. What relationship do you have with the Lu family? Back then, you didn't hesitate to enter Dragon Mountain to save Lu Shaoxian, and now you've chased him all the way to the abandoned lands. They didn't hide their words. From their point of view, these androids weren't even humans. They were just machines. I like him, but I don't like you. Is that okay? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Old Whitehead's eyes narrowed. Cut the crap. I'll deal with you first. He then pointed out with immortal guides the way. Wang Si acted at the same time. Kuei Luo vaguely glanced at Lu Yin and retreated without hesitation. As long as these two were lured away, Lu Shaoxian couldn't be discovered. Lu Yin was thinking the same thing. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin, Kuei Luo, or Wang Si, they all had their own plans. However, they had neglected one thing: this was the technocracy, and they were constantly under surveillance. Even Elder Chan and the others were extremely wary of this place. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1726. Elder Chan had once said that there was a power in the depths of the technocracy that they did not want to provoke, and that power would not appear easily. Huikong had been causing trouble in the technocracy for so many years without appearing, but that did not mean that it would not appear. With Old White Ghost and Wang Si's eruption of power, a terrifying power hidden deep within the technocracy was revealed. The sky was collapsing. The skies of the technocracy changed greatly, and a net appeared above the entire technocracy. It looked like a net, but Lu Yin had once merged with an emissary, so he knew that this was not a net. It was a consciousness, a materialized consciousness, the consciousness of the mainframe. The entire technocracy was under the control of the mainframe's thoughts. The mainframe's thoughts had created a city, the Heaven Creation Academy, and a physical mental network that spread throughout the entire technocracy had appeared. This was the terrifying power of the technocracy that even Old Zen and the others didn't dare to explore. Although it was not a progenitor, it was not far from it. A progenitor could change the heavens and the earth, and the consciousness that had descended and replaced the technocracy's consciousness had changed the heavens and the earth. Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Kuei Luo all looked up in disbelief. How is this possible? Is this an inner world? No, this is the power of a progenitor. How can there be such power here? Wang Si was shocked. Her Wang family had cooperated with the Genesis Court for many years, but she had never known that the technocracy had such a power. A net materialized from his thoughts passed through the entire dimensional battlefield and swept through the battlefield, imprisoning all the non-androids. Lu Yin was no exception. Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Kuei Luo were no exception. They were imprisoned within the net and disappeared from the dimensional battlefield. With the disappearance of the consciousness net, only the androids remained. The Third Fleet and the Lost Legion remained unchanged. Little Leo blinked. Where was Seven? Where were the people from the Sixth Mainland? They were all gone. Above the battlefield, in an invisible void, the consciousness net had formed another part of the starry sky. The mechanical claws were hidden in this part of the starry sky, monitoring the entire technocracy. Lu Yin and the others were imprisoned here, unable to move at all. Their bodies had been imprisoned by the consciousness net. The same was true for Jie Shan's chief. Ever since Kuei Luo had appeared, his worldview had been overturned. 3 unfamiliar half-progenitors had appeared all of a sudden. His strength that could dominate the technocracy was nothing more than a joke. He was still thinking about when to go to the Sky Founding Court and how to return to the human domain. Not too far away, Wang Si and Old White Ghost stared blankly at Lu Yin. They could see him from where they were because they weren't too far away. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the person they were chasing was right under their noses. Lu Yin looked up at the two. Accident. Old Ghost Bai's pupils constricted. He moved his fingers and tried to break free, but he found that he couldn't. Wang Si growled, even if it isn't the progenitor realm, this power isn't something that we can break free from. It has existed for too long, and the owner of this power is infinitely close to the progenitor realm. Old White Ghost stared at Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, you killed my frigid immortal sect's junior ancestor and colluded with the Eternals. You deserve to die. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Old man, your body has been hollowed out by that old woman, and your brain has been hollowed out as well. How would you have known that your eyes would see me colluding with the Eternals? Impudent, shouted Wang Si angrily. You're the one who's being impudent, old woman. Back when my Lu family was still around, you were like a dog. Even if my Lu family has been exiled, you're still a dog in my eyes. Wang Si was infuriated. The Lu family is a tyrant. Occupying the resources of the astral trees and acting arbitrarily should be exiled. Ha ha ha, old woman, don't make it sound so nice. Have you forgotten how you dealt with the Lu family? Do you want me to remind you? Kuei Luo laughed. Wang Si's eyes were bloodshot. Shut up, Kuei Luo. Lu Shaoxian, if you're still human, then kill yourself. Otherwise, the entire human race will kill each other because of you, and that will only benefit the Eternals. This is your only way to prove your innocence. As long as you kill yourself, my frigid immortal sect will announce to the entire astral trees that you did not betray humanity, and that your Lu family did not collude with the Eternals. Lu Yin looked at him like he was an idiot. Old man, are you crazy? Who do you think you are to slander my Lu family? Do you believe that in 10,000 years, the entire astral trees will curse the Lu family for colluding with the Eternals? You, Lu Shaoxian, will be cursed for billions of years. This was a threat to the frigid immortal sect's reputation. If the frigid immortal sect was still at the top of the four cardinal scales, they would be able to do it. Lu Yin stared at the old man. You won't have that chance. I'll raise the frigid immortal sect to the ground. Arrogant, the old man sneered. Elsewhere, the World Mountain's chief was quietly listening to the conversation between the frigid immortal sect, the Lu family, and Lu Shaoxian. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. He just stared at Lu Yin. Kuei Luo and Wang Si were still exchanging insults, and Lu Yin couldn't bear to listen to some of their words. They were all fabricated on the spot, especially when Kuei Luo came up with a rumor about Wang Si and the old man. Wang Yun was stunned, but it seemed like he believed it. That's why the two of you were right to split up. It was good for both the Wang family and the Bai family. Kuei Luo was still rambling. Wang Si was so angry that her body trembled. The old man only stared at Lu Yin. Right, don't the two of you have an illegitimate child? Kuei Luo asked. Shut up. Wang Si roared. The old man turned to Kuei Luo and gritted his teeth. I swear that I'll skin you alive one day. Kuei Luo laughed strangely. Sorry to be exposed. He then looked at Lu Yin. Did you enjoy listening? Do you want another round? Lu Yin was helpless. How do we get out? Kuei Luo was helpless. I don't know. The method used to imprison us is very strange. It's similar to an inner world, but it's much stronger than us. We can't leave unless they're willing to let us go. Aren't you worried that you'll die here? Lu Yin was puzzled. Kuei Luo sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Lu Yin fell silent. Kuei Luo fell silent as well. Wang Si was even more silent now. No one could do anything here, and they could only wait. Words were weapons, and Kuei Luo's words had left a shadow in Wang Xi's heart. She didn't dare to provoke him, and the same went for the old man. Lu Yin sensed the chief's gaze, and when he looked over, he saw the shock and confusion in the man's eyes. He knew that his secret could not be hidden any longer, and his identity as Lu Shaoxian would soon be exposed in the Fifth Mainland. This was not in line with his original intentions, as no one had expected Kuei Luo and the other two to appear, which had completely disrupted his plans. It could only be said that everything had happened too quickly and too coincidentally. "Does Elder Chan know of your identity?" the chief asked, looking at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. To the people of the Fifth Mainland, especially those who knew the past, the astral tree of trees was a traitor who had abandoned the Fifth Mainland. Among them, the Lu family was the leader. The Lu family, the frigid immortal sect, the Bai family, the Wang family, the Xia family, the Lu family, and the School of Agriculture had all abandoned the Fifth Mainland, which was why the Fifth Mainland hated the primeval surnames. The people at the bottom did not understand, and they thought that the primeval surnames were the Fifth Mainland's enemies. In reality, only the World Mountain's chief and the rest knew that the primeval surnames had abandoned them, but they were not mortal enemies. This was why Lu Yin, as someone with the primeval surname, had been able to avert danger time and time again. If the primeval surnames were the Fifth Mainland's mortal enemies like the Neo-Human Alliance, then Lu Yin would not have been able to survive until now. Elder Chan, Eversky Island, and the other major powers would not have allowed him to grow. Lu Yin had the primeval surname, and he had stayed on Earth before, so he was a legitimate primeval surname. However, no one had expected him to be from the Astral Tree's Lu family, and from the looks of it, his status was not low. Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't know. I didn't tell anyone." The chief said bitterly. The Lu family was overthrown by the four-way scales. "Did you come to the Fifth Mainland to deal with the four-way scales? Is that why you unified the outerverse, and now you want to unify the innerverse?" The one who unified the outerverse is Lu Yin, not Lu Shaoxian. "I don't even have any memories of the past," Lu Yin said seriously. How could the chief believe that? Very few people with Lu Yin's talent would unify the outerverse. "What is your status in the Lu family?" the chief continued to ask. Lu Yin did not know how to answer. In the distance, Old White Ghost sneered. "It seems like your wastelands don't know Lu Xiaoxuan's identity. Let me tell you, his name is Lu Shaoxian, and he's the successor of the Lu family. The Lu family has already been destroyed, and Lu Xiaoxuan's existence is the fuse that instigated the civil war in the astral tree." The chief looked at Old White Ghost, and his eyes flickered. He had not expected Lu Yin's status to be so important. It was no wonder that 3 half-progenitors had appeared. "You old bastard, you're shameless. As long as the Lu family returns, the monarch descends into the astral tree. What civil war is this?" Kuei Luo scolded. Old White Ghost stared at Kuei Luo. "You're definitely related to the Lu family. Kuei Luo, what is your relationship with them? With your nature of bringing disaster to the world, you were willing to fake your death and hide after the Lu family was destroyed. What is your goal?" Lu Yin looked at Kuei Luo, as he could sense that Kuei Luo's attitude towards the Lu family was different. He had thought that Kuei Luo had saved him at Dragon Mountain for the sake of the elder from Driftcharge Planet, and that was indeed the case. However, after learning of Lu Yin's identity, Kuei Luo's attitude had changed drastically. It was a subtle change that was difficult for ordinary people to notice, but Old White Ghost, Wang Xi, and Lu Yin were all extraordinary people, so they naturally noticed it. Kuei Luo was protecting the Lu family's reputation. Kuei Luo laughed strangely. "My goal is simple." Old White Ghost and Wang Xi stared at Kuei Luo with solemn expressions. Kuei Luo sneered. "I'm just here to see you make a fool of yourselves." Old White Host's eyes went wide as he stared at Kuei Luo. This bastard was the biggest troublemaker in the astral tree realm. They should have gathered all of their forces to destroy him back then. Old White Ghost no longer paid any attention to Kuei Luo, as he would not be able to obtain any information from him. He stared at the chief of World Mountain. What is your status in the abandoned lands? You're at 7 origin tribulations, which makes you second only to us. You must have an extremely high status in the abandoned lands. Tell the person in charge of the abandoned lands to eliminate Lu Shaoxian. Otherwise, not only will the astral tree realm fall into chaos, but your abandoned lands will also be threatened. Lu Shaoxian is enough to attract a large number of loyal followers of the Lu family. The everlasting race is also happy to see us humans fight amongst ourselves. Lu Shaoxian must die. This is his fate. World Mountain's chief fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1727. Lu Yin looked at Old White Ghost. Old man, are you done? Old White Ghost stared at Lu Yin. Bastard of the Lu family, your fate was sealed from birth. You must die to give the Astral Tree sect and everyone else an explanation. Do you want the Lu family to be cursed for billions of years? You can't resist the 4-way scales. Everything you've done is whittling away at humanity's strength. You're helping the Eternals, and you're a traitor to humanity. You're just a bunch of dogs that used to only know how to bark. You're not qualified to become masters, Lu Yin said coldly. Old White Ghost snorted and stared at Jie Shan's chief. Did you hear that? Tell the people in charge of the abandoned lands to eliminate Lu Shaoxian and eliminate humanity's greatest threat. That crazy woman, Wang Si, must have sucked your brain dry. We don't even know if you'll be able to escape. What are you talking about? Kuei Luo scolded. Wang Si gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Kuei Luo. She had been implicated without saying anything. Old White Ghost said, did you hear that? If Lu Shaoxian has the slightest chance of escaping back to the abandoned lands, tell the people in charge to eliminate him. Jie Shan's chief suddenly looked up and glared at Old White Ghost. Old man, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Old White Ghost was stunned, and so was Wang Si. Even Lu Yin was taken aback as he looked at Jie Shan's chief in astonishment. He had never thought that the man would dare to speak to a half-ancestor like that. This was a half-ancestor. In theory, no one would want to offend such a person without enmity, especially someone like Jie Shan's chief, who was both cautious and afraid of death. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would dare to berate a half-ancestor. What did you say? How dare you speak to me like that? Old White Ghost shouted angrily, looking at Jie Shan's chief with an even colder gaze than Lu Yin's. His dignity had been challenged. Lu Yin was Lu Shaoxian, and his status was only higher than Kuei Yin's. Furthermore, the two of them were mortal enemies, so whatever Lu Yin said was within his expectations. Kuei Luo's status was similar, and he was born with a foul mouth. However, this World Mountain's chief dared to berate him, which was something he had never expected. How dare someone who wasn't even a half-ancestor scold him? And someone from the abandoned lands. A piece of trash from the abandoned lands dared to berate him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He felt like he had been humiliated. Jie Shan's chief clenched his fists and stared at Old White. You're just a bunch of cowardly deserters who abandoned your ancestral land. How dare you come back? Impudent! Shouted Wang Si angrily. Who gave you the guts to talk to us like that? Jie Shan's first seat said sternly, who do you think you are? You clearly escaped, yet you want to come back and show off. Do you really think you're that strong? If the sky hadn't been swapped, if you hadn't run away, how could you be stronger than us? On what basis have you all reached the half-martial ancestor realm? If you hadn't run away, you would have turned into dust by now. You don't even have the right to talk to me. Also, this is the fifth mainland. It's not a wasteland. It's your ancestral land. The pupils of Old White Ghost and Wang Xi changed, their anger almost materializing. Lu Yin looked at World Mountain's chief with admiration. Senior, well said, especially that last line. It was brilliant. Kuei Luo also looked at Jie Shan's chief in astonishment. He had never taken this person seriously, but he had never expected him to be such a ruthless person. Jie Shan's chief looked at Lu Yin coldly. You shut up as well. Your thoughts are impure. You want to use the fifth mainland to deal with those deserters and help your family. Do you know how much war this will bring to the fifth mainland? You're all deserters, so don't come back. Why come back and implicate the fifth mainland? Kuei Luo pursed his lips. Jie Shan's chief was speaking to all of them, berating all of them. Although Kuei Luo's mouth was cheap, he couldn't retort. Lu Yin's fingers trembled. Jie Shan's chief's words had hit the nail on the head. If they had run away, why had they come back? If they had abandoned them, why had they come back? Why had they implicated them? Lu Yin couldn't refute this, as this was what everyone on the fifth mainland was thinking. An abandoned land is an abandoned land. We didn't run away, we just abandoned it. This region of the universe has no value. You're nothing but ants, Wang Xi said coldly. Jie Shan's chief didn't argue with her, as their standpoints were different. No one could convince the other. He had only said what he wanted to say because he had been forced by Old Whitehead. Of course, he was also sullen because Lu Yin had concealed the truth from him. Senior, you're right, Lu Yin said softly as he looked at Jie Shan's chief. I've always wanted to unite the fifth mainland and counterattack the cosmic trees, but I never considered their feelings. I thought I was Lu Yin, but in reality, I'm also Lu Shaoxian. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Jie Shan's chief frowned. If I can go back, I will definitely tell Elder Chan and the Elysian Celestial Master that if I am willing, I will always be Lu Yin. I am the same Lu Yin who walked out from Earth in the human domain's outerverse and walked step by step to reach where I am today. If I am unwilling, I will not blame anyone. I will leave the fifth mainland and return to the cosmic trees. Regardless of whether I am hunted down or seek revenge, it will have nothing to do with the fifth mainland and will not implicate them. The rules of the universe were that only the fittest survived, and the strong were king. Lu Yin could unite the innerverse and outerverse and forcefully use the power of the Great Eastern Alliance to resist the cosmic trees. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this was his path. However, he had forgotten about the wishes of the Great Eastern Alliance and the fifth mainland. Were they really willing to accompany him? This kind of thinking was unnecessary, as Lu Yin's status meant that he didn't need to consider so many things. However, Jie Shan's chief's words had affected him. No matter how high one's status was or how strong one was, everyone had their own wishes and thoughts. To the fifth mainland, Lu Yin was still an outsider. Lu Yin's words caused Jie Shan's chief's gaze to soften. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes, as Lu Yin was spouting nonsense. His identity had already been exposed, so what else could he do but come clean? Lu Yin had only needed to say a few words, and everything was gone. There was no need for him to come clean. This brat was becoming more and more hypocritical. Old White Ghost and Wang Xi exchanged glances, and they both saw the disdain in each other's eyes. Counterattack against the cosmic tree's four-way scales. What a joke. Lu Shaoxian, do you know what you're saying? You're indulging in fantasy. What's the use of this wasteland's trash? Wang Si sneered. Jie Shan's chief stared at Wang Si. Shut up, you old slut. You're extremely ugly. Wang Si was furious. You're courting death. She continued to struggle as she tried to break free from her corporeal thoughts and attack Jie Shan's chief. Jie Shan snorted. Trash like you won't even be able to cause a stir in my fifth mainland. Bastards. Old White Ghost barked. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. You two idiots. Why did the four-way scale send you here? Because there's no one else left. The others will only be stupider than them, Lu Yin replied. Lu family bastard, you'll die without a grave. The four-way scales won't let you off. The wasteland will be buried with you. Trash like you won't even be enough for my Hall of Honor to slaughter. While Lu Yin's corporeal thoughts continued, Venus's war continued. It continued. Little Leo contacted Vice City Lord Little Bear and pleaded for Lu Yin's rescue, but to no avail. When Half Moon City Lord learned of this, he fell silent as well. Corporeal thoughts controlled the entire technocracy. This was the power of the mainframe, and it had not been used for many years. Now that 3 half-progenitors had appeared, it was enough to alarm the mainframe. Among Lu Yin's group, Luo Huang and 2 other emissary-level androids from the Hall of Honor had not been restrained by the corporeal thoughts. They were androids and would not be restrained. However, as a result, they were exposed. Luo Huang was fine, but the other 2 emissary-level androids had surprised the entire city. The Third Fleet had no choice but to temporarily detain them. Half a month quickly passed, and during this time, Kuei Luo joined forces with Jie Shan's chief to berate Old White Ghost and Wang Si. Wang Yun watched from the side and could not interject. Lu Yin would occasionally interject, but his words were more vicious. There were still a few cultivators from the 6th mainland further away, but they did not care about them. They were too far away and could not even hear Lu Yin's conversation, which saved them a lot of trouble. After that, another month passed. Lu Yin's heart sank, and he no longer had the mood to berate Old White Ghost and the others. He did not know if he could escape from this place. He had asked Kuei Luo, but the latter's answer had left him in despair. Wang Si and Old White Ghost were also not in the mood to talk. They tried to escape, but they could not. The group remained silent for more than 10 days. On this day, Kuei Luo sent Lu Yin a message. Do you still remember the full text that person gave you? Lu Yin was stunned. Yes, I recite it often. Recite it in its entirety, Kuei Luo said. Lu Yin did not know what Kuei Luo wanted to do. The Stonewall scriptures were very important, and he had relied on them to survive many times. He hesitated to recite it to Kuei Luo. Forget it. If you don't want to recite it, then don't. In any case, your identity as Lu Shaoxian is confirmed. Did that person tell you the name of the text? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. No. Do you know? Kuei Luo fell silent for a moment before transmitting the primogenitor scripture. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Stonewall scriptures were called the primogenitor scripture. Only now did he know the name. What you're reciting right now has been disrupted. I'll tell you the correct order. Recite it again and learn it again, Kuei Luo said. Lu Yin was astonished. You know the correct order. How do you know how that person messed up the order? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Of course I do. We had an agreement long ago. When it's time to reveal it, we'll mess it up in a specific order. As long as it's that person who taught you, there's no problem. But if it's not him. Kuei Luo looked at Lu Yin meaningfully. Then you're in trouble. Who are you people? What's your relationship with the Lu family? Kuei Luo replied, you'll know when it's time. I can't tell you now. The earliest I can tell you is when you become an emissary. I'm already strong enough to defeat a second tribulation origin emissary. With both the general appointment platform and the Reaper transformation, I can fight against several second tribulation origin emissaries. Kuei Luo shook his head. I'm not comparing you to ordinary cultivators. Even the weakest of them should be progenitors. Do you think you're a genius? I don't dare say anything else, but there's one thing I can guarantee, you can't compare to Lu Shaoxian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1728. Lu Yin was taken aback by Kuei Luo's words. What did he mean? Your memories have disappeared, your bloodline has been sealed, your bones have been reconstructed, and your innate gift has been reborn. You're Lu Yin, and Lu Shaoxian is Lu Shaoxian. When Lu Shaoxian was your age, he created the overturning sky palm, an ultimate technique of the Lu family that attracted ancestor Lu's attention. You, on the other hand, couldn't have done it. It was strange to compare himself to himself, but Lu Yin was Lu Yin now, and he wasn't convinced. Are you saying that I can't beat myself when I was the same age as Lu Shaoxian? Kuei Luo replied, I don't know, but you can't compare to Lu Shaoxian. Your cultivation is too messy. Think carefully, are there any techniques that you've created yourself? Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he lowered his head to recall everything he had learned. None of his techniques had been created by himself. He was indeed powerful, unrivaled in the same realm as him, able to challenge emissaries above him. His strength was enough to go down in history, but all of this had been left behind by his predecessors, including his lock-breaking techniques and spiritual force. Lu Shaoxian upheld the Lu family's orthodoxy and cultivated the Lu family's methods from a young age. He walked step by step with his feet firmly planted on the ground. Even though he used the roll call platform and learned the Lu family's ultimate techniques, he never gave up on creating his own battle techniques. Finally, one day, he created the overturning sky palm, which shocked the entire astral tree realm and attracted ancestor Lu's attention. He created an unprecedented record. He wasn't an emissary, but he was able to create a battle technique that could be ranked among the Lu family's ultimate techniques. No one had ever done this before him, and he represented the pinnacle of that realm. If you were to fight him, I can't say for sure who would be stronger, but in terms of pure cultivation, you're far inferior to Lu Shaoxian. You're relying on the strength of others to fight him. For example, the Reaper transformation is the legendary inheritance of the God of Death. It's an ultimate inheritance that can rival everything Lu Shaoxian has grasped, but it's not your own strength. Kuei Luo's words echoed in Lu Yin's mind. It wasn't his own strength. Looking back at the past, he had constantly fought, and fought. He had relied on his emptiness palm, his spiritual force, his battle force, his domain, and his lock-breaking techniques to advance step by step. Step by step, he had become a paragon, and his Reaper transformation had shaken the universe. But none of this had been his strength. Suddenly, Lu Yin recalled what Crown Prince Gui Qian had said. Ancestor Gui Yuan had once said that a type of power could change the heavens and the earth when it reached its peak. There was no need to cultivate an astral source, as Death Qi was enough to replace astral sources for the Spectre clan to cultivate. Rune lines could also replace astral sources for the Rune Technology clan to cultivate. The Grim Reaper and the Rune Progenitor could both change the heavens and the earth, and they used their own powers. What about himself? Lu Yin was a little confused. What was his own strength? What? Seeing Lu Yin's confusion, Kuei Luo knew that things weren't looking good. He quickly shouted, "Old woman, old bai, is Wang Yun your illegitimate daughter?" Kuei Luo's shout startled everyone. Wang Xi's face paled, and she glared at Kuei Luo. Just you wait, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Kuei Luo, I swear I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Lu Yin was startled awake by Kuei Luo's shout, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. He'd been lost in some sort of mental state flaw, and if he'd continued thinking about it, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, Kuei Luo's shout had woken him up. Lu Yin looked at Kuei Luo, who smiled strangely and glared back at Wang Xi and Whitehead. Kuei Luo watched Lu Yin out of the corner of his eye and relaxed when he saw that Lu Yin had recovered. Kuei Luo had almost been finished. He had said too much, but he still had to say it. Kuei Luo had wanted to say back in the astral tree realm that Lu Yin's cultivation was too complex. If he tried to cultivate everything, he would end up with nothing. It wasn't too late to think it through now. After 2 more days of peace, Lu Yin sent a message to Kuei Luo. It's not difficult for me to break through to Envoy. Tell me, who are you and that old man? Kuei Luo replied, I told you, break through to Envoy first. Not difficult. You're underestimating the origin tribulation. The more powerful a genius is, the more terrifying their tribulation is. When Bai Xianer broke through to Envoy, the commotion was earth-shattering. Even progenitors were drawn over, let alone half-ancestors. The Eternals even launched a large-scale attack to prevent her from breaking through, but she still broke through in the end. Your breakthrough will definitely cause as much of a commotion as hers. I advise you to prepare yourself before breaking through. The Lu family's hope of returning lies in you. Hope of returning? What do you know? Lu Yin asked anxiously. Kuei Luo pursed his lips. He'd said too much. Nothing. Are you going to learn the primogenitor scripture or not? Lu Yin stared at Kuei Luo for a while, knowing that the old man wouldn't say anything else. Yes. Kuei Luo took a deep breath, and his expression turned solemn. He sent a message to Lu Yin. Lu Shaoxian, always remember that the primogenitor scripture is not to be taught to outsiders unless absolutely necessary. It should have been passed down to you from the very beginning. This is a cultivation method that has been passed down in your Lu family for generations, and it was fated by the heavens. Perhaps it was the blessing of your ancestors, but you still managed to learn it. Remember the correct order: 1 to 4 transformations, 2 to 7, 3 to 21, 4 to 15. Lu Yin listened quietly. 1 to 4 transformations started with Spear of the Heavenly Tao, and 2 to 7 was Swallow and Spit Rivers. When the elder on Driftcharge Planet had asked Lu Yin to recite the Stonewall scriptures, he hadn't been able to memorize them all even after the order had been disrupted. Even now, he still couldn't recite them in a coherent manner. However, he had long since memorized the entire scripture, and as Kuei Luo spoke, he began to recite the true Stonewall scriptures. No, it was the primogenitor scripture. As Lu Yin recited the scriptures word by word, the disordered order of the Stonewall scriptures on Driftcharge Planet displayed its true might. Lu Yin's spiritual force was unconsciously mobilized, forming a rhythmic beat that struck his body and his surroundings. It followed his physical thoughts and extended outwards. Kuei Luo quickly sensed it, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, only the direct descendants of the Lu family could display the primogenitor scripture's might. Even he wanted to control this strange rhythm. Soon after, Old White Ghost and Wang Xi sensed that something was wrong, but they didn't know where it was coming from. They only knew that there was a mysterious force pulling at their spiritual force, attempting to control some sort of rhythm. The mastermind is making a move. Wang Xi shouted, looking up. Who is it? We are the 4 sides of the starry sky of the tree. Release us immediately, don't make a mistake. Jie Shan's chief also sensed the strange rhythm. He looked around, but he didn't know where it was coming from. Wang Yun and the other cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had already been influenced by the rhythm. Their spiritual force pulsed along with Lu Yin's recitation of the primogenitor scripture, as if it was controlling their heartbeats. And this was only the beginning. As he recited more lines, Lu Yin's spiritual force began to change. If it had been like fog that could be blown away before, then it was now like fog that had solidified. Even though it hadn't increased, it was still a world of difference from before. Celestial demons were widely acknowledged as the race with the most terrifying spiritual force, but as Lu Yin's spiritual force transformed, he realized that he was no longer a threat. He no longer feared the celestial Fae tribe. No matter how terrifying the celestial Fae's spiritual force was, like a hurricane, it couldn't shake a piece of rock. Unless the hurricane was so powerful that it could uproot an entire mountain range, the rock would remain undamaged. Lu Yin's current spiritual force was like a piece of rock. It was as if he had placed 100 origin opening arrays on himself. The Stonewall scriptures had transformed Lu Yin's spiritual force into a rock. Even though it was small, it was sturdy. He really wanted to test it out with the second Night King and see how strong his spiritual force could be. In any case, it was far more resilient than the one he had encountered in the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin stopped reciting the Stonewall scriptures. He still couldn't completely recite the altered Stonewall scriptures, let alone the altered order of the primogenitor scripture. However, even though he had only recited a small portion of the scriptures, it was enough to change him greatly. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with an indescribable radiance. Wang Si and Old White Ghost couldn't have imagined that the change had come from Lu Yin. As soon as Lu Yin stopped reciting, the changes stopped as well. Wang Si shouted, but there was no response. She had tried to call out Sen's name from the very beginning, but there had been no response. Lu Yin looked at Kuei Luo, who heaved a sigh of relief. This kid hadn't lied. How do you feel? Kuei Luo asked curiously. Anyone who knew the primogenitor scripture could learn it, and Kuei Luo had learned it. It was thanks to the primogenitor scripture that his spiritual force had reached its current level, allowing him to easily escape from the encirclement of multiple ancestors. However, the true inheritor of the primogenitor scripture was someone from the Lu family, and only someone with the Lu bloodline could unleash its full potential. Kuei Luo was curious about what had happened to Lu Yin. That change had affected even him, and this kid hadn't even reached the level of an envoy. Lu Yin transmitted, "It's very comfortable." And then? Kuei Luo asked. Lu Yin blinked. And then what? Kuei Luo stared at Lu Yin. Did your spiritual force change much? Very much, Lu Yin answered truthfully. Kuei Luo nodded and didn't ask any more questions. This is a technique that belongs to you in the first place. Don't slack off. So what if I practice it? I still can't escape. Lu Yin felt helpless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1729. He had already been trapped for 2 months, and he didn't know how much longer he would be trapped for. Lu Yin had already thought of a way to escape, but that would expose his innate gift, which he didn't want to do. What had trapped them was a corporeal thought, which could trap them because they were part of it. If Lu Yin rolled 4 pips, he would enter the time-stop space, which meant that he would be out of this space for less than a second. This also meant that he would disappear from the corporeal thought for less than a second. No matter how long it took, as long as he disappeared, the thought would no longer exist, and Lu Yin would be able to escape. This was the only method he could think of, as he was the only one who knew that the corporeal thought was trapping them. Kuei Luo, Wang Si, and Old White Ghost didn't know. However, if he wanted to escape this way, he would have to roll his die in front of everyone. Doing so would expose his greatest secret, one that even Mr. Mu didn't know about. Lu Yin was conflicted. Another half a month passed, during which Lu Yin recited the primogenitor scripture every day. He had no choice, as he had nothing else to do. Every time he recited the primogenitor scripture, it would affect Kuei Luo and the others. Wang Si and Old White Ghost always believed that the technocracy had done something. They threatened and enticed Lu Yin, even revealing the Wang family's cooperation with the Genesis Court, but there was still no response. Lu Yin knew about the relationship between the Genesis Court and the Wang family, but he didn't understand. If the Genesis Court needed materials from the Wang family, then what could the Wang family get from the Genesis Court? He didn't see any cyborgs in the cosmic tree. On this day, Lu Yin was still reciting the primogenitor scripture when his surroundings suddenly turned gray. The space was still the same, and in the distance, Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Kuei Luo were all motionless, maintaining their previous postures. Only Lu Yin could move. He had escaped. Lu Yin slowly looked up, and when he saw a familiar figure, he relaxed. Master, you're finally here. The person who had appeared before Lu Yin was naturally Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu looked at him calmly. You're quite the troublemaker. Lu Yin was helpless. Master, I had no choice. The cosmic tree sent a half-step ancestor after me, and if I wasn't lucky, I would have been killed by them. They wanted to kill your disciple, Master. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he wanted to deepen the story of the cosmic tree's attempt to kill Mr. Mu's disciple. Mr. Mu said calmly, you've obtained many opportunities, so it's only natural that disasters will follow. It's not strange. Lu Yin was stumped, and he did not know how to respond. Mr. Mu's words had left him speechless. By the way, Master, how did you know that I was here? Lu Yin asked. He did not have any jade stones with him, so could it be that Mr. Mu had been watching him all this time? Mr. Mu calmly replied, I was just passing by and happened to see it. Passing by. This was the technocracy, so how could anyone be passing by? Lu Li recalled what Mr. Mu had said when he had met him in the starry sky of trees. If I want to come, I'll come. The two of them had different worldviews. The technocracy was mysterious to Lu Li, and half-martial ancestors feared it even more. However, Mr. Mu was just passing by. Lu Yin looked at Kuei Luo, Wang Si, and Old White Ghost, who were all half-progenitors, and then at Mr. Mu. The difference between them was extraordinary. Have you met your senior brother? Mr. Mu said lightly. His tone was very calm, as if he did not care about anything. Lu Yin replied respectfully, yes, I've seen you before, senior judge. He's too powerful. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. I'm talking about the other one. Lu Yin was taken aback. The other one? Which one? Mr. Mu looked away again. It's fine if you don't know. Lu Yin was curious. The other one. He had met him before. Who was it? He knew that he definitely had more than one senior brother, but the only one he had confirmed so far was the senior judge. Who was the other one? He hurriedly tried to recall. Since you've met him, I'll give you a mission, Mr. Mu said, but then he suddenly fell silent, as if he was hesitating about something. Lu Yin had never seen Mr. Mu like this before, and he suddenly felt that he might be able to help. He quickly smiled and said, Master, if there's anything you need, please tell me. Mr. Mu thought about it. This mission is too dangerous for you, but it's most suitable for you. Master, please tell me. This disciple is not afraid of danger, Lu Yin volunteered. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin seriously. The Eternals have had a plan for a long time called Jua. I hope that you can find out about this plan. The Eternals' plan. Lu Yin was astonished. Mr. Mu calmly explained, the Eternals are humanity's greatest enemy, and they have done many things against us. Although we humans have given birth to many geniuses, we are still at a disadvantage. This plan might be the most insidious one that the Eternals have ever planned against us. If it succeeds, humans might no longer be humans. I've investigated this for many years, but the Corpse Kings cannot be forced to confess, and it's even more impossible for them to plant spies within the Eternals. Thus, aside from the name of this plan, I haven't been able to find anything. I hope that you can find out more, as you seem to be quite proficient in this area. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Don't worry, Master. This disciple will do his best to investigate. Proficient in this area. Of course he was proficient in this area. He rolled his dice 6 pips wildly. As long as he could fuse with a Corpse King, he would know everything, and the Corpse King would be at his mercy. The only problem was that with his current cultivation, he could only fuse with a Corpse King with a power level of around 600,000. Corpse Kings at that level could not possibly know about this plan. The 7 sky gods were more likely. Master, it might not be easy for this disciple to find out in the short term, Lu Yin said. However, this disciple promises that as my cultivation increases, I will do my best to investigate. This matter will be my most important mission in the future. Mr. Mu nodded. There's no need to rush. Do your best. If it had been anyone else, Lu Yin might have negotiated with them, such as protecting them from the cosmic astral tree or giving them some external items. However, he had no such thoughts when it came to Mr. Mu. His master's kindness was as heavy as a mountain, and Mr. Mu had saved his life many times. Without Mr. Mu, Lu Yin would have died a long time ago. He would not refuse any of Mr. Mu's requests. Is there anything else? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin smiled. Master, there are a few people trapped with this disciple. Please save them as well. Otherwise, this disciple will not be able to return to the Innerverse. Mr. Mu looked up. That's simple. Lu Yin's lips twitched. Their views were different. By the way, Master, this disciple has something to ask. Mr. Mu replied, Speak. Lu Yin thought for a moment and then asked, Is this disciple's cultivation a little too complicated? Mr. Mu looked at him. Why do you ask? Lu Yin recalled what Kue Luo had said to him. Those words had been lingering in his mind all this time. You know my identity. Before I lost my memories, Lu Shaoxian had his own life. When he was young, he created an ultimate technique that could even summon progenitor Lu. It was called the overturning sky palm, but this disciple still has nothing. Progenitor Qin created the Sirius technique, and the talisman progenitor created rune lines. The legendary Grim Reaper used death energy to replace astral sources. Every powerhouse has a power that belongs to them, and it's a power that they created themselves. This disciple has no clue what to do. Lu Yin's eyes dimmed as he spoke. He had always believed that his innate talent was top-notch, but that was just someone else's. He had only learned from others. So what if he could challenge those at a higher realm? So what if he could break through to become an emissary? He did not have a power that belonged to him, and Lu Shaoxian had achieved that long ago. At that moment, Lu Yin was filled with self-doubt. He did not know what he could create, and he really had no clue. Master, this disciple is useless, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Mr. Mu raised a hand and placed it on Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin was stunned, and he stood in a daze in outer space. Everyone has their own path, and only you know your own path. There's no need to compare it to others. You have no clue what to do with a power that belongs to you alone. It's just that the time is not right yet. One day, you will find that power that belongs to you alone. You're very outstanding because you're my disciple. I've acknowledged you, so you're very outstanding, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin hesitated. If this disciple did not establish the Great Eastern Alliance and just continued to cultivate, would I have been able to find my own path faster? Mr. Mu retracted his hand and looked at Lu Yin. Your current path is your path. You might be leading everyone you meet along the way, but they might be able to push you along in the future. In the past, there was progenitor Qin who fought against the world by himself. At the same time, there was the rune ancestor who cared for all living beings and created a rune-line civilization. Cultivation is not about you alone. Humans are different from the Eternals because of their ties. Even though progenitor Qin fought against the world by himself and lived alone his entire life, he still fought to protect humanity. His life and death is a mystery, and everything that he did in the past might become an opportunity for him to return in the distant future. Mr. Mu's words cleared up the fog in Lu Yin's mind, and those familiar words rang out in his head. Lu Yin, you should be the one in charge of the Great Yu Empire. I'm not suitable. Master, you're back. Master, Little Wei misses you so much. Your Highness, where are my snacks? Delicious snacks. I'll follow the Alliance Master's orders. Greetings, Alliance Master. Greetings, Alliance Master. Brother Lu, I miss you so much. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Kuei Luo's words had made him doubt himself and deny his innate gift. Gradually, he began to deny everything that he had done in the past, including the Great Eastern Alliance and those related to him. Fortunately, Mr. Mu had dispelled his doubts in time. Who said that one had to cultivate day and night without any distractions? Who said that managing the affairs of the Great Eastern Alliance and unifying the innerverse and outerverse would delay one's cultivation? Who said that one had to search for opportunities and blessed lands to cultivate and constantly exchange pointers with others? Others had their own cultivation methods, but Lu Yin had his own. He had almost forgotten that if he hadn't established the Great Eastern Alliance, where would he have found so many star essence for his own cultivation and for his dye? If he hadn't established the Great Eastern Alliance, how would he have gained such great influence? How would he have resisted the pursuit of the Cosmic Tree Tribe in the future? How would he have been valuable enough to be used by the Eternals? Perhaps he would have been captured by the Witch Spirit God and transformed in the battlefield on the other side. That's right, this was his path. He wanted to lead everyone who followed him to the peak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1730. Seeing that Lu Yin's eyes had regained their clarity, Mr. Mu smiled faintly. Master, disciple has thought it through. Thank you, Master. Mr. Mu calmly replied, your senior brother doesn't have such doubts, because he knows that being acknowledged by me means that he is the most outstanding. Lu Yin grunted, Master, your disciple has learned so much that it's very complicated. What should I do? You'll be fine as long as you train all of them to the peak, Mr. Mu said calmly, and then his surroundings returned to normal. Before Lu Yin could even react, his body fell down along with Kuei Luo, Realm Mountain's chief, and the two cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. As for Wang Si, Old White Ghost, and Wang Yun, they were still trapped in the materialized consciousness. Kuei Luo was stupefied. What was going on? The huge mechanical giant came crashing down. Kuei Luo subconsciously moved his fingers, and the mechanical giant shattered. We're free, Lu Yin said excitedly. Kuei Luo's pupils shrank. Escape. He grabbed Lu Yin. Let's go. Don't panic, those two old bastards aren't here. Kuei Luo released his essence, energy, and spirit, sweeping across the Wei Shan battlefield. Wei Yan was still fighting. As Kuei Luo's spiritual energy swept across, the entire battlefield came to a standstill. Currently, it was not the Third Fleet that was fighting in Vair. The Third Fleet's heavy captain had been destroyed, so they could only switch to another fleet. The one fighting against them was not the Lost Sail Army. Lu Yin's group had suddenly appeared, and Kuei Luo's strength had shaken the entire battlefield. The cyborgs from both the city and the Genesis Academy were all staring at him. Let's go. Take me to a city, Lu Yin ordered. Kuei Luo subconsciously wanted to refuse. We've already escaped. Why aren't we leaving this damned place? If you want to leave, you need their permission. They can take you back at any time, Lu Yin said. Kuei Luo thought about it and agreed. His heart was filled with fear. He couldn't understand how there could be such a terrifying expert in this abandoned land. To be able to trap a few half-martial ancestors like them in an instant, he was probably at the same level as Myriad Daos' old ancestor and was about to become an ancestor. I'll go to First Home City and have a talk with them. Otherwise, if I get captured again, who knows when I'll be able to break free, Lu Yin said. He was also afraid of being captured again, but he had yet to achieve his goal in coming to the technocracy, so he could not just leave like that. Otherwise, he would have made a wasted trip. Now that Wang Si and Old White Ghost were trapped, the weakest powerhouse from the Starry Sky Tree would be a half-martial ancestor. He had to find a way to monitor the Heaven Creation Courtyard at all times. When Jie Shan's chief heard that Lu Yin wanted to go to another city, he immediately refused. Where? Kuei Luo asked. He had no intention of asking the chief monk of Boundary Mountain. Over there. Lu Yin pointed in a direction, and Kuei Luo led him, Jie Shan's chief, and the two cultivators from the Sixth Mainland towards a city. With a half-martial ancestor like Kuei Luo taking action, they arrived at a city in the blink of an eye. The surveillance in the technocracy was no joke. Kuei Luo's group had been detected the moment they arrived in a city. Jie Shan's chief had an ugly expression as he stared at Lu Yin. You're still doing it. It's not like you don't know about the power that imprisoned us. Do you think that we'll be able to escape the technocracy without being imprisoned? The first seat of Jie Mountain was speechless. Lu Yin replied, Don't worry. That half-progenitor is even more afraid of death than you are. Kid, don't spout nonsense. I just don't like being controlled by others. Kuei Luo was annoyed. Jie Shan's first seat snorted coldly, finding Kuei Luo an eyesore. Old brat, what's with that look? Are you asking for a beating? Do you want me to dig up all the times you wet your bed when you were young? Kuei Luo threatened. Jie Shan's chief ignored him. Finding Kuei Luo an eyesore was one thing, but he couldn't beat Kuei Luo in a fight. Kuei Luo had always been afraid of death, but now, he was even more afraid. Kuei Luo cackled. The group stood in outer space, right outside a city. Soon after, Vice City Lord Little Bear walked out of the void and faced Lu Yin. I thought that you had left the technocracy, but you actually dared to return. Our people were captured by you, so we had to take them away, Lu Yin said calmly. He was referring to the Luo Emperor and the two emissaries from the Hall of Honor. Vice City Lord Little Bear's large eyes swept across the group, and he glanced at Kuei Luo fearfully. You think that you can take people away from my city with the support of a half-progenitor? Human, you're underestimating my city too much. Lu Yin smiled. I'm not underestimating you. He then returned to his original appearance. His appearance had been altered by Jie Shan's chief, and it was ineffective against half-progenitors. However, Vice City Lord Little Bear could not see through him. Now that Lu Yin had returned to his original appearance, it could be considered an official showdown. Vice City Lord Little Bear was shocked. Lu Yin, the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. So it's you. No wonder you're so bold. Vice City Lord, aren't you going to invite us in? I'd like to meet the half-progenitor. Lu Yin smiled. Vice City Lord Little Bear sneered. Is the City Lord someone you can meet just because you want to? Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice rang out. Let them in, Little Bear. Vice City Lord Little Bear was embarrassed, and he glared at Lu Yin. Let's go in. Lu Yin smiled politely and led Kuei Luo and the rest into the city. This was Kuei Luo's first time seeing such a strange city. There were numerous brains in the air tubes, and there were also many modified people that were like tools. He had never even dreamed of such a scene. Vice City Lord Little Bear was still very vigilant when Lu Yin and the rest entered the city. After all, there was a half-progenitor among them. Half-progenitors were known to be peak existences second only to the progenitor realm. Unless the mainframe took action, no one would be able to trap a half-progenitor, and this city was no exception. Vice City Lord, how are my people? Right, what happened to the Valley Master Swordsman? Lu Yin asked. Vice City Lord Little Bear coldly replied, they've all been captured. Have you interrogated the Valley Master Swordsman? Lu Yin was curious. That's none of your business. Vice City Lord Little Bear was annoyed. This time, they entered the city where they had stayed before. At this moment, there was only one person here, a very ordinary modified person who was curiously sizing up Lu Yin's group. The two cultivators from the 6th mainland and Jie Shan's chief had been left behind. Only Lu Yin and Kuei Luo had entered. Jie Shan's chief was sullen. He was a powerhouse second only to a half-progenitor, but he had been ignored. In fact, he was confident that he could make it out of this city, as he was very strong. City Lord, they've arrived, Vice City Lord Little Bear said respectfully. The modified person looked past Lu Yin and at Kuei Luo. When did the human domain have another half-progenitor? An. He paused and looked at Lu Yin. And he's one of your people. Lu Yin spoke up. Vice City Lord, let's not beat around the bush. I know some of the truth about the technocracy. Do you really not know where this half-progenitor came from? Vice City Lord Little Bear's curiosity was piqued. Alliance Master Lu, you said that you know the truth about the technocracy. Tell me more. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Thought, materialize. These words caused the City Lord to fall silent. Vice City Lord Little Bear's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. How did this human know? Impossible. No matter how this human knew, Vice City Lord Little Bear could not let him leave the technocracy alive. Vice City Lord Little Bear's eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Yin glanced at him and smiled confidently. Vice City Lord, you should know what happened to us. My being able to escape was not within your expectations. Since that's the case, do you think that you can keep us here? Vice City Lord Little Bear's paw trembled as he looked at Vice City Lord Little Bear. Vice City Lord Little Bear looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Alliance Master Lu, we can talk now. He gestured for them to sit. Lu Yin and Kuei Luo looked at each other and then sat down. Kuei Luo was very curious about Vice City Lord Little Bear. Given his personality, if not for the fact that he had been restrained earlier, he would have used his spiritual force to search the entire city. Why would he sit down and listen to their conversation? Alliance Master Lu, why did you disguise yourself as someone from the 6th mainland and sneak into our city? Just to take a look at the battlefield. Vice City Lord asked. What if I say yes? Lu Yin asked. Vice City Lord Little Bear was astonished. Really? Lu Yin nodded. One of my goals was to go to Wei Yan, and the other was to find something. Vice City Lord Little Bear looked at Lu Yin and listened quietly. Origin item, Lu Yin said. Vice City Lord Little Bear asked, the origin item that the Lost Voyager Army's commander had? Lu Yin nodded. The Genesis Academy has one. You saw it on the battlefield. Vice City Lord Little Bear said, we can't be sure if it's the origin item. Who would place it on the Lost Voyager Army's commander? And it disappeared in an instant. There's something wrong here. Kuei Luo looked at Lu Yin with interest. The origin item was with him, and Lu Yin was the one who had thrown it away. He wanted to see how Lu Yin would spin this story. I can't explain why the Lost Voyager Army's commander would have an origin item, but I'm certain that it's the origin item, Lu Yin said with certainty. Vice City Lord Little Bear laughed. This matter is too strange. To be honest, I don't believe that it's the origin item, even though the aura is very similar. Vice City Lord Little Bear, you've seen an origin item before? Lu Yin was astonished. He had thought that only Jia Shan's chief would be able to recognize an origin item on the battlefield. Logically speaking, even if an Envoy-level cultivator could sense the origin item's aura, they shouldn't be able to recognize it. This was the truth. When Lu Yin had told Jia Shan's chief that he had sensed the origin item, the captain and the others hadn't recognized it at all and were still fighting. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1731. Kuei Luo was not surprised, but if Jia Shan's chief had heard this, he would have been shocked as well. Eben City had always been at odds with the human domain, and there had been people who had tried to stop the war and cooperate, but they had all failed. Eben City did not have a good impression of the human domain, but now, Lu Yin wanted to cooperate. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong immediately laughed and looked at Lu Yin mockingly. Half-Heaven City Lord was interested. Cooperation. Alliance Master Lu, are you joking? Very serious, Lu Yin said solemnly. Half-Heaven City Lord continued, the Hall of Honor has also tried to cooperate with us, but we rejected them. Eben City has been at war with the human domain for countless years, and there has never been a possibility of cooperation. What gives you the courage to talk about cooperation? Lu Yin calmly answered, because the sixth mainland is gone. Half-Heaven City Lord looked at Lu Yin calmly. Lu Yin continued, Eben City cooperated with the sixth mainland for materials. The sixth mainland told me that if we cooperated with them, Eben City would have to go to war with the human domain. Now that the sixth mainland is gone, you no longer have a basis for cooperation. So, it's our turn. What, does the human domain have materials that can satisfy us? Even if you do, what gives you the right to represent the quasi-star domain? You won't be able to get past the Hall of Honor. Although I don't know much about the human domain, I know that their hatred for us is no less than the sixth mainland's. You want to provide us with materials? What a joke, Half-Heaven City Lord replied. Lu Yin moved his finger. The human domain is not cooperating with you, but me. Half-Heaven City Lord and Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. You? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. I'm not from the human domain, nor am I from the Great Eastern Alliance. It's me, Lu Yin. I'll provide you with materials. What gives you the right? Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong could not help but ask. Their cooperation was equivalent to the sixth mainland's massive amount of materials. Even if they cooperated with the human domain, the Hall of Honor should be the equivalent. No matter how rich or powerful Lu Yin was, he could not compare to an entire continent's worth of materials. Lu Yin stared at Half-Heaven City Lord. I don't have any ordinary materials, but I have some rare materials that normal people can't obtain, including rare materials that even the Sixth Mainland can't get. I can help you get them. The Half-Heaven City Lord's eyes flickered. Even the Sixth Mainland can't get their hands on these materials, yet you can. Lu Yin smiled. How should I put it? It's a personal gift. I can separate certain materials perfectly and recreate their original appearance. Impossible. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong shouted as he glared at Lu Yin. You're lying. Even with my city's technology, I can't do something like this. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that I can't. You don't believe me. Give it a try. The city lord stared at Lu Yin, but his rationality told him that this was impossible. Those rare materials all originated from ancient times and had long since been used. They had indeed obtained many ancient items, but they had been unable to decompose those materials and could only stare at them blankly. They couldn't find new materials even if they wanted to, as they had long since been lost to the river of time. This person in front of him actually claimed that he could perfectly decompose them. Cultivators fought for their lives. Once they reached a combat power of 1,000,000 or even a half-martial ancestor, they would be as powerful as a god. However, there were things that even a god could not accomplish. Kuei Luo also looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Was there really someone who could perfectly separate the materials of an object? Ordinary objects were very simple, and even external objects with a combat power level of 1,000,000 or more could be done by those who were proficient in this field. However, for something to be called a rare material, and with the city's technology at that, it was impossible to decompose it. Since it couldn't be broken down, it was obviously not that simple. Some external objects might seem ordinary, but because they were too ancient or because their manufacturing methods were too complicated, the materials themselves could not be decomposed. No one could perfectly decompose them, so it was impossible. You can try, Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong. Find some things that you need but can't find. Let's see if I can get them for you, Lu Yin said confidently. The city lord looked at Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong and gave him a look. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong left. There was a moment of silence. Right, Alliance Master Lu, there were some strange events in the city a while ago. Was it related to you? Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong suddenly asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression did not change. Not related. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong and Lu Yin looked at each other for a long time, but he could not tell if Lu Yin was lying. Actually, Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong believed that Lu Yin was not related, as Lu Yin had been in seclusion at the time and could not have sent a clone to another place. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong might have believed that Lu Yin was related to the human domain Xia family, but that did not seem likely. Not long after, Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong arrived with a broken stone and tossed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and raised a brow as he looked at it. This stone is very ordinary, but there's a material inside called tear dust. As long as you can extract the tear dust, I'll believe you, Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong said in a low voice. Kuei Luo was astonished. Tear dust. Lu Yin was curious. Senior, have you heard of it? Kuei Luo nodded and looked at the stone in amazement. Tear dust is an extremely ancient material that can no longer be found in the current era. I never thought that there would be one here. He then looked at Lu Yin. Are you sure you can extract it? You should know that tear dust is very fragile. Even someone who has just started cultivating can erase tear dust if they're not careful, let alone someone like you. What does it do? Lu Yin was curious. Kuei Luo replied, plant it and grow it. Lu Yin blinked. That's it. Kuei Luo nodded. That's it. It's actually a type of soil. Then why is it so precious? Even Senior has heard of it. It's said that the plants grown with tear dust are more spiritual than other plants of the same species. Right, I heard that Ancestor Huey's first wisdom root was grown with tear dust. Lu Yin's expression changed, and then he was delighted. Really? Alliance Master Lu, please help yourself. How long will it take? Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong interrupted. Lu Yin looked at him. Is there anything else? Bring it all over, I don't have time to wait. As long as Alliance Master Lu can extract tear dust, our cooperation will begin. Alliance Master Lu doesn't need to wait in a city. I'll give you the item, and you can bring it to me when you extract it, Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong said seriously. Lu Yin smiled. That's a deal. However, I didn't mention any conditions for cooperation. I just said that I'm willing to cooperate. Let's talk about it after we extract tear dust. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong didn't believe that Lu Yin could do it and left. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong hurriedly chased after him. City Lord, aren't you afraid that he already has tear dust? Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong replied, if it's that coincidental, then cooperating with him is the will of the heavens. There's no need to go against it. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong seemed to understand. Kuei Luo left as well, leaving Lu Yin alone. Lu Yin went back to where he had been in seclusion, and his gaze turned cold. Kuei Luo took action to prevent Lu Yin from being monitored by a city. No problem, Kuei Luo replied. Lu Yin looked up, as if he could see that invisible thought form. He didn't know if the mainframe could see it, but even if it did, it wouldn't matter. He only needed to use 2 pips from his die, and the rest could be hidden. Although his innate gift of disintegrating materials was rare, it wasn't enough to cause a stir. He placed his cosmic ring to the side and didn't leave a single star essence on him. Lu Yin raised his hand, and his die appeared. He tapped it, causing it to spin and slowly stop at enhance. Lu Yin was helpless. Kuei Luo and Jie Shan's chief both had innate gifts, but he didn't dare to touch them in the next 10 seconds. He recovered his die and continued rolling it. On his second try, he rolled 3 pips. Looking at the 2 screens, Lu Yin shook his head and tried again. On his third try, his luck wasn't bad, and he rolled 2 pips. A disintegration vortex appeared, and Lu Yin threw the stone into it. The stone passed through the vortex, and several different materials fell out. Lu Yin could only recognize the most ordinary stone fragments, but there were also red and gray fragments beside them. Once again, he threw these fragments into the decomposition vortex, but nothing was decomposed. He had reached the bottom. That meant that one of these fragments was definitely tear dust. The gray fragments were the most likely, as there were too few of them. Regardless of what kind of fragment it was, Lu Yin collected some, as he needed tear dust to help him disintegrate materials. Taking some wasn't excessive, as they didn't know how much there was anyway. The disintegration vortex could last for 5 minutes, so Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to leave. Being too quick would arouse suspicion. As the vortex disappeared, Lu Yin closed his eyes and began cultivating Sirius. 2 days passed, and Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong came to check on Lu Yin twice, but he didn't see him come out. His expression grew colder each time he left. When Vice Governor Xiao Xiong came for the 3rd time, Lu Yin walked out. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong hurriedly stared at Lu Yin. You failed, didn't you? Kuei Luo and Jie Shan's chief also looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin smiled and raised his hand, revealing several fragments. Can I trouble you to take a look and see if there's any tear dust? Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong looked at the fragments in Lu Yin's hand, especially the gray ones. He was stunned. Bantian City Lord arrived, this time with a modified human body that was much more powerful than the previous one. When he saw the gray fragments in Lu Yin's hand, he looked up. Alliance Master Lu, welcome to work with Citadel. Lu Yin handed the gray fragments to Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong and smiled under Jia Shan's stunned gaze. Please come in. Please. Bantian City Lord's tone had completely changed. Jia Shan's chief was stunned, and he stared at Lu Yin and Bantian City Lord in a daze. How was this possible? For a long time, the Hall of Honor had sought a ceasefire or even a cooperation with Citadel, but they had never succeeded. However, Lu Yin had actually succeeded. How had he done it? The times made heroes. The separation of the innerverse and outerverse had allowed Lu Yin to unify the outerverse, and the destruction of the sixth mainland had also allowed Lu Yin to cooperate with Citadel. Compared to the sixth mainland, which could no longer satisfy Citadel's material needs, Lu Yin, who could allow them to obtain rare materials, was more worthy of cooperation. Lu Yin had already become a treasure in Bantian City Lord's eyes. To the technocracy, materials were like battle techniques to the technocracy. To the human domain, Lu Yin was like a walking secret technique to the humans. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1732. Even Vice City Lord Little Bear's gaze changed when he saw Lu Yin. His guess that Lu Yin just so happened to have tear dust was shattered the moment another red fragment appeared. Although this red fragment was not as precious as tear dust, it was still an incomparably precious material. Little Bear had not mentioned it in the beginning because he wanted to be careful. The moment he saw the red fragment, he was certain that Lu Yin really did have tear dust, and that it wasn't a coincidence. It was impossible for someone to possess two precious materials at the same time. Even someone who could see the future might not be able to obtain them. At this moment, Little Bear's gaze towards Lu Yin had completely changed. It was the same way he had looked at the cultivators of the sixth mainland before it had been destroyed. Lu Yin and Half-Heaven City Lord chatted for a long time, but no one knew what they were talking about. Even Kuei Luo didn't listen, as he wasn't interested. He still felt that Lu Yin's path was wrong, and that a cultivator should focus on cultivation instead of wasting time on such trivial matters. The next day after Lu Yin's conversation with Half-Heaven City Lord, Little Bear had someone bring the Valley Master's swordsman out. The swordsman had an apprehensive expression, and his face was pale. He looked like he was seriously ill. When we captured you, you said that you didn't know who those people were, right? Little Bear asked coldly. The swordsman's voice trembled. I really don't know. I don't know them. Little Bear sneered. You don't know Lu Yin. The swordsman was shocked, and his heart sank. It was over. Lu Yin and the others wouldn't think that he was the one who had told them, right? He didn't want to die. So he hurriedly said, Vice City Lord, this has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin and the others planted an innate gift in me, which is why I was forced to bring them here. I don't want to lie to you, but if I tell you, I'll be dead. Little Bear calmly looked at the swordsman, stood up, and walked behind him. You've planted an innate gift. The swordsman nodded. That's right. An elder's innate gift is extremely powerful. His innate gift ignores distance, and he can kill me instantly. If that's the case, why aren't you dead? Because I didn't tell you. But we already know. How can Lu Yin be sure that you didn't tell him? The swordsman was stumped, unable to answer. Vice City Lord Little Bear disdainfully said, Ignore distance? Let me tell you, Lu Yin and the others have already left the technocracy. They can't control you. The Valley Master's sword servant was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed, really. Did they escape? Vice City Lord Little Bear stared at him coldly. Are you very happy? The Valley Master's swordsman hurriedly lowered his head. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Vice City Lord Little Bear sat down again. Tell me, what's their goal? Since the city already knew their identities, the Valley Master's swordsman no longer hid anything and revealed everything he knew. Vice City Lord Little Bear listened quietly and looked in Vyr's direction. It seemed that Lu Yin hadn't been lying, and his goal was indeed to go to the Vyr battlefield. How had he known that the origin artifact would appear? Did someone tell him? That's all I know. Vice City Lord, Lu Yin and the others never thought of coming to Iba. They only wanted to go to the battlefield between Iba and the Genesis Academy. I don't know their goal, the Valley Master's sword servant said bitterly. He admitted that he was very unlucky. There had been so many paths from Endless Weave to the technocracy, but he had run into Lu Yin's group. I know their goal, Vice City Lord Little Bear said. The Valley Master's sword servant was astonished, but he didn't ask. Lu Yin's goal is the origin item that appeared in the dimensional battlefield, Vice City Lord Little Bear said in a low voice. The Valley Master's sword servant was confused, as he didn't know anything about the origin artifact. Vice City Lord Little Bear looked at him. Lu Yin's matter isn't your fault. You can only say that you're unlucky. However, if you want Iba to send cyborgs to the human domain's outerverse to help you, don't even think about it. We don't have a single cyborg. The Valley Master's sword servant's face went pale. Vice City Lord, Iba's cooperation with the Sixth Mainland has never been a problem. Even if Lu Yin made a mistake this time, it has nothing to do with the Sixth Mainland. Vice City Lord Little Bear stopped the Valley Master's sword servant from continuing. If there's a first time, then there will be a second. The next time someone from the Sixth Mainland is forced to bring someone into Iba, do you expect us to not care? Don't forget that Iba is in trouble this time. The Valley Master's sword servant thought back to when he had been interrogated by Iba's people. At the time, he had guessed that Lu Yin's group might be behind this, but the investigation had concluded that it had nothing to do with Lu Yin's group, which had relieved him. But now, regardless of whether Lu Yin's group was behind this or not, this debt would be placed on Iba's group. Who had brought Lu Yin here? It had to be him. When he thought of this, the Valley Master's sword servant's entire body went cold. If Iba's cooperation with the Sixth Mainland was severed because of Lu Yin, then even 10 lives would not be enough to compensate for it. The more he thought about it, the more terrified the Valley Master's sword servant became. Vice City Lord, please be lenient. What happened to Iba before was definitely not Lu Yin's group's doing. This lowly one doesn't ask for as many androids as you want, and will do as you say. Please, if Iba's cooperation with the Sixth Mainland is severed, then this lowly one will die. Vice City Lord Little Bear coldly watched the Valley Master's sword servant plead. After a long time, Vice City Lord Little Bear said, It's not that we can't cooperate with the Sixth Mainland, but because of Lu Yin's matter, our previous cooperation will have to be restarted. The Valley Master's sword servant was confused, as he did not know what Vice City Lord Little Bear was talking about. However, he could only listen and wait for the results. The dimensional battlefield is constantly spreading towards us, and Iba is at a disadvantage in the war against the Genesis Court. Thus, I need the Sixth Mainland to support Iba and attack the Genesis Court from another direction, Vice City Lord Little Bear said. The Valley Master's sword servant was shocked. Attack the Genesis Court. Vice City Lord Little Bear nodded. That's right, attack the Genesis Court. Of course, you'll have to give us the materials as well. Only then will we have a basis for cooperation. The Valley Master's sword servant was troubled. Attacking the Genesis Court was not something he could decide. If you don't want to, then forget it, Vice City Lord Little Bear said coldly. The Valley Master's sword servant begged again. Vice City Lord Little Bear's tone softened slightly. Actually, we've met a few times before. In the words of you humans, we're already acquaintances, and I don't want you to go back and throw away your life. The Valley Master's sword servant hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Forget about thanking me. I can help you facilitate the cooperation, but whether or not you're willing is up to you, Vice City Lord Little Bear said. The Valley Master's sword servant did not understand. I mentioned the origin item to you before. You just need to tell the person behind you about it. The origin item is currently in the Heavenly Founding Academy. Our first city will be cooperating with the Sixth Mainland once again. The basis is for the Sixth Mainland to attack the Heavenly Founding Academy. In the end, we don't care who gets the origin item. What you say is up to you, Vice City Lord Little Bear said. The Valley Master Swordsman had no idea what an origin item was, but since Vice City Lord Little Bear had given him a way out, then he knew that it might make sense. Left with no other choice, the swordsman borrowed a gadget from the city and contacted Endless Weave. He then used Endless Weave to contact one of the Daosaur sects for reverence, Mr. Guanqing, who was located in the Southern Weave. Mr. Guanqing was one of the Daosaur sects for reverence, and he was also the master of the Martial Immortal Realm's Upper Temple. Origin Artifact. An origin item has appeared in the Vira battlefield. Mr. Guanqing lost his composure. As one of the four venerables, there were very few things that could make him lose his composure. However, the news sent back by the Valley Master's sword servant did. An origin item was related to becoming a progenitor. Not every half-progenitor had an origin item, and not everyone could break through the 3 stages. The Sixth Mainland also had people who could break through the 3 stages, or else the 3 progenitors would not have been born. Among the current Sixth Mainland's top powerhouses, there were not many who could break through the 3 stages and become a progenitor. The reason why no one had attempted to break through for so many years was because they lacked an origin item. Now, the person who had been sent to negotiate with First City had actually returned with news that an origin item had appeared in the Vira battlefield. Mr. Guanqing's first reaction was disbelief. Then, he heard that First City's condition for cooperation was for the Sixth Mainland to attack the Heavenly Founding Academy, which made Mr. Guanqing even more skeptical. However, regardless of whether he believed it or not, he had to be honest with the other 3 reverends. The Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sects for reverence had gathered. They were Blood Homage Realm's Old Man Sangqiong, Martial Immortal Realm's Mr. Guanqing, Stone Realm's Medicine Immortal, and Fan Realm's newly promoted Guru Qinghua. When they heard that an origin item had appeared, the 4 of them did not hesitate to gather. Old Man Sangqiong was the first to express his disbelief. How could an origin item appear in the technocracy? Our Sixth Mainland has been passed down since ancient times, and we don't have any extra origin items. How could the technocracy have one? Mr. Guanqing replied, that's right. The martial ancestor once said that the Fifth Mainland's half-progenitors all have the aura of an origin item. That aura has been left behind by the Fifth Mainland for many years, and it is also our true goal in attacking the Fifth Mainland. It cannot have been left behind, and it is even more impossible for it to appear in the technocracy. Those mechanical creatures have no use for an origin item. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1733. The appearance of the origin item in the dimensional battlefield is just Ibn City's claim, and no one can prove it. We can't attack the Genesis Academy because of something that's unlikely to exist, especially since it involves that region of space, Old Man Sangqiong said. He then continued, let's talk about the Great Eastern Alliance. We've already given them enough time. It's time to chase them away or submit. When the Great Eastern Alliance was mentioned, old man Sangqiong glanced at Qinghua. If the plan had gone smoothly, this person would not have been one of the four sovereigns. Lu Yin had agreed to cooperate with Madame Red on the surface, but he had secretly broken the agreement. The Great Eastern Alliance would either have to leave or submit, and the 5 weaves that had been agreed upon would not have been given to them. However, Madame Red had never revealed the whereabouts of progenitor Wushang's hide. Had Lu Yin not given it to her? No, she had only agreed to give Lu Yin 5 weaves before the incident with Qinghua. Lu Yin had used progenitor Wushang's hide in exchange for 5 weaves, and Madame Red did not have the qualifications to agree. Thus, she had used Qinghua's incident to reasonably give Lu Yin 5 weaves. There had been some time between the 2 incidents, so progenitor Wushang's hide must have been given to Madame Red. Otherwise, she would not have tried so hard to obtain 5 weaves for Lu Yin. Progenitor Wushang's hide was in Madame Red's hands. As he thought about progenitor Wushang's hide, Master Guanqing's words jolted old man Sangqiong back to reality. There's another person who saw the origin item, Lu Yin. Lu Yin. Old man Sangqiong, Qinghua, and even the medicine immortal were shocked. Why would Lu Yin appear in the dimensional battlefield? Old man Sangqiong asked. Master Guanqing told them about how the Valley Master's swordsman had been coerced. The Valley Master's swordsman did not dare to hide this matter, and they could not hide it anyway. They only concealed the fact that Ibn City had wanted to sever their cooperation with the 6th mainland because of this matter. Now, the conditions for continuing the cooperation had been proposed by Ibn City, and the 6th mainland could not possibly know that Ibn City had wanted to sever their cooperation. They only knew that Ibn City's demands had been increasing, from materials to attacking the Genesis Academy. This was very normal, as the 6th mainland had been destroyed, and the materials could not be provided. Lu Yin went to the dimensional battlefield because of the origin item. He must have received some news. It seems like the origin item is real, the medicine immortal said. Mr. Guanqing looked at old man Sangqiong and asked, "What do you think?" Old man Sangqiong became uncertain. Everyone knows about Lu Yin's personality. He doesn't do anything without benefits, and even though he's young, he's good at planning before acting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current accomplishments. It has to be said that no one in the younger generation of the 6th mainland can compare to him, regardless of whether it's innate talent, strength, or scheming. Since he appeared in the dimensional battlefield, the authenticity of his origin item is very high. The human domain has always been enemies with a city. If it wasn't for the origin item, he wouldn't have risked his life to go to the Vientiane battlefield. Master Guanqing shook his head. But this child should have obtained an origin item in that region of space. None of them could figure it out. Let's not talk about the origin item first. Cooperating with Yi City is inevitable. In that case, even if there is no origin item, should we agree to Yi City's request? Asked the medicine immortal. If we attack the Heaven Creation Academy, it's very likely that we'll bring about the murderous intent of that part of the universe. They've already abandoned the 5th mainland, and I don't want them to return. The primeval surnames are not to be trifled with, Guru Qinghua said. He was an undisciplined person, and he didn't care about cooperation. He was more concerned about the safety of the 6th mainland. His words were approved. They all agreed, and after a final discussion, they communicated with East City, hoping that East City would change their conditions. In fact, they had originally planned to find a way to obtain materials from the 5th mainland, such as purchasing materials from the Hall of Honor. However, Lu Yin had threatened the Valley Master's swordsmen and learned of their plans. Purchasing materials from the 5th mainland was not likely, and the Hall of Honor might even find out about their goals. None of them mentioned this possibility, as they were well aware that if the Fifth Mainland knew that they had asked East City for help with the androids, their attitude towards them would be completely different, and they would most likely associate this with war. At the same time, they also decided that the four sovereigns would guard the Endless Weaves and kill Lu Yin if they discovered him. The Sixth Mainland was not stupid, and before they could confirm that the origin item that had appeared in the Vientiane battlefield was real, they would not easily agree to East City's request to attack the Heaven Creation Academy. The price was too high, and even if the origin item was real, Lu Yin was not confident that he could lure the Sixth Mainland into attacking the Heaven Creation Academy. This was just bait. It all depended on whether or not the Sixth Mainland could resist the temptation of the origin item, and it also depended on whether or not they were willing to cooperate with East City. After staying in East City for a few days and separating several rare materials for Half-Heaven City's City Lord, they finally confirmed their cooperation. Out of Lu Yin's conditions, the most important one was to have East City keep an eye on the Heaven Creation Academy and immediately contact Lu Yin if anyone from the Cosmic Tree Society appeared. This was also Lu Yin's main goal in coming to the technocracy. He could not constantly worry about being hunted down, and even if Kuei Luo was here, he could not guarantee that Kuei Luo would definitely be by his side to protect him. Lu Yin did not have the confidence to have a half-progenitor protect him at all times, even if Kuei Luo was once related to the Lu family. If he did not want to be constantly on guard, then he would have to keep an eye on the Heaven Creation Academy. No one understood the Heaven Creation Academy better than East City. After his trip to the technocracy, Lu Yin had cooperated with East City and had them keep an eye on the Heaven Creation Academy. For Lu Yin, he had done everything he could during this trip. As for Jie Shan's chief, even if he did not confirm that the Heaven Creation Academy was cooperating with the Neo-Human Alliance, knowing Lu Yin's identity and the appearance of Kuei Luo, a half-progenitor from the Cosmic Tree Society, would be easier to explain when he returned. He also knew that Lu Yin was cooperating with East City, which meant that it was unlikely that East City would become an enemy of the human domain. This information was also very important. On the way back, Jie Shan's chief was silent. The Fifth Mainland hated primeval surnames, so he did not know how to face Lu Yin, especially since this person could bring disaster to the Fifth Mainland. When he thought about the possibility of Kuei Luo having a primeval surname, Jie Shan's chief felt both resentment and apprehension. Kuei Luo was rather relaxed. Wang Si and the white-haired devil were still imprisoned, and the Cosmic Tree Society would not send experts to hunt them down for the time being. They could live comfortably for a while, and Kuei Luo had always wanted to come to the Fifth Mainland. "Kid, take me to that wall," Kuei Luo said. Back in the Cosmic Tree Society, Lu Yin had told Kuei Luo that the elder from Drift Charge Planet had carved the Stonewall scriptures onto the wall. The elder was already dead, but Lu Yin could take Kuei Luo to him. It was because of this that Kuei Luo had been willing to help Lu Yin escape from the Cosmic Tree Society. Lu Yin replied, "He's dead. You won't be able to find him." Kuei Luo stopped, forcing Lu Yin, Jie Shan's chief, and the two emissaries to stop at the same time. "You lied to me." Kuei Luo's gaze was gloomy and filled with hostility. Lu Yin asked in a low voice, "Did I recite it correctly?" Kuei Luo's eyes narrowed. "Aside from the person you care about, who else knows?" "Aside from him, who else can tell me?" "Didn't you already confirm it?" "I didn't lie to you. It's just that the planet was destroyed the moment he died," Lu Yin said. "So what you said back in the Central Realm was that you wanted me to help you," Kuei Luo said through gritted teeth. Lu Yin nodded. Kuei Luo sighed, his expression sullen. He had lied his entire life, and he could kill anyone with a single lie. He had never expected to fall into this kid's trap. Lu Yin felt helpless. "You didn't know who I was back then. If I hadn't said that, you might not have helped me, right?" Kuei Luo looked into the distance and shook his head bitterly. I went through so much trouble to come to this abandoned land just to sweep his grave, but I didn't think that there wouldn't even be one. How pitiful, how pitiful. Lu Yin was curious. Who is he? Why does he know my Lu family's inheritance? Back then, he said that he wanted me to go to the Neoverse to help him pass the Stonewall scriptures to someone else. Who was that person? Later on, he didn't even need me to look for that person. Kuei Luo laughed. That person. It's just a backup plan. He must have hidden someone who might be able to preserve that scripture. That's not important. The reason he didn't want you to look for that person is probably because he saw a greater chance of preserving the scripture on you. Who would have thought that by chance, he would actually hand it over to the person who should be the most suitable? Who exactly is he? Lu Yin was curious. The elder from Driftcharge Planet had been the greatest opportunity of his life. Using the arcane art of life and death had allowed him to come back from the brink of death multiple times. The Stonewall scriptures had helped him survive multiple calamities, and the tattoo on the soles of his feet had allowed him to obtain the serious sex assistance. In the future, he might even obtain the assistance left behind by progenitor Qin. Without the elder from Driftcharge Planet, Lu Yin's path of cultivation would not have been so exciting. He really wanted to erect a monument for the elder. Kuei Luo glanced at the chief of Realm Mountain and then at Lu Yin. He thought about it and then spoke to Lu Yin alone. My name isn't Kuei Luo. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Not Kuei Luo. You're not Kuei Luo. That can't be. Many people recognized him, and besides Kuei Luo, there was no other half-ancestor with such a foul mouth. Kuei Luo slowly replied, Kuei Luo is actually two people, Kuei Luo and Luo Jia. I'm Kuei Luo, and that old man is Luo Jia. Lu Yin was shocked. Is that so? Kuei Luo nodded. That's right. When the Lu family was in trouble, the two of us were implicated and ran away separately. Luo Jia might have been captured, and I've been looking for him ever since. But didn't you fake your deaths a long time ago? Why did you still encounter trouble? I already said that we were in trouble with the Lu family, and no one knows who we are. This old man searched the astral tree domain for so many years, but I couldn't find any trace of Luo Jia. I didn't expect him to be in this region of space. What's your relationship with the Lu family? Why does Luo Jia have that scripture? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. I've told you many times. I'll tell you once you become an emissary. Until then, you should just focus on your cultivation. Lu Yin pursed his lips and didn't say anything. But where did Luo Jia's grandson come from? Do you know about this? Kuei Luo was curious. When Lu Yin had told him that the elder's grandson had died on Driftcharge Planet, Kuei Luo had been very curious, but he hadn't had the chance to ask. Lu Yin roughly explained what had happened in the Sirius sect, but he didn't reveal the diagram on the bottom of his feet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1734. Kuei Luo was shocked by Lu Yin's words. He's probably an adopted grandson. He caused such a ruckus over an adopted child. His temperament has changed so much. Temperament. Lu Yin thought back to the first time he had met the elder from Driftcharge Planet. That elder had used a hidden technique on Lu Yin and forced him to memorize the Stonewall scriptures. He had even threatened Lu Yin that he ate white meat. That old man's temperament had not been good, but that did fit Kuei Luo's temperament. It's no wonder why the Astral Tree Society's encirclement has been useless. Two half-progenitors, who can resist them? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Suddenly, He remembered something and stared at Kuei Luo. Give me ye. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. You threw it away. I'm thinking of a way to bring enemies to the Genesis Court so that I can cause trouble for the experts from the Astral Tree Society. It's useless. That's because you took Yi Zi away. Don't worry. Anyone who wants to break through to the progenitor realm won't give up hope. At the very least, the Genesis Court must have an item of origin. Do you think those half-progenitors are idiots? They're not that smart. You stirred up trouble in the Astral Tree Society, but in the end, you were seen through by a girl who met you. Even the White Dragon ancestor didn't notice your weakness. Don't think that others are so smart. They're not stupid. Give it back. You threw it away. You lack an item of origin. Nonsense. I want to break through to the progenitor realm too. You don't have one. Who else has one besides the four-way scales? Not long after, the group left the technocracy. Kuei Luo was startled. There's an expert here. He's not weak. Jie Shan's chief grew serious. It should be the sixth mainland celestial imprint. Lu Yin had already expected this. The Valley Master's swordsman must have contacted the sixth mainland, and it seemed like both sides were discussing this. The sixth mainland did not want to let him return so easily, so they probably wanted to hide the fact that they had requested help from a city. Kid, should we make a move? Kuei Luo asked. He was rather curious about the sixth mainland's imprint. Lu Yin shook his head. Try not to alert them. The sixth mainland has progenitors. Kuei Luo's heart sank at the mention of progenitor realm. Let's go. With Kuei Luo leading the way, even the All-Heaven imprint wouldn't be able to discover them. Moreover, the World Mountain's first seat was also a super expert who could rival the All-Heaven imprint. It wasn't long before Lu Yin's group left the Endless Weave and arrived at the Southern Weave. The celestial imprints had gone to the Endless Territories to block them, so the Southern Territories were no longer in danger. Kuei Luo was about to leave after confirming that there wasn't much danger. Leave? Where are you going? Lu Yin asked. Aren't you going to the Innerverse with me? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. What's the point of following you around? Hee, I've grown tired of staying in the starry sky of the trees, and I've never been to the abandoned lands before. Of course I'd like to walk around and see the local customs. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Local customs. He was aware of Kuei Luo's reputation in the starry sky of trees. That old man was hated by almost everyone. He was a wicked man with a foul mouth and was good at making up stories. Given his strength, ordinary people would look down on him. If he wanted to dig up something, it would be something earth-shattering. This was interesting. There were still many secrets that Lu Yin wanted to know about the fifth mainland. However, this old man wouldn't dig up his own secrets, would he? Ahem, that. Don't be rash. This is a civilized society. Take it easy, we can't take it. Why don't you just stay in the Outerverse? At this moment, Jie Shan's chief raised his gadget and looked at Kuei Luo. Elder Chan would like to speak with you. Kuei Luo and Lu Yin looked over. Elder Chan. That name sounds annoying. Who is it? The boss of the abandoned lands. Jie Shan's chief frowned. Was this how a half-ancestor behaved? Lu Yin whispered, Elder Chan is the master of our fifth mainland's Hall of Honor. He's infinitely close to becoming a progenitor, and he should be around the same level as the Myriad Dao ancestor. Kuei Luo was shocked. There's such a powerful person. Lu Yin didn't know how strong Elder Chan was, but he knew that there was nothing wrong with scaring Kuei Luo. Elder Chan once spoke with the sixth mainland's three ancestors on equal terms, Lu Yin added. Kuei Luo grew serious, as the myriad Dao ancestor could speak with progenitors on equal terms. This was because all progenitors were certain that he would become a progenitor. That was an unparalleled confidence, and Elder Chan had actually achieved it. Kuei Luo still spoke with Elder Chan, and Lu Yin overheard their conversation. Elder Chan hoped that Kuei Luo wouldn't act rashly on the fifth mainland and that he wouldn't reveal the matter of the cosmic tree domain. When Lu Yefei had first arrived, a sourcebox array had been planted in her body, and it could determine her life or death. Kuei Luo was a half-ancestor, and no one else had the ability to do so. He could only hope that Elder Chan would try his best not to act rashly. Kuei Luo's attitude was still quite good, and his tone was still quite displeased. However, he didn't tear off all pretense of cordiality. Lu Yin was thinking about his upcoming conversation with Elder Chan. Jie Shan's chief had already told Elder Chan everything, and Elder Chan would definitely want to speak with Lu Yin. His conversation with Elder Chan would directly determine the survival of the Great Eastern Alliance. If Elder Chan hated Lu Yin's identity, then the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately vanish. After all, the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor was the true ruler, and many of Lu Yin's accomplishments had been established with the Hall of Honor. Without the Hall of Honor, no one would fear Lu Yin, and many people would be able to act without restraint. Not long after, Kuei Luo tossed his gadget to Jie Shan's chief. "I don't even know what that old bastard is talking about. What a mess." He then left under Jie Shan's furious gaze. Kuei Luo had also taken away the origin artifact, and Lu Yin would not be able to obtain it. That old bastard had refused to give it to him, and Lu Yin had no other choice. A dignified half-ancestor was acting shamelessly, and only a progenitor could suppress him. Kuei Luo's behavior was rather rude to Elder Chan, but he was on the same level as Elder Chan, so Jie Shan's chief could not say anything. He looked at Lu Yin, only to find that Lu Yin had activated his gadget. "Elder Chan, Junior Lu Yin apologizes to you." Jie Shan's chief was speechless. This brat had acted quickly. Elder Chan had not expected Lu Yin to act so quickly. He had just ended his conversation with Kuei Luo when Lu Yin had contacted him in less than 2 seconds. "Should I call you Lu Yin or Lu Shaoxian?" Elder Chan asked in a low voice. Lu Yin was bitter. "Before I lost my memories, I was Lu Shaoxian. Now, I'm Lu Yin." Elder Chan remained silent. Lu Yin said, "I'm sorry, Senior. The Fifth Mainland has given me too much support, but I've disappointed you." Elder Chan replied, "You'll be disappointed if you don't break through to the progenitor realm. I'm from the astral trees, and I have a true primeval surname," Lu Yin said bitterly. Elder Chan asked, "Are the primeval surnames in this region fake?" Lu Yin did not understand. Actually, there are many primeval surnames, and many of the primeval surnames in this region share the same ancestry as you. Although we detest them, we do not hate them. The primeval surnames abandoned the Fifth Mainland, causing this region to lose its luster. This was your choice. Did you see the Hall of Honor hunting down the primeval surnames?" Elder Chan countered. Lu Yin solemnly replied, "This junior understands. Lu Shaoxuan's identity will bring about war." Jie Shan's chief spoke up, his voice not soft. Lu Yin's finger twitched, as this was what he was most worried about. Elder Chan was silent for a moment. "Lu Yin." "Yes, Senior," Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Elder Chan continued, "Humans cannot afford internal strife. No matter who is right or wrong in this region of the universe, we cannot let the Eternals benefit. Do you understand?" Lu Yin clenched his fists. "I understand. Don't worry, Senior. I'll think of a way to resolve this." Elder Chan ended the call. Neither of them had said anything, but they both knew that Luin would not resign himself to his fate, and Elder Chan would not allow the Fifth Mainland to launch a counterattack against the astral trees. It all depended on what Luin would do. The moment Lu Xiaoshuan's identity was exposed, he had already guessed that this would be the outcome. Elder Chan was the master of the Hall of Honor, and he knew of the Eternal's existence. His choice had not been wrong. Lu Yin only knew one thing: if he wanted to lead his people against the four-way scales, there would be an additional obstacle. However, this obstacle would come sooner or later. Even if he did not expose himself now, Elder Chan would still find out when the astral trees sent reinforcements. It was just a matter of time. There was one thing that Lu Yin had not expected: Elder Chan had let him off so easily. He had not pursued the matter of the Great Eastern Alliance, and he had no intention of chasing Lu Yin away from the Fifth Mainland. Elder Chan and the other half-ancestors had supported Lu Yin because he had broken through 3 stages and was one of the Fifth Mainland's hopes of becoming a progenitor. His status was almost equal to that of the other half-ancestors. Now that Lu Yin had become a progenitor, he represented the Lu family of the astral trees. Lu Yin had not expected that Elder Chan would actually not mind. Neoverse, Jia Shan. Elder Chan put down his gadget and stepped out to the adjudicator realm. It was not that he did not mind, but rather that he valued Lu Yin not only because of Lu Yin's hopes of becoming a progenitor, but also because he had to consider someone else. There were many geniuses in the universe. Back when Upper Sage Wudi had brought Lu Yin to wreak havoc at Jiashan, Lu Yin had not been able to compare to the prime clear lineage. At least, in the eyes of those from the Hall of Honor, Lu Yin was no match for the prime clear lineage. At the time, Elder Chan had openly supported Lu Yin, which was why Lu Yin had such a background in the Hall of Honor. Elder Chan was not worried about Everlasting Island, nor was he worried about the Great Eastern Alliance, which was a loose alliance that could be easily destroyed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1735. In cultivators, the strong prey on the weak, and there is no right or wrong. However, I believe that this world needs right and wrong, and it needs fairness. Even if I can never achieve it, this is still my goal. Even if my body is crushed, even if my life is destroyed, even if the human race never existed. Humans are not walking corpses. Lu Yin's counterattack on the 4 cardinal scales is correct for the Lu family, as he can take revenge. If the human race is destroyed by the Eternals because of this, then he is guilty. If I am still alive on that day, I will judge him and give him justice. If he is convicted in advance because of something that has yet to happen, then the scales will be left for whoever decides. Elder Chan looked at the scales with a complicated expression. Is this also your master's intention? I don't know. This is my decision. Elder Chan nodded. I understand. Everything will be up to fate. He then left the adjudicator realm, leaving behind one last sentence. This is not an abandoned land, but rather an ancestral land. A deserter will always be a deserter. Lu Yin did not know what had happened in the Neoverse, so he naturally did not know about the change in Elder Chan's attitude. To him, no matter what Elder Chan's attitude was or what he should do, he would not give up on the Fifth Mainland's counterattack just because of a few words from Elder Chan. Lu Yin would respect the decision of those who followed him, but he would not allow them to do as they pleased. Part of what Elder Chan had said was from the bottom of his heart, but part of it was because he had no other choice. Humans were not allowed to have internal strife. Elder Chan was wary of this, but the sorcerer god was looking forward to it. In the end, it all depended on their own methods. The sorcerer god's scheme would definitely succeed, but the result might not be what he wanted. He had to drag the Eternals down with him. How could he let the Eternals just watch from the sidelines? Not long after Kuei Luo left, Lu Yin sent a message to Qing Tan. Qing Tan, who was far away in the Realm Mountains, was confused when she saw Lu Yin's message. Origin item. She did not know what an origin item was, but she still did as Lu Yin said. In the endless weaves, Zhangqiong old man's eyes were closed. With 4 sovereigns present, even the 5th mainland's half-ancestors might not be able to save Lu Yin. Killing this person might be a huge concern, but capturing this person was even more valuable. Progenitor Wushang's hide, origin artifact, the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, and so on. This kid had too many secrets. Most importantly, he had suddenly opened his eyes. The legendary Death God's inheritance. The Grim Reaper was a legend that no one believed in. However, Lu Yin's performance in the Sovereign Tournament had attracted a lot of attention, and Old Man Zhangqiong was one of them. Just because he didn't say anything didn't mean that he wasn't paying attention. Once he captured Lu Yin, he would have to interrogate him about the God of Death's inheritance. While Old Man Zhangqiong was deep in thought, he received a message from Qing Tan. When he saw the message, his expression changed drastically. Lu Yin has returned from the technocracy and informed the Board of Governors of his whereabouts. He mentioned that he found an origin item in the dimensional battlefield. Old Man Zhangqiong and the others didn't quite believe that an origin artifact would appear in the dimensional battlefield out of nowhere, but Qing Tan's information had shaken them. They could not figure out why Lu Yin had taken the risk to go to the technocracy, but it was not impossible for him to claim that it was for the origin item. Could there really be an origin item? Old Man Zhangqiong's eyes flickered. An origin item or progenitor Wushang's hide, which was more important? Both were important to him. The heavenly imprint was not a half-progenitor, but some heavenly imprints had reached the half-progenitor level, while others had not. Old Man Zhangqiong did not have one, but he was ambitious. He was one of the few cultivators who had broken through the lower and middle finger stages without reaching the half-progenitor level. He had the desire to become a half-progenitor, and he was very eager to do so. Otherwise, he would not have captured Madame Red. Once this matter was exposed, it would easily lead to a war with the progenitor of Combat Realm. Now that the news of an origin item had been confirmed, Old Man Zhangqiong could no longer sit still. Whether or not there was an origin item, he had to send someone to Ebon City. Now that the 6th mainland's cultivators in Ebon City had come from the progenitor of Combat Realm, he had to send his own people. There was no need for Lu Yin to guard Ebon City, as he had already returned. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, there was no need to pay attention to them for the time being. If it was confirmed that there was an origin item, then the balance of the war would tilt towards the Genesis Academy. Nothing was more important than breaking through the progenitor realm. The astral river was majestic, and from time to time, strange fish would emerge from it. Occasionally, there would also be unfathomably large creatures that swam by, causing the astral river arc to sway. The older generation had once said that some superclustered creatures could even capsize the astral river arc when they passed by. Ever since the 6th mainland had entered the Outerverse, most of the Outerverse weaves had gradually been taken over, and no one could control them. However, the astral river arc had always been under the control of the 5th mainland, and the 6th mainland's cultivators had never fought over it. This was true even for the West Astral River Arc, which could reach the Outerverse Western Weaves. As long as one boarded the West Astral River Arc, they would be able to reach the Outerverse Western Weaves. The 6th mainland's cultivators were confident that they would not fear any cultivators from the 5th mainland, but the 5th mainland's innerverse did not allow the 6th mainland's cultivators to easily enter. Whether they were willing to admit it or not, the 6th mainland's average strength was stronger than the 5th mainland's. When Lu Yin had gone to the Pegasus Manor to rescue the giant's bloodline, he had passed through the Astral River Arkansas. When he had been brought to the technocracy by Jie Shan's chief, he had also passed through the Astral River Arkansas. Now, he still had to pass through the Astral River Arc on his way back. As he looked at the swaying Astral River Arc in the distance, Lu Yin grew curious. Does the Sixth Mainland not have the right to use the Astral River Arc? Jie Shan's chief replied, I'm not sure. I don't care about worldly affairs. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Ever since Lu Xiaoshuan's identity had been exposed, Jie Shan's attitude towards him had changed. There was less closeness and casualness, and there was more vigilance and distance. This could not be helped, as the difference between regions could not be ignored. The same went for Elder Chan. Soon, the group boarded the Astral River Arkansas. With Jie Shan's strength, he could easily bring Lu Yin and the others across the Astral River Arc, but there was no need for that. Cultivators did not need to constantly reveal their strength, as accidents could happen at any time. As he looked at the surging Astral River, Lu Yin recalled the terrifying number of rune lines he had seen before. There were powerful creatures hidden within the Astral River. Soon, the Astral River Arc moved, heading towards the Innerverse. Many spacecraft lined up to board the East Astral River Arc, but there were very few people on this particular Astral River Arkansas. After all, very few cultivators dared to come to the Sixth Mainland's territory. The Sixth Mainland's invasion of the Innerverse had caused too much hatred, and almost no cultivators from the Fifth Mainland were willing to come. Most of the cultivators on this Astral River Arc came from trading companies or independent cultivators. They could not survive here and could only try their luck. There were also some cultivators from the Fifth Mainland's Outerverse who wanted to break free from the Sixth Mainland's rule and enter the Innerverse. Another spacecraft is coming, but it's too late. Someone sighed when they saw another spacecraft in the distance. It doesn't matter. The Ark can travel back and forth very quickly. Wait, look. Those people should belong to some power from the Sixth Mainland. Lu Yin heard the sounds of discussion, and he looked over. Not too far away from the Astral River Arc, there was a spacecraft that had stopped, and it was surrounded by a few cultivators. The clothes that these cultivators were wearing were very familiar. That emblem. The Autumn Frost family. Lu Yin was shocked. How had the Autumn Frost family cultivators chased him all the way here? They were quite far away. There was a boom as the spacecraft exploded. Two figures rushed out in different directions, trying to escape. The cultivator from the Autumn Frost family attacked and imprinted an imprint on Uncle Hua, killing intent bursting forth. Many people on the Ark saw this, and although they were curious about who was trying to escape, they were not too surprised. They had seen such a scene too often. In outer space, the youth's left arm was twisted at an irregular angle, and his body was covered in dried bloodstains. A blade slashed out, and the youth raised his hand. Black Inferno Palm. Black flame-like pattern spread out from his palm, forming a giant black flaming palm print that was accompanied by three-line battle force that attacked the blade. The blade slashed out, tearing apart the black flaming palm print, and then slashed towards the youth's neck. The youth was helpless, and his face paled. He still could not escape. Was he going to die? Suddenly, the blade stopped, and an unimaginable heavenly might descended. Neither the youth who was trying to escape nor the cultivator from the Autumn Frost family who had attacked them could move. Space was torn apart, and Lu Yin slowly walked out. He looked at the youth excitedly. Senior, little Pao. The youth's eyes widened when he saw Lu Yin, and then they turned red with excitement. Junior. Junior Lu. The youth who had tried to escape and used the Black Inferno Palm was Little Pao, a former senior from Astral 10. The other youth was naturally Big Pao. Back when Lu Yin and his group had escaped into the Starfall Sea to avoid Feng Mo's pursuit, Big Pao and Little Pao had been left behind. After the sixth mainland's invasion, the innerverse and outerverse had been cut off, and Liu Yin had never seen these two seniors again. He had thought that these two seniors had died long ago, but he had not expected to see them here. "Junior Liu, it's really you!" Big Pao cried out excitedly. Liu Yin was delighted. "Seniors, I didn't expect you to still be alive." "That's great. We didn't expect to see you alive either," Little Pao said excitedly. Now that Liu Yin had appeared, Big Pao and Little Pao's safety was no longer an issue. He casually dealt with the cultivators from the Autumn Frost family, which left Big Pao and Little Pao stunned. When he saw their puzzled expressions, Liu Yin felt strange. "You guys don't know about me." "About what?" The two were confused, but Big Pao suddenly said, "Junior, now's not the time to talk about this. Let's go. The people from the Autumn Frost family are dead, so we need to escape back to the Innerverse." Liu Yin hurriedly comforted the two, as he could see that these two had suffered greatly. He did not know where they had been all these years, and they did not even know what had happened to him. The two would not feel at ease if they continued to talk here, so Liu Yin turned around and said, "Senior, please take us to the other side of the Astral River." Big Pao and Little Pao were confused. "Senior, where was this person?" World Mountain's chief walked out and easily brought Liu Yin's group across the Astral River to the Innerverse. This scene overturned Big Pao and Little Pao's understanding of the Astral River. How could it be so easy to cross the Astral River? There had indeed been rumors that once one reached a certain level of cultivation, they would be able to swim across the Astral River, but it should not be this easy. "Junior Liu, we're here." Little Pao was stunned as he looked back at the Astral River. It was so far away. Liu Yin replied, "Don't worry, we're not in the sixth mainland's territory." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1736. Big Pao was stunned. This. He looked at World Mountain's chief and asked softly, "Could this senior be a legendary imprinter?" The chief monk of Jiashan turned around and disappeared. Imprinter. This was an insult to him. Liu Yin replied, "More or less." By the way, what exactly happened to the two seniors? Big Pao and Little Pao looked at each other and bitterly recounted their past experiences. After they had parted ways with Liu Yin at the Starfall Sea, they had stayed at the Sea King's Dome and lived a carefree life. No one had chased after them there, so they had been able to cultivate in peace. However, when the Sea King had changed the skies, the Innerverse and Outerverse had been cut off, and a disaster had descended. The sixth mainland had invaded, and the Starfall Sea had suffered a calamity. They were the first batch of unlucky fellows to be captured by the sixth mainland. The ones who had captured them were not the Autumn Frost clan, but the Righteous Manor. The Righteous Manor belonged to the Grand Marshal realm, and it was on the same level as the Flying Horse Mountain Manor. A few years after they were taken to the sixth mainland's Righteous Manor, they were transferred to the Autumn Frost clan. As for what happened in the outside world, they knew nothing about it. The sixth mainland had been invaded by the Eternals, and they had been brought to the Outerverse. In any case, no matter where they went, they did not know anything. The sixth mainland's people had retreated to the fifth mainland's Outerverse, so why had they brought along Big Pao, Little Pao, and the others? "What are you doing for the Autumn Frost family?" Liu Yin asked. Big Pao replied, "We don't know what we're doing either. Anyway, it's a very sophisticated and large. How should I put it? You can describe it that way. It's huge and covers a star system, but it's also very precise," Little Pao continued. "We studied at the Autumn Frost clan for 3 whole years before we were qualified to participate in the production. Now, we're all veterans. Because of that, the Autumn Frost clan let down their guard, allowing us to escape, said Big Pow. It was no wonder why they had been brought out by the Autumn Frost family. Even though Big Pow and Little Pow were explorers, they still had to study for 3 years. One could imagine how difficult it was to create them. The Autumn Frost family could not possibly have too many explorers, and Big Pow and Little Pow's value was not ordinary to them. They definitely surpassed the value of the 6th mainland's ordinary cultivators. Big Pow and Little Pow's experience was not complicated. From the beginning to the end, they had participated in the creation of the device. However, they did not know what the device was used for or what it looked like. The fact that it could cover a galaxy piqued his curiosity. Although the concept of a star system was very small for cultivators of their level and could be easily crossed, that was only relative to the distance. Up until now, he had never seen any instrument that could reach the size of a star system. The technocracy's existence was the giant mechanical claw that could monitor the situation. However, that giant mechanical claw only existed in a physical mind. Without a physical mind, it was impossible for it to exist. The 6th mainland did not care about the development of technology, so what kind of huge instrument could the Autumn Frost family create? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. Patriarch Autumn Frost was dead, and Big Pow and Little Pow should have been sold to the Autumn Frost family after Patriarch Autumn Frost's death, and the impostor became Patriarch Autumn Frost's successor. Did the Autumn Frost family create such a device before you? Luwine asked. Big Pow and Little Pow looked at each other and shook their heads. Absolutely not. We're the first batch to learn. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as it seemed that this was the impostor's decision. The original Patriarch Autumn Frost had nothing to do with the device, which was interesting, as it covered the entire solar system. Junior Lu, what's your current cultivation level? Big Pow asked curiously. Lu Yin's attack just now had been unimaginable to them. Lu Yin felt that he should be a little more modest. As for my realm, I'm an enlighter. Big Pow and Little Pow were shocked. An enlighter. Lu Yin nodded. Big Pow and Little Pow were stunned. Junior, you broke through to the enlighter realm. How? How long have you been cultivating? That's an enlighter with a power level of over 200,000. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Over 200,000. No, his true strength was enough to solo an emissary with a power level of over 600,000. However, he decided not to say it out loud, as it would easily agitate his seniors. The two of them were already very pitiful, or rather, miserable. They had not been able to cultivate for so many years, and they could only create devices and live out their lives as slaves. Junior Lu, you should be very close to the 10 arbiters, right? Little Pow said something that they did not dare to think about, and then he stared at Lu Yin. The 10 arbiters were unreachable existences in the eyes of those of his generation, and they did not even know what level the 10 arbiters had reached. As he spoke, the astral river arc docked in the distance, still quite a distance away from them. Lu Yin thought about it. Actually, I can easily take on one of the 10 arbiters. Big Pow and Little Pow were speechless, as this junior was becoming more and more exaggerated. Lu Yin gave Big Pow and Little Pow his gadget so that they could understand what had happened over the past few years. He then sought out Jie Shan's chief and requested to go to the Autumn Frost family to take a look at the device. Jie Shan's chief glared at him. Go by yourself if you want. I don't have the time. Lu Yin could sense that Jie Shan's chief was unhappy. The man had been tricked by Lu Yin many times, and he was already very vigilant. Senior, the 6th mainland sent people to Eben City to request for reinforcements, and they sent such a large number of people, which means that they're up to no good. Don't you want to know what they're up to? Lu Yin asked. Jie Shan's chief snorted and ignored Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued, there are no powerhouses in the sixth mainland that can threaten Senior, and we're only going to the Autumn Frost family. We won't get close to the Southern Weaves or the sixth mainland's Dowsor sect, and we definitely won't encounter the Celestial Imprint. With Senior's strength, you can dominate the sixth mainland, but what if that device poses a great threat to the fifth mainland? That's a free contribution. Jie Shan's chief sneered and looked at Lu Yin. Kid, you can say whatever you want. It's useless. A free contribution. I don't need any contributions. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1737. Big Pow and Little Pow exchanged glances. They looked at Lu Yin with a strange yet familiar gaze. Lu Yin's answer was different from what was described on the internet. As the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and a paragon of the younger generation, Lu Yin was not arrogant at all. He was just like a newbie who had just entered the academy. He was sincere and shameless. Junior Lu, do you know what's the most popular comment about you online? Big Pow asked. Lu Yin was curious. What? Greed, Little Pow answered without hesitation. Lu Yin's expression changed, and the two thought that he would retort. However, Lu Yin smiled. That's right. The two were speechless. We haven't seen each other in 12 years. Lu Yin sighed. Big Pow nodded. That's about right. Senior, you've suffered. Have you contacted Astral 10's mentors? Big Pow was excited. I have. The mentors are very happy. Junior, we're going back. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, I'll send you off. With Lu Yin's spacecraft speed, it would take more than half a month to reach Astral 10. During this time, Big Pow and Little Pow had learned more about the fifth mainland, and the more they learned, the more amazed they were at Lu Yin. They had watched Lu Yin's battles against Lan Si, Night King Jinwu, and Lu Tianmu over and over again. Their impression of the outside world was still that of the 10 Arbiters' former glory. Now that they had been defeated by Lu Yin, it was an indescribable feeling that overturned their worldview. However, they also felt proud that Lu Yin was from Astral 10. Senior, I'm still one of the 10 Arbiters, Lu Yin said helplessly. He was indeed one of the 10 Arbiters, and no one dared to strip him of his title. However, that title alone was enough for the Universe Youth Council to not seek him out. They were no longer on the same level. Lu Yin also did not need to rely on the Universe Youth Council to achieve his goals. His relationship with the Universe's major flow zones was that he was either a ruler or an enemy. The Universe Youth Council was useless against him. Right, Junior Lu, I remember now. When the Autumn Frost family asked us to create that device, I accidentally saw something that Ancestor Autumn Frost personally guarded, Big Pow said as he recalled something. Lu Yin immediately had him draw it down. Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the irregular black crystal on the paper. Is this what you saw? Isn't it just a normal crystal? Fire? Lightning? Or something? Many ordinary cultivators use these crystals to cultivate or use battle techniques. It's very common, Little Pow said. Jerlin's brother, Jerbok, had used a thunder crystal to unleash the thunderbolt arrow, leaving a deep impression on him. Big Pow replied, what do you know? Normal crystals aren't important, but this thing is definitely important, and it's huge. How old? It's as big as a planet. The size of a planet. Lu Yin was shocked. Big Pow nodded and said cautiously, it's precisely because he's so old, and because that was the first time I saw Patriarch Autumnfrost, that's why he left such a deep impression on me. It should have been 10 years ago. Why haven't I seen it before? Little Pow was puzzled. Big Pow replied, at that time, we were taking turns to rest, and I happened to see it when it was my turn. Lu Yin muttered to himself. An irregular black crystal that was as large as a planet was indeed rare. Given Elder Autumnfrost's status, it was impossible for him to personally guard it. Furthermore, that Elder Autumnfrost was a fake. He fell into deep thought as he looked at the irregular black crystal. The practitioners leave their homeland. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It was normal for someone to go out and train for decades or even centuries without returning, but Big Pow and Little Pow had been captured and sent to the sixth mainland. From the moment they had been captured, they had never thought that they would ever return. Now that they had returned, the closer they got to Astral 10, the more complicated their feelings became. Astral 10 wasn't just a place for them to cultivate and learn, but also a place for them to grow. The instructors of Astral 10 were like their teachers and fathers. Even though they had already contacted them, they still couldn't calm down. Astral 10 was right in front of them, and Big Pow and Little Pow were excited. There really are a lot more people. Back in the Astral Combat Tournament, Junior Lu won first place and made Astral 10 the top academy. It attracted countless geniuses to come and study here. Now that I think about it, it all seems like yesterday. Lu Yin also sighed. Back then, Astral 10 had been desolate, and the instructors were still irresponsible. The 10 arbiters were still high and mighty, and enlighters were still rare. Emissaries were even more unheard of. But now, everything had changed. Sometimes, people wished that they didn't have to look so far. The further they looked, the more troubles they would have. Lu Yin parked his spacecraft at the space station and left the Luo Emperor inside while he, Big Pow, and Little Pow entered Astral 10. As they looked at the familiar teleportation device, the two grew even more nervous. Which instructor do you want to meet first? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Big Pow and Little Pow answered without hesitation, the Rainmaster. Of all the instructors in Astral 10, the Trial Master was deaf and constantly hovered between hearing and not hearing. The Sand Master was strict, the Star Master was taciturn, Old Kai was wretched, and the Dean was crazy. Only the Rain Master was normal. When Lu Yin had first entered Astral 10, the Rain Master had also been the first person he had met. Raindrops fell onto the mossy stone floor of the Rain Observatory as Big Pow and Little Pow bowed to the rain. Instructor, your disciples have returned. The Rain Master walked out of the rain with a calm expression, but Lu Yin could tell that he was very happy. It's good that you're back. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good. He had sent Big Pow and Little Pow back just as the Astral Combat Tournament, or rather, the 9 Astral Combat Tournament. Astral 3 had already been destroyed. Big Pow and Little Pow met their instructors while Lu Yin walked over to the Trial Master and bowed. The Trial Master opened his eyes, revealing a murky gaze. It's you. Instructor, your disciple has been invited to observe the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Yin replied respectfully. The Trial Master nodded. Go. Over the years, Astral 10 has produced quite a few talents. Lu Yin nodded. Then, he entered the space behind the Trial Master, which was the entrance to the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The Astral Combat Tournament was held within the trial zones. When he saw the towering cliff once more, Lu Yin's expression became complicated. It had been more than 10 years since he had last been here. There were many Astral 10 students sitting on the cliff, including the Sand Master and Old Kai. This was different from the previous Astral Combat Tournament, as there were many more instructors watching. Lu Yin found a corner, sat down cross-legged, and entered the trial zones. This time, the astral combat tournament was held at the Heavenly Dao's machine tomb, and the place was currently bustling with activity. Two figures were fighting fiercely within a giant gear. Both were men, and one of them was using a sword technique while the other was wielding a crossbow. They were either fighting in close combat or using ranged attacks to wear down their opponents. Sometimes, they would widen the distance between them, but other times, they would close the distance between them. This was the scene that greeted Lu Yin when he arrived. He had not wanted to come, but the Rain Master had told him to. After all, Lu Yin was a guest instructor of Astral 10. Even though he had not graduated yet, it was his duty to watch the tournament. The machine tomb was filled with all sorts of huge components, broken spacecraft, battleships, and even tall buildings. It was like a highly advanced place. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. An apocalyptic world. The students watched from a closer distance, while the instructors watched from a little further away. However, it was not too far away, and the students could all see it. Lu Yin arrived at a square metal block that was about 100 meters tall. Many instructors from the 9 academies were gathered here, including Old Kai and the Sand Master. Lu Yin's arrival surprised many of the instructors, as no one had expected him to appear. Old Kai was astonished. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin smiled. "I'm sending my 2 seniors back and watching the Astral 9 tournament." "Thank you for letting those 2 return alive," Old Kai said with a complicated expression. The Sand Master also said, "Thank you." Lu Yin casually replied, "That's too formal." There were instructors from the 9 academies on the metal block, but Lu Yin did not recognize most of them. However, there was one person who surprised him, Lu Xiaoyun. Lu Xiaoyun exchanged glances with Lu Yin and nodded as a greeting. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Why are you here?" Lu Xiaoyun calmly replied, "I'm Astral 7's acting instructor." Acting instructors were different from guest instructors, as they dealt with miscellaneous matters. With Lu Xiaoyun's strength, she did not have the qualifications to become a guest instructor. "You'll be staying in Astral 7 from now on." Lu Xiaoyun nodded. Lu Yin did not say anything else, as this was good as well. He wanted to reclaim the sword sect, and this was something everyone knew. If Lu Xiaoyun stayed in the sword sect, she would definitely become his enemy. In the end, she would only submit, so it was better for her to stay in Astral 7. The Astral Combat Academy on the 5th mainland was a little special. Lu Yin could not forget the crazy headmaster's words. The Astral Combat Academy represented an inheritance, while the 10 deans were all envoys. This was something that no power could achieve, and even the Hall of Honor might not be able to produce 10 envoys at once. This was the uniqueness of the Astral Combat Academy. Even now, Lu Yin did not know how the 10 deans were chosen. The most special one was the crazy headmaster, and his strength left Lu Yin uncertain. "Watch the tournament. You'll be surprised," Old Kai said. Lu Yin was curious. "What kind of surprise?" Old Kai smiled. "There's a new faction amongst the students of Astral 10 called the Surface Faction. The students in this faction are all from Earth, and their performance is not bad." Lu Yin was astonished. There was such a thing. He looked in the direction that Old Kai was pointing and saw a corner where the machine mound was watching the tournament. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1738. The Astral Combat Academies would determine the rankings based on the Astral Combat Tournament, but the rankings had remained the same for many years. Only Astral 10 insisted on calling itself Astral 10, even though it could have been called Astral 1. Lu Yin watched each match with relish, and he was reminded of his past self. There were no less than 5 people with 4-line battle force, which was even more than Lu Yin's batch. There were also many cultivators with domains and other innate gifts. However, there were no top-notch experts. Lu Yin's batch had produced the 13 swords, Night Queen Yanqing, and Star Sibyl, but there were none in this batch. However, what made everyone's eyes light up was the appearance of a genius from the Mavis family. From what Lu Yin could tell, this genius strength was even greater than Grandine Mavis, and she was also publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest people in this astral combat tournament. After watching for a while, Lu Yin lost interest and decided to leave. "You're leaving. There's no rush. Earth's genius is about to fight. Don't you want to watch?" Old Kai asked. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks and looked over. With the end of the match, the next group of participants stepped onto the stage. This was the round of 16, and the top 8 of the 9 academies would be decided. In the distance, the leader of the group of students from Earth disappeared and reappeared at the top of the gear. In front of her was a man covered in tattoos from his neck down. His gaze was sinister, and his fists were twice the size of a normal person's. Only then did Lu Yin see the girl's face. He was shocked. It was her. Zhou Cixi, Zhou Shan's daughter. Lu Yin had not expected Zhou Cixi to be his old friend's daughter. Was she already this old? When he had left Earth after the apocalypse, Zhou Cixi had not even been born yet, but she had grown so much in the blink of an eye. She should be around 16 years old. Time flew by. The match began, and 3-lined battle force appeared on the tattooed man's body. He charged at Zhou Cixi in an overbearing manner without using any technique. He threw a punch, but Zhou Cixi's expression remained cold as she met the overbearing punch with 3-lined battle force. She easily dodged it, and the wind from the punch did not even affect her. The man spread open his fingers and swept out with his palm, using overlaying stacks. Ever since Lu Yin's glory days, overlaying stacks had shone brightly in the universe. Countless people had learned from him, and when the words, "emptiness palm," had appeared, it had aroused the desire of countless people to learn it. Emptiness palm was not only powerful, but it was also imperceptible. It was the best attack technique. The man's overlaying stacks was not bad, and when combined with his 3-line battle force, it would have been enough to attract attention even during the astral combat tournament. However, it was still useless against Zhou Cixi. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Zhou Cixi was much more fortunate than he was, as she didn't need to worry about resources. Zhou Shan was the dean of Earth Academy, and Earth was Lu Yin's hometown. He had a special status in the Great Yu Empire, and the amount of resources he received was second only to Yu academies. As for battle techniques, there was no need to even mention them. Lu Yin had once given a large number of battle techniques to Yu Academy, and Zhou Cixi had been able to learn them all. Her experience was not something that a normal Astral Combat Academy student could compare to. Even the disciples of the Wen and Lu families might not be able to compare to her. Very quickly, the man was defeated, and Zhou Cixi had won easily. She looked around and clenched her fists. This person had not achieved anything by winning. What she wanted was to become the top student of the 10 academies and walk the same path that Uncle Lu had taken. She wanted to enter the Great Eastern Alliance as the strongest student in the Astral Combat Academy and stand in front of Uncle Lu. Her father's biggest regret was that he couldn't leave Earth with Uncle Lu. She didn't have the right, so she had to replace her father. One day, she would be able to help Uncle Lu and not just be an old friend. Suddenly, Zhou Cixi's eyes widened as she saw Uncle Lu standing with the mentors on the metal block in the distance. Lu Yin and Zhou Cixi. Cixi looked at each other, smiled, and nodded. Zhou Cece was excited, and she left the arena and headed straight for the metal block. She was very excited, and she attracted a lot of attention. After all, she was one of the strongest seeds in this year's Astral Combat Tournament. Uncle Lu! Zhou Cece shouted excitedly as she leaped onto the metal block and arrived in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. I didn't expect you to be so old already. Uncle Lu, why are you here? Did you see Cece's match? Zhou Cece asked excitedly. Lu Yin grunted. Not bad. Zhou Shan has taught you well. Zhou Cece was pleased. Uncle, just watch. Cece will definitely become the champion. You were the champion back then, so Cece can do it too. Haha, then do your best. The Mavis girl isn't weak. Yes, Uncle. Around the arena, many Astral Combat Academy students stared in shock at Lu Yin, who was chatting happily with Zhou Cece. They were all shocked. It's Senior Lu. It really is Senior Lu. I didn't expect him to come. The leader of the Great Eastern Alliance, Astral Master Lu. He's actually here to watch our Astral Combat Tournament. Senior came from Astral 10. It looks like he's a nostalgic person. He has to work hard in this tournament. You've already been eliminated, so what's the point of working hard? Only the top 8 can enter Senior's eyes. I really hope that you can join the Great Eastern Alliance and show off. Look at those people on the surface. Their eyes are shining. It can't be helped. After all, Senior came from Earth. Lu Yin had originally planned to leave, but Zhou Cece kept pestering him, forcing him to watch a few more matches. Uncle, the finals are in half a month, and Cece will definitely win. Will you stay and watch? Zhou Cece asked expectantly. She looked at Lu Yin with excitement. Lu Yin replied, I'll try my best. He had always felt that something was strange, but now, he had figured it out. It was the title of uncle. He looked similar to Zhou Cece, so he felt a little helpless being called uncle. At that moment, Old Kai and the Sand Master suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin frowned. Something must have happened. An external force must have interfered with them. He then told Zhou Cece, focus on the competition. I'm going out for a bit. With that, he left the trial zone. He opened his eyes and leaped out of the void. The trial master was not around, but a few students were shouting in the distance, the director has gone crazy. The director has gone crazy again. Where is he? Lu Yin asked loudly. At the Rain Observatory. Lu Yin vanished. That person just now looked familiar. Who is he? I remember him. Senior Lu, right? In the Rain Observatory, rain continued to fall. In the distant sky, a figure laughed maniacally. You guys started this war, and now you're eating your own medicine. Ha 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 ha. You guys started this war. This person was the crazy director, and as he spoke, trees collapsed one after another. A terrifying sound wave swept through the Rain Observatory before rushing out of Astral 10 and shaking the void. Outside the Astral Combat Academy, the void was torn apart layer by layer as the surrounding planets exploded. The Lockbreaker Mentor, Old Kai, the Rain Master, the Sand Master, and the Star Master all acted at the same time. It was unknown what they were doing, but all they did was surround the crazy headmaster. The crazy headmaster did not move, and the madness in his eyes did not disappear, but his body remained frozen in place. Lu Yin arrived at the Rain Observatory and watched the scene with a strange expression. Astral 10 was different from the other 9 academies. Old Kai and the others were not real mentors, as the previous mentors of Astral 10 had all disappeared. If not for this, the director would not have needed to beg them to teach Lu Yin and the others. Astral 10 was the lead ship, lead battleship, and lead humans. After a long time, the crazy director gradually recovered. He did not even look at Lu Yin before disappearing. Old Kai and the others landed tiredly. I don't know when these days will end. The Rain Master asked, do you think it will end? Old Kai rolled his eyes. It would be great if it was just a simple cage, but I still have to take on the boundless responsibility of teaching those students. It's so troublesome. Lu Yin then walked over. Does the director do this often? The Star Master, Trial Master, and Sand Master left, and Old Kai grumbled, sometimes. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Yin said. Old Kai grumbled, you should be rewarded for your hard work. If it weren't for your batch, Astral 10 would have been crippled a long time ago. We wouldn't have so many things to do, but look at how busy we are now. We can't even watch the competition in peace. Lu Yin laughed dryly. He was very curious about the crazy director's words, but he knew that the mentors would not tell him. He was about to leave, but Zhou Cece arrived through a teleportation device just as he turned around. Uncle Lu. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on and smiled helplessly. Cece, what's the matter? Zhou Cece had not come alone, she had brought a large group of students with her. They all looked at Lu Yin with adoration, and this was not the first time he had experienced such a thing. He had also experienced it when he had schemed against Xia Zhuoyou. Uncle, they want your autograph, Zhou Cece said crisply. Lu Yin was speechless. Autograph. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of students surrounded him. Some offered their clothes, while others offered their hands. What made Lu Yin feel awkward was that one student actually wanted to take off her clothes and sign his autograph on her chest. It was a girl. Before Lu Yin could say anything, Zhou Cece chased the girl away angrily. Tui, shameless. Lu Yin felt awkward. That girl was quite pretty. After finally sending the students away, Zhou Cece hugged Lu Yin's arm. Uncle, you're leaving, right? Lu Yin nodded and patted Zhou Cece's head. Yes, I'm leaving. I'll come see you next time. Zhou Cece felt regretful. I knew it. Uncle is too busy to wait for your competition. Lu Yin reassured her. Don't worry, Uncle will watch. Zhou Cece nodded obediently. Then, Uncle, can you accompany me to Stargazing Deck? You've never been there before. Lu Yin was surprised. According to the rules, students could only visit Stargazing Deck once. Even if they went again, the scene would be the same. Zhou Cece whispered, I heard that the stargazers of the other 8 academies aren't there, so I want to sneak in again. Maybe the stargazers of Astral 10 aren't there either. Lu Yin laughed. You'll be disappointed. The stargazers are here. Wait, he suddenly realized something and asked, the other 8 academy stargazers aren't there? Zhou Cece nodded and blinked. That's what the student said. Lu Yin had always been concerned about the stargazing towers. He had even thought of visiting all of the Astral Combat Academy's stargazing towers just to learn the Sky Beast Claw. However, he had only been to Astral 9's stargazing tower and had never been able to visit all of them. He had almost forgotten about it, but now he suddenly recalled it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1739. The stargazing tower allowed one to see the past and present. He hadn't paid much attention to it in the past, but now, he felt that the tower was even more mysterious. It was no small matter that all 8 stargazers had left at the same time. Uncle, let's go. Can I go with Cece to the stargazing tower? Zhou Cece pleaded, her eyes full of hope. She was afraid that she would be discovered if she went alone, so she felt safer with Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded, as he also wanted to take a look at the stargazing tower. How many times had he been there already? Lu Yin thought about it, and it seemed like this was the 4th time. He had gone up twice and had been rejected once. Zhou Cixi was disappointed when she saw that the stargazer was there. He's really here. Forget it, I can't watch anymore. Cixi, I have something to say to the stargazer. You can go back first. Zhou Cixi looked at Lu Yin. Uncle, you'll definitely watch Cixi's competition, right? Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Of course. Go on. Zhou Cixi grunted and left, looking back every few steps she took. After Zhou Cixi left, Lu Yin respectfully said, Student Lu Yin requests to ascend the Stargazer Tower. The Stargazer looked over. Your 4th request was rejected as well. Lu Yin was helpless. I haven't graduated yet, and my strength has changed greatly. Can the Stargazer make an exception? I'm confident that I can see a different past. The Stargazer asked, if that's the case, then Enlighters and Envoys have all requested to ascend the Stargazer Tower. How do you reject them? I haven't graduated yet. The Stargazer replied, it's precisely because you're a student that you cannot ascend the tower repeatedly. Lu Yin replied, I've been invited by the headmaster to be a guest mentor. You haven't agreed. Lu Yin shouted, I have to agree. The headmaster is crazy. The Stargazer looked deeply at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin met the Stargazer's gaze. After a while, the Stargazer calmly said, guest mentors can ascend the Stargazer Tower once, but only once. Lu Yin was delighted. Thank you, Starmaster. He thought back to the scene he had seen back then, and he was confident that he could see even deeper, further, and see different things. Lu Yin took a step forward and placed his foot on stargazing deck. Suddenly, his body froze, and in that instant, he felt a burning sensation in his chest. Then, the fate sand that had melted into his body suddenly appeared. Stargazing deck was still stargazing deck, and Lu Yin maintained his posture of stepping on the deck with one foot. However, the only thing that he could see was stargazing deck, and astral 10 was no longer there. The earth shook and the sky shook. Lu Yin saw many images in that instant, but he could not see any of them clearly. It was as if time had flown by, but it was also as if time had left behind silhouettes. He tried his best to see a scene clearly, but he couldn't do it. At the same time, in a corner of the universe, Xianzhou, who was enjoying the delicious food, spat out blood. His face was pale, and he couldn't help but hold his head and scream. In the astral beast domain, Imperial Preceptor Butian spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. In the distant astral tree domain, there was also a woman with blood dripping from her mouth. She opened her eyes, and they were filled with coldness and dignity. All for naught. Who triggered fate? Lu Yin didn't know what had happened to the others, but he knew that he was trying his best to see a certain scene. He was trying so hard that the corners of his eyes were bleeding. Finally, a certain scene froze, and Lu Yin could see it clearly. He saw a general appointment platform that had been casually placed in a courtyard that hadn't been cleaned in a long time. There were mottled bloodstains on the platform, and he saw that it wasn't too far away from the platform. Someone was kneeling on the ground. It was a man, and he looked very familiar. The man's gaze was uneasy as he knelt on the ground. Lu Yin didn't know how long he had been kneeling, but when he saw this person's face, Lu Yin felt that it was both familiar and unfamiliar. The scene suddenly disappeared, and Lu Yin felt as if he had traveled through endless time to return to Astral 10. His head spun, and he almost fell over. At the same time, the fate sand in his chest scattered, and the black and white fog of death seeped out of his body. Lu Yin wanted to stop it, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only watch as the Fate Sand flew off in different directions. Fortunately, this was Astral 10, and the scattered Fate Sand couldn't travel very far. The Star Master had trapped it here. Lu Yin panted heavily as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. His body felt weak, especially in his chest, where the death aura had completely dissipated. He had clearly replenished it in Kuan's swamp, but now it was gone. What happened? He looked at Stargazing Deck. Was it related to Stargazing Deck? He had clearly ascended Stargazing Deck before. Could it be the Star Master? Lu Yin looked up and looked at the Star Master. The Star Master looked at Lu Yin solemnly. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Yin didn't understand. Mentor, what was that just now? The Star Master shook his head. I don't know what you saw, but... At this point, he raised his hand, revealing the 39 grains of Fate Sand that had scattered from Lu Yin's body. Perhaps it was because of this that you triggered fate. Lu Yin was confused. Triggered fate. The Star Master returned the grains of Fate Sand to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin fused them back into his body. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. The ancients often entrusted their unfulfilled wishes to the gods. Legend has it that fate is the god entrusted to them, and Stargazing Deck was built by the ancients as a place to worship the gods, the Star Master slowly explained. Lu Yin listened quietly. Fate, it was fate again. But these are all just legends. No one knows how Zhai Xinglu is related to Fate Sand, or whether they have anything to do with the legend of destiny. Perhaps destiny really did exist, or perhaps someone deliberately made up stories based on the fact that Zhai Xinglu and Fate Sand were connected. As long as there's no proof, they're all legends. Lu Yin asked, Mentor, do you believe in this legend? The Star Master looked at Lu Yin. What difference does it make whether I believe it or not? It has nothing to do with me. Why is Stargazing Deck in the Astral Combat Academy? Humanity's development and inheritance are eternal. The Astral Combat Academy has an inheritance that no one can destroy unless they encounter a calamity that no human can withstand. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. From what he knew, Astral 9's president was an emissary, and although Astral 3 had been destroyed, the 6th mainland's imprinter had been killed. There was no need to even mention Astral 10, the crazy president had even forced Xia Meng to retreat. The presidents of the 10 Astral Combat Academies were all powerhouses above the emissary level. That was terrifying. Even the Day-Night clan at its peak had only had 2 or 3 emissaries in the Universe. Even the colossal Sirius sect in the Neoverse did not have more emissaries than the Astral Combat Academy. The Star Master was right, the Astral Combat Academy had an inheritance that could not be destroyed, even if the Interverse joined forces. Astral 3 had been destroyed because the 6th mainland had attacked, which had brought calamity to the 5th mainland. Stargazing Deck. The trial zones are places of inheritance that are unique to the Astral Combat Academy. Do you have any more information about Stargazing Deck? Lu Yin was curious. Ever since he had obtained more Fate Sand, he had become more and more involved with fate. He was eager to learn more. Xian Zhou's words still echoed in his ears, do not be tainted by fate. But just now, he seemed to have triggered fate. No. Legends are just legends, and they are too ancient. The Stargazing Deck's only use now is to guide new students when they enter the academy. You were guided once before, and that is enough. The Star Master then climbed back up the deck, sat down, and closed his eyes. Lu Yin was helpless as he looked at the deck. The moment he climbed up, many images appeared. Were those images the guidance of fate? Why was fate guiding him? He had seen the general appointment platform, but how did fate know that he was from the Lu family? Was it his bloodline? Innate gift? Or was it time? Aside from the general appointment platform, there were many other images. What were those images? Were they still related to him? Or was it that he could see other people's matters besides his own? Was this fate? Everyone had their own privacy, but the scene that had just happened had left Luin terrified. Could fate pry into everyone's privacy? Even though he was terrified, he still wanted to see it again. Luin sighed and looked up. Mentor, the stargazing deck is very important to the Astral Combat Academy, right? The Star Master did not answer. Is the stargazing deck really just a guide? Then why did the other 8 Academy's mentors leave? If I'm not wrong, they must have gone to search for Astral 3's lost stargazing deck. The Star Master still did not speak. Luin knew that the Star Master would not say anything, so he bowed helplessly and left. After Luin left, the Star Master opened his eyes with a complicated expression. Triggering fate. I never thought that there would be such a person. Perhaps it's not a bad thing. After leaving the stargazing deck, Luin visited all 10 Academy's mentors to learn more about the place, but no one could answer him. Old Kai lazily replied, the stargazing deck. Who knows what's going on? In any case, that thing was right there when I came to Astral 10. I can see the guidance, but who knows how it works? The Rain Master was astonished. The stargazing deck? I don't know, but it doesn't exist anywhere else in the universe. Only the Astral Combat Academy exists. The Sand Master punched a student into the sea of sand. The stargazing deck. How would I know? I've never been there. Curious. Of course I'm curious. The stargazing deck, ported battles, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Explain to me what's going on. The Trial Master's eyes widened. The stargazing deck. There's such a place. Luin had no choice but to bid farewell to Big Pao and Little Pao before leaving Astral 10 with Luo Huang. The Astral Combat Tournament was still ongoing, but he had to head to Earth's swamp to replenish his death aura. Without the death aura, he would not be able to use the death transformation, which would leave him feeling uneasy. There were only 2 places where he could replenish his death aura, Earth's swamp and the folded space on Aegis Planet in the Outerverse. Aegis Planet was located at the border between the Outerverse 6th mainland and the Great Eastern Alliance. It was not convenient to go there, so he could only go to Earth's swamp. It was a bit far, but it was convenient. As for the stargazing deck, Luin did not know much about it, but he was sure that it was related to fate. If the Grim Reaper had existed, then fate must have existed as well. They were all ancient progenitors, so perhaps he could obtain fate's inheritance by gathering the fate sand. Luin had some ideas. Although he was afraid of fate, the feeling of being able to see the unknown was too tempting. There was also the general role platform and the person kneeling beside it. There was still someone in the Lu family, and Luin wanted to know where that person was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1740. 2 days after Luin left Astral 10, something major happened in the Outerverse. The Outerverse should have been taken over by the 6th mainland, but due to the issue of time, it was impossible for the 6th mainland to take over the entire Outerverse all at once. Thus, the Great Eastern Alliance had the time to prepare. Under the arrangements of Chief Commander Shui Chuanshao, the western border was confirmed. Other than the 4th Alliance army guarding the border, there was also Master Yuan. On this day, at the borders of the Great Eastern Alliance, Sigmund Mathers, the commander of the 4th Allied Army, looked at the increasing number of cultivators from the 6th mainland in the distance. His face gradually turned pale, and he urgently contacted Enya. Sigmund Mathers had originally belonged to the Loop Pavilion and had been stationed in Grand Top Weave. As the Great Eastern Alliance grew stronger and more talented, Sigmund Mathers had been reassigned to the position of commander of the 4th Allied Army. This had nothing to do with his ability or strength, but rather because he was trustworthy. The cultivators of the 6th Mainland's D family, Mo Jiang family, Chohan family, and Yen family appeared at the border of the Great Eastern Alliance. All of them were from the Bloodburn realm. Then, the blood-worshipping realm's Farmer clan, the Black Blood realm's Eyeless clan, the Martial Immortal realm's Yungu, the Grand Martial realm's Righteous Manor, and so on appeared. Almost all the cultivators of the 6th Mainland's 3 ancestral realms had appeared. Forefather Autumn Frost, the corpse guardian of the mortuary, Forefather Eyeless, Cloud Valley Sword Valley Master, and the forefather of the School of Agriculture appeared together, shaking the starry skies. The 4th Alliance army was silent. They didn't dare to move in front of so many experts. Sigmund's face was pale as he looked at the starry sky. The ship's combat prowess detector had long since exploded, and he saw an unimaginable powerhouse descending. Any one of these experts could easily wipe out the 4th Alliance army with a flick of their finger. At this moment, his life was no longer in his hands. Fortunately, Master Yuan appeared in time and dissipated the heavenly might that engulfed the 4th Coalition army. So many experts from the 6th Mainland have arrived. What advice do you have for us? Master Yuan spoke with a solemn expression. The Eyeless Old Ancestor, the Cloud Valley Sword Valley Master, and the School of Agriculture Old Ancestor were all cosmic imprinter, and their strength was on par with his. He had no confidence in defeating any one of them. After all, the cultivators of the 6th Mainland had an advantage over the cultivators of the 5th Mainland. Now that there were 3 of them, even Master Yuan felt pressured. Sword Valley Master's gaze swept across the 4th Alliance army. As his gaze landed, the cultivators of the 4th Alliance army were all terrified. It was as if they were being cut by sharp blades. No one dared to look him in the eyes. Finally, the Sword Valley Master's gaze met Master Yuan's. Leave the Outerverse. My 6th Mainland will take over. Master Yuan frowned. The Outerverse is huge, and even if your 6th Mainland wants to take over. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sword Valley Master. Whether or not I can take over the Outerverse has nothing to do with you. Withdraw from the Outerverse for 1 month. Those who don't withdraw from the Outerverse will be considered to have voluntarily stayed behind, and they will be ruled by my 6th Mainland. Master Yuan's gaze turned cold. There were too many people in the Great Eastern Alliance, and countless people in the Eastern Weaves wanted to leave. They were not willing to be ruled by the 6th Mainland. How could a mere astral river arc take them away in a month? Even if it took 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years, it would still be very difficult. There were also countless people in the Western Weave who wanted to leave, but they didn't have the time to do so. Is this your decision, or is it the 6th Mainland's Dao Source Sect's decision? Master Yuan asked. Sword Valley Master replied, the Dao Source Sect's decision. 1 month is impossible, Master Yuan said. The Sword Valley Master's eyes narrowed. The 6th Mainland has given you too much time. If you don't leave, then it has nothing to do with us. It's only a month. Master Yuan shook his head. I already said that 1 month is impossible. If you insist on doing so, then my 5th Mainland will view this as a provocation. The Sword Valley Master laughed, and a long sword appeared in his hand. It had a 5-colored pattern, and a terrifying aura swept towards Master Yuan. The Sword Valley Master's aura was incomparably sharp, while Master Yuan's aura was vigorous. The 2 enormous auras intertwined, causing the heavens to tremble and stars to sway. At this moment, Ancestor Eyeless stepped forward. He was also a cosmic imprinter, and his appearance together with the Sword Valley Master immediately suppressed Master Yuan. Master Yuan clenched his fists, as he alone could not stop the Sixth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland had decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Master Yuan had heard that Lu Yin had learned that the Sixth Mainland had requested reinforcements from a city and that they wanted to bring more androids to the Outerverse. There was no need to mention their motive, it was definitely related to the war. Now that this matter had been exposed, the Sixth Mainland was no longer restraining themselves, and they wanted to make a move. The hatred between the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland ran too deep. The Sixth Mainland had won a war in ancient times and had changed the Fifth Mainland's sky. However, the Fifth Mainland's ancestor Hui had schemed against the Sixth Mainland, causing the Sixth Mainland to be destroyed. The hatred between the two sides far surpassed the hatred between the human domain and the astral beast domain. They had agreed to give the Outerverse to the Sixth Mainland because the Fifth Mainland needed to borrow the three progenitors' strength to resist the Eternals. They had no other choice, as the Hall of Honor would rather watch the Sixth Mainland fight the Eternals to the death than give them any room to survive. Both sides knew that the Sixth Mainland was eager to conquer the Outerverse, and their next step would be to covet the Innerverse, the Cosmic Sea, and the Neoverse. This was something that could not be controlled. Hatred could not be resolved in a short period of time, and greed could not be resolved either. Both sides were on the verge of breaking out. Sigmund clenched his fists. Once the battle began, the Fourth Allied Army would not even be able to retaliate against the numerous experts from the Sixth Mainland. At this moment, there was a cough. An old farmer walked out with a helpless expression. "Gentlemen, we haven't finished talking yet. Why start a war?" The Sword Valley Master and Master Yuan looked at Old Farmer. "What else is there to talk about?" The Sword Valley Master's tone was cold, as he had always looked down on Old Farmer. The man had only been lucky, but in terms of power, he was trash. The Sixth Mainland's Old Farmer was a legend. His luck was heaven-defying, and he had been endlessly lucky. It was precisely because of this that he had been able to break through and become a cosmic imprinter. As for his battle prowess, very few people had seen him fight, as he was not adept at it. The Sword Valley Master had only sent him here to keep up appearances. Old Farmer said, "Sword Valley Master, have you forgotten what the Firmament Sovereign said? The person in charge of the Great Eastern Alliance is still Alliance Master Lu Yin." He then looked at Master Yuan. "We need to speak with Alliance Master Lu." The Sword Valley Master was disdainful. "Lu Yin. He was just a junior." "That's right. Let's speak with Alliance Master Lu," Ancestor Isla said. Since the two cosmic imprinters were speaking, the Sword Valley Master did not want to interrupt them. Master Yuan had not expected them to want to speak with Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin was very famous and had an extremely high status, he was still a junior who did not have the qualifications to decide the Fifth and Sixth Mainland's affairs. Why would they want to speak with Lu Yin? Speak with Lu Yin? About what? Master Yuan asked. Old Farmer smiled. Master Yuan, right? Although you're a powerhouse, you're just a protector. You don't have the authority to decide whether the Great Eastern Alliance stays or leaves. Let Alliance Master Lu come. Who knows, he might even make the entire Great Eastern Alliance join our Sixth Mainland, ha. Master Yuan could not understand what the Sixth Mainland was trying to do. You must guarantee that you won't act against Lu Yin. Old Farmer was solemn. Even if the war starts, we can still give Lu Yin some time to safely leave as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack. Master Yuan thought about it and then had the Fourth Allied Army contact Lu Yin. After all, the Great Eastern Alliance belonged to Lu Yin, and it was not his place to make decisions. Many cultivators from the Sixth Mainland had arrived at the Great Eastern Alliance's borders not long ago, but Lu Yin had already received the news. When he found out about this, he immediately headed towards the outerverse. At the same time, he contacted Wang Wen, Shui Chuanshao, and the others and asked them to think of a way to delay as much time as possible so that the Great Eastern Alliance would have enough time to enter the Innerverse. He had not expected the Sixth Mainland to act so quickly. Wang Wen and the others felt helpless when they heard the news. They were smart, but they could not go against the general trend. The Sixth Mainland had mobilized so many experts, and it was clear that they had made a decision. No matter what they did, it would be useless. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and Lu Yin answered the call. The Sixth Mainland wishes to speak with you. Are you coming? It was Master Yuan's voice. Lu Yin replied, of course. Before I arrive, Senior, try not to clash with the Sixth Mainland as much as possible. They might wish to start a war. I've already informed the Hall of Honor that the Neoverse will send experts over. The 3 progenitors are outside, and without any progenitors, the Sixth Mainland does not have much of an advantage over my Fifth Mainland. Feel free to discuss, Master Yuan said. This junior understands. Lu Yin then ended the call. Aside from the 3 progenitors, the Sixth Mainland also had many envoy-level experts. However, Lu Yin did not know how many half-ancestors there were. The Fifth Mainland had 7 half-ancestors in the human domain. Mavis had died, but there were still 6 left. With the Astral Beast domain and the Technocracy strength, the Sixth Mainland should not be any weaker than the human domain. If that was the case, then the Sixth Mainland was definitely hiding a half-ancestor powerhouse who was specifically trying to break through to the progenitor realm. Once the Sixth Mainland and the Fifth Mainland went to war again, the Great Eastern Alliance would be the first to bear the brunt, which would not be a good thing for Lu Yin. He did not want to start a war. Small matters were small, but big matters were big. Madame Red and the others could fight with him through Qing Tan and other schemes, but in the face of the Sixth Mainland's power, such schemes were useless. While Lu Yin waited for the Second Night King and Emperor Lu to meet up, he also looked at the star chart. Big matters, big plans. How could he resolve this crisis? More than 10 days later, Lu Yin reached the Great Eastern Alliance's border as quickly as possible and met up with Valley Master Sword and the others. He looked at the boundless rune lines in outer space. Too many experts from the Sixth Mainland had arrived, and the Great Eastern Alliance would not be able to stop them. Even if they gathered the entire Innerverse strength, it would still be difficult to stop them. Valley Master Sword and the others looked at Lu Yin and gave him a deep look. They had never met Lu Yin before, but they had all heard of him. They had even seen him in the Sovereign Tournament, and they knew that he was a legend. What they cared about the most was the 9 Cauldrons battle technique that had been found in the ruins of the Fifth Mainland's Daosaur sect, as well as the legendary Grim Reaper's power that he possessed. He had single-handedly defeated all the experts of his generation. This was a power that only a young progenitor would possess. If nothing unexpected happened, then this person would have the greatest chance of becoming a progenitor, as he already had the potential to do so. Lu Yin greets the various seniors. Lu Yin's expression was calm and filled with confidence as he looked at Valley Master Sword and the others calmly and arrogantly. Valley Master Sword asked coldly, "You're Lu Yin. Junior, take your Great Eastern Alliance and withdraw from the Outerverse within a month. Otherwise, my Sixth Mainland will act, and everything that remains after a month will belong to my Sixth Mainland." Lu Yin's lips curled up. 1 month isn't enough. Whether it's enough or not is not up to you to decide, Valley Master Sword said coldly. To the side, Old Farmer looked at Lu Yin curiously. It was truly rare for a youth to be able to do what Lu Yin had done. More importantly, this kid had stolen something from Old Farmer. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1741. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the Sword Valley Master, Old Man Nong, Ancestor Autumn Frost, and the Corpse Keeper. Senior, do you wish to start a war with the Fifth Mainland? The Sword Valley Master's eyes narrowed, and a deep chill appeared in the depths of his eyes. You're threatening me. Of course not. According to what you said, the Outerverse will be under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance in a month. In other words, this place should be under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance or the Fifth Mainland for a month. Does Senior currently belong to the Fifth Mainland? Lu Yin smiled. Junior, you don't have the right to speak nonsense with us. So what if we do as you say? What can you do about it? Ancestor Autumn Frost barked. Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Autumn Frost. I'm just curious. You don't want to talk to me, and you've clearly given me a month. Why are you waiting for me to come before talking? He then looked at the Sword Valley Master. What does Senior want to talk to me about? Do you want me to submit, or do you want me to personally agree to retreat within a month? The Sword Valley Master coldly replied, Swordsman, thank you for your hospitality. Lu Yin suddenly understood. So that's what you're talking about. You're welcome. I accidentally bumped into them, and they almost died in the technocracy. I just happened to pass by and save them. After all, we're all humans. The Sword Valley Master raised a brow. How shameless. The Sword Valley Master looked at Lu Yin's serious expression, and he believed that if he did not know the inside story, he would have been deceived. This kid's expression when he was lying was very accurate. Why did you go to the Vientiane battlefield? The Sword Valley Master's swordsman asked. Master Yuan was astonished. Vientiane battlefield. If he remembered correctly, that should be a battlefield within the technocracy that was located between Ibn City and the Genesis Court. Where had Lu Yin gone? Lu Yin shrugged. I don't want to talk about it. Withdraw from the Outerverse within a month, the Sword Valley Master said directly. Lu Yin was amused. So that's Senior's goal. If I tell you, will Senior take everyone from the Sixth Mainland and withdraw? Impossible. The Outerverse belongs to the Sixth Mainland, and we've already given you a long time. At most, we'll give you a few more months. As long as you tell us, we'll tell you everything. Lu Yin shook his head. What's the difference between a few months and a month? That will depend on how much you are willing to pay, Valley Master Sword said loudly. Lu Yin looked at him, as this was a trade. The Sword Valley Master's goal was not just the reason why Lu Yin had gone to the Vientiane battlefield, but also other things, such as the Nine Cauldrons battle technique and the secrets that Lu Yin possessed that others did not know about. The Sixth Mainland had used the Great Eastern Alliance to threaten Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and spread his fingers. Old Man Sungcheong promised to give me 5 weaves of the Great Eastern Alliance. Does this promise still stand? The Sword Valley Master did not hesitate at all. Of course, but the 5 territories must be designated by us. Back then, Lu Yin and Madame Red had discussed the 5 weaves that were close to the Astral River Arc, but they had not specified the specific names. If the Sixth Mainland had designated 5 weaves, then it would have been impossible for them to be connected together. 5 separate weaves would have been meaningless to Lu Yin. Furthermore, he believed that even with the 5 weaves, the people living in them would not have an easy time. This was equivalent to living under the enemy's blade. Once war broke out, they would be the first to suffer. I don't want all 5 weaves, but I want 5 years to retreat, Lu Yin said. The Sword Valley Master sneered. Impossible. If you want the 5 weaves, then we'll give them to you. Those were the Honored One's original words. As for the time, that depends on what price you can pay. What if I announce the exchange of the 5 weaves? That's up to you. You can try. The 5th mainland had its own internal strife, and so had the 6th mainland. Even if Lu Yin announced that he had promised Old Man Sangchong to kidnap the Blue Heroes to deal with esteemed Blue Hero, it would be pointless. It would be the same as someone announcing that the Sword Sect had dealt with the Day-Night Clan. To the 6th mainland, conquering the entire Outerverse was not that urgent. The reason why they were acting this way was because of the necessity of conquering the Outerverse, and they were also forcing Lu Yin to do so. Lu Yin knew too many secrets, and the Great Eastern Alliance was something that Lu Yin cared about the most. It all depended on whether Lu Yin was willing to reveal those secrets. When Lu Yin arrived in front of the Sword Valley Master, the 1-month countdown began. Within the spacecraft, Master Yuanshi looked into the distance. Even a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 was at his wit's end. Senior, in your heart, who is more of an enemy, the Astral Beast Domain or the 6th mainland? Lu Yin suddenly asked as he looked at Master Yuanshi. Master Yuanshi did not understand. What do you mean? Lu Yin replied, I just want to know, if you had to hand Iron Blood Weave over to one side, who would you be more willing to hand it over to? Master Yuanshi stared at Lu Yin and muttered to himself, the 6th mainland. Why? Lu Yin raised his brows. Master Yuanshi was helpless. Regardless of whether it's the 6th mainland or the Astral Beast Domain, both share a deep enmity with the human domain. However, in terms of standpoint, the 6th mainland is still a human, and it's better for humans to rule over humans than to be ruled by a mutant. What if I don't consider standpoint? Lu Yin continued to ask. Master Yuanshi replied, just tell me what you want to do. Not long after, Lu Yin's gadget rang out with Iron Blood Weave's Elder Lohar's voice. Alliance Master Lu, do you really want to do this? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Do as I say. Elder Lohar ended the call and immediately contacted the Hall of Honor's Board of Directors. Lu Yin's actions were too radical, as he actually wanted to hand Iron Blood Weave over to the Astral Beast Domain. For so many years, Iron Blood Weave had been the battlefield where the human domain had resisted the Astral Beast Domain, and they had never been defeated. Now, they had to hand it over to the Astral Beast Domain. What Lu Yin wanted to do was very simple. He wanted to hand Iron Blood Weave over to the Astral Beast Domain and open up the border between the 6th mainland and the Astral Beast Domain, which would inevitably lead to war. As for the ordinary people who had not been able to escape in time, they were all part of the conditions. The 5th mainland could hand over Iron Blood Weave to the Astral Beast Domain, but if they did not agree, then the 5th mainland would have a perfect border with the 6th mainland, and Iron Blood Weave would no longer belong to the Astral Beast Domain. The Astral Beast Domain would then face an even more powerful enemy. Lu Yin had already thought of this on his way to the border, and he wanted to find an opponent for the 6th mainland to wage war against. At the same time, he would also do his best to use a city to force the 6th mainland to attack the Genesis Academy. No matter how powerful the 6th mainland was, they would not be willing to open up a 3rd battlefield if they were to open up 2 battlefields at the same time. This would be the opportunity for the Great Eastern Alliance to safely withdraw from the Outerverse. If the 6th mainland could threaten the Great Eastern Alliance and force them to hand over their secrets, then Lu Yin could also think of a way to force the 6th mainland to do the same. War was like this. Sometimes, taking a step back was the only way to gain a tactical advantage. Just like how Shui Chuanxiao had given up half of Endless Weave and connected the entire human domain to the internet, which had changed the human domain. Lu Yin had also given up Iron Blood Weave to give the Great Eastern Alliance some breathing space. This plan had come from Wei Rong, who was an intelligent person who was proficient in external warfare. In any case, regardless of whether it was the sixth mainland or the astral beast domain, they were both enemies. If they started a war, Lu Yin would gladly oblige. As long as he could protect the ordinary people, that was his bottom line. Right now, his biggest headache was Frostwave Weave. Frostwave Weave was very close to the north, and it was also home to Earth and Xenu Star. It would be very difficult for him to give up on it. Perhaps it would be fine to preserve this weave. In Iron Blood Weave, Elder Lohar turned off his communicator and looked towards the north. We've persisted for so many years, but in the end, we have to give it to them, Elder Lohar said bitterly. Behind him, Han Fei asked in a low voice, Elder, are we really going to give Iron Blood Weave to those beasts? This is the board's decision, Elder Lohar replied. Han Fei was furious. So many people have bled to protect Iron Blood Weave. Here, there's only one theme, and that's war. Everyone was born for war, and they will never back down. Even the children born here know that they will never back down in the face of those beasts. Now, they're actually giving it away. What is the board thinking? Elder Lohar looked at him. The decision of the higher-ups is not something that you or I can change. Pass down the order, everyone is to immediately withdraw from Iron Blood Weave. The time limit is 15 days. Han Fei was unwilling to accept this. I cannot accept this, and the people below me cannot accept this either. Consider the big picture. Screw the big picture. What do you mean by big picture? The board's big picture. You want us, who have guarded Iron Blood Weave our entire lives, to become deserters? Is this the big picture? If this is the big picture, then I'd rather die here. Elder Lohar had a complicated expression. He was even more unwilling than Han Fei, as he had arrived at Iron Blood Weave much earlier than Han Fei. He did not want to retreat either, but what could he do? The decision of the higher-ups was not something that he could change. Lu Yin did not hide his plan, and he could not hide it anyway. He wanted to find an opponent for the sixth mainland. The astral beast domain would definitely not be satisfied with just seizing Iron Blood Weave. Once Iron Blood Weave was broken, their next target would be the entire Outerverse, which would be a huge headache for the sixth mainland. Lu Yin had given the astral beast domain a huge opportunity. Regardless of whether or not the two sides went to war, they would still have to be wary of each other. This was the big picture, and taking Lu Yin into consideration was in line with the board's decision. This would weaken the strength of the sixth mainland and the astral beast domain. No matter how one looked at it, this was beneficial to the human domain. However, had those people ever considered them? They had guarded Iron Blood Weave for their entire lives, but in the end, they had to become deserters. How could their subordinates accept this? Elder Lohar took a deep breath and activated his gadget once more to contact Lu Yin. He then shared his thoughts and concerns with Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not reply, and after a while, Lu Yin's voice came from the other end. The innerverse and outerverse are separated. What is it that allowed Iron Blood Weave to defend against the astral beast domain's invasion? Elder Lohar did not understand why Lu Yin had suddenly brought this up. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin answered, "It's the Outerverse Alliance. Every cultivator with a name, including myself, went there. Why were we able to arrive in time? It's because the network was connected. Elder, do you know how great of a price Commander Shui Chuanxiao paid in order to connect the network? He sacrificed half of Endless Weave. Some say that he betrayed humanity, while others say that he's crazy. No matter how you evaluate him, you cannot erase the contributions that the network brought to humanity. His contributions cannot offset his faults, which is why he was imprisoned in Earth's swamp. However, Iron Blood Weave must remember Commander Shui Chuanxiao's kindness. He was the one who gave Iron Blood Weave the chance to defend its borders, and this chance was obtained at the cost of half of Endless Weave. Now, I also need to use Iron Blood Weave in exchange for the human domain's future victory against the Sixth Mainland. There are some things that I shouldn't tell you, but since Elder has so many misgivings, I can only tell you. At this point, Luin grew solemn. The Sixth Mainland has requested reinforcements from the technocracy, and they've sent tens of millions of androids into the outerverse. They plan to wage war against my Fifth Mainland. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1742. Elder Lohar was shocked. What did you say? Luin answered, the Sixth Mainland and tens of millions of androids. This is a force that the Innerverse cannot withstand, and it would be difficult for the entire Fifth Mainland to do so. Elder, you should understand why we gave up Iron Blood Weave. Elder Lohar understood. Giving up Iron Blood Weave was not just for Luin, but also to cause the Sixth Mainland to go to war with the Astral Beast domain. This would relieve the pressure on the Fifth Mainland's human domain, which was why the Board of Governors had agreed without hesitation. This was the big picture. They had lost a city and a territory, but they had brought hope for the future. Is defending Iron Blood Weave to the death the resolve of some people? Is defense the only thing they believe in? Elder, help me pass on a message to all the cultivators in Iron Blood Weave. I, Luin, will lead them out of Iron Blood Weave one day, into the Primal Zone, into the Astral Beast domain, and into the Celestial Beast Empire. Elder Lohar had cultivated for many years, and he had seen through many things. However, Lu Yin's last sentence still ignited his passion. He could almost see the future of breaking into the Primal Zone and forcing the Astral Beast domain into a defenseless state. How many cultivators in Iron Blood Weave wanted to do that? That was the wish of countless cultivators. I understand. Alliance Master Lu, rest assured that no resistance will appear in Iron Blood Weave for half a month, Elder Lohar said solemnly. Lu Yin ended the call. Not too far away, the Second Night King and Emperor Lu, who had disguised themselves to avoid being detected by Master Yuan, looked at Lu Yin with complicated gazes. Just a few words had been enough to sway an old man's passion. This was the charm of a ruler. If anyone else had said those words, Elder Lohar would have slapped them, but it was different when it came from Lu Yin. Everyone believed that Lu Yin would be able to do it one day, and even the Second Night King believed him. What Lu Yin had accomplished so far was simply too shocking and unbelievable. The Sword Valley Master had only given Lu Yin 1 month, which was more than enough. 1 month was enough for all the human cultivators in Iron Blood Weave to leave and for the Celestial Beast Empire to see an opportunity to enter the Outerverse. There was no possibility of reconciliation between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast domain. The Sixth Mainland had not only invaded the human domain, but also the Astral Beast domain. Their enmity was not small, and Lu Yin would only add fuel to the fire. If he waited a few more days, he would be able to negotiate with the Sword Valley Master in 9 days at most. If they continued to talk, the initiative would be in his hands. 9 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin checked his gadget to see a message from the Luo Huang. Time was up. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived in outer space. Is the Sword Valley Master here? Across from him, many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were glaring at Lu Yin, their ferocious gazes seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Sword Valley Master tore open the void and walked out. Beside him were Old Man Nong and the others. Alliance Master Lu, have you thought things through? Old Farmer stood beside Sword Valley Master and looked at Lu Yin with interest. Lu Yin and Sword Valley Master exchanged glances, and Lu Yin spoke in a relaxed tone. I've thought it through. Let's retreat. The Sword Valley Master sneered, only 1 month. No, now, only half a month remains. That's enough. Sword Valley Master and the others were stunned. Enough? We can evacuate Iron Blood Weave in 6 days. That should be enough time, Luin said. Valley Master Sword was stunned at first, but then his expression changed. You want the people of Iron Blood Weave to retreat? How dare you collude with the giant? Beast Starfield. What do you mean by colluding with the Astral Beast domain? What are you talking about? This junior doesn't quite understand. Luin, evacuating Iron Blood Weave is the same as allowing the Astral Beast domain to invade the Outerverse. You are betraying humanity. Elder Autumn Frost barked. Old Farmer frowned. This kid was ruthless. Luin shrugged. Iron Blood Weave is also under my Great Eastern Alliance. What's wrong with asking them to retreat? Sword Valley Master was furious, as he had never thought that Iron Blood Weave would evacuate. Although Iron Blood Weave was nominally under the Great Eastern Alliance, it was impossible for it to be controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. When necessary, the Great Eastern Alliance had to provide reinforcements to Iron Blood Weave. Iron Blood Weave was a special place that directly belonged to the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor. Iron Blood Weave's existence had prevented the Astral Beast domain from invading, but Sword Valley Master had never expected Luin to be so ruthless as to allow the Astral Beast domain to invade. Alliance Master Lu, if news of your actions spreads, how will you explain this to the humans? Sword Valley Master asked coldly. Luin smiled. I didn't do anything. You told the Great Eastern Alliance to retreat, so we did. What? Is there a problem? Right, let me remind you that the strongholds in Iron Blood Weave have not been completely cleared out, and it will take at least 6 more days. 6 days is enough time for you to send people over. Sword Valley Master looked at Patriarch Autumnfrost. Take your Autumnfrost family and head to Iron Blood Weave immediately. You must arrive there within 6 days. Patriarch Autumnfrost's expression turned ugly, as his Autumnfrost family was the closest to the north. Elder, Iron Blood Weave should not belong to my Autumnfrost family. My Autumnfrost family. But before he could finish, Old Farmer interrupted him. We're only letting the Autumnfrost family temporarily defend Iron Blood Weave, and we'll send someone to take over after a while. We won't let the Autumnfrost family stay in Iron Blood Weave forever. Going to Iron Blood Weave meant that they would be bordering the Astral Beast domain. Although the Sixth Mainland did not fear the Astral Beast domain, they did not want to start a war with them. The Sixth Mainland's memories of their invasion of the Astral Beast domain were still fresh in their minds. The Astral Beast domain was just too desolate, and after invading, the benefits they had received were not proportional to the cost. Starting a war with the Astral Beast domain was a thankless task that no one was willing to do. Patriarch Autumnfrost was naturally unwilling to do so, but his Autumnfrost family was the closest to Iron Blood Weave, and they could not just let the few of them defend Iron Blood Weave. The path of cultivation had a clear hierarchy, and even if a progenitor could easily resolve a war, they would not easily intervene. In the eyes of a progenitor, war was just a game. Similarly, in the eyes of Sword Valley Master and the others, the Astral Beast domain's invasion of the Outerverse was only worthy of fighting with the Autumnfrost family. That was unless the Celestial Beast Empire mobilized all of its forces. Wait, the Celestial Beast Empire? Sword Valley Master suddenly stared at Luin. Does the Celestial Beast Empire know about Iron Blood Weave? Luin was astonished. This Sword Valley Master was not stupid, as he had actually guessed it. With the strength of the Primal Zone, Patriarch Autumnfrost alone could sweep through them, so there was no point in attacking. Thus, Lu Yin had thought of a way to send a message to the Celestial Beast Empire before arriving at the border of the Great Eastern Alliance. Only by sending experts from the Celestial Beast Empire could they pose a threat to the Sixth Mainland. Regardless of whether it was the Sixth Mainland, the Fifth Mainland, or the Astral Beast Domain, they could all see through Lu Yin's plan, but they could not refuse it. The Astral Beast Domain could not resist the temptation of the human domain's outerverse, and they could not resolve their enmity with the Sixth Mainland. Similarly, the Sixth Mainland could not allow Iron Blood Weave to fall into the Astral Beast Domain's hands. If Lu Yin's plan failed, then there was only one reason for it: he had misjudged people. Humans were born with both good and evil intentions. Lu Yin had viewed the Astral Beast Domain and the Sixth Mainland with evil intentions. If both sides were on good terms, then the Astral Beast Domain would not enter Iron Blood Weave, and the Sixth Mainland would not have any conflicts with the Astral Beast Domain. Then, his plan would fail. But was that even possible? Lu Yin had never considered that possibility, as he had only considered adding fuel to the fire. He would add fuel to the fire when the Autumn Frost family was about to reach Iron Blood Weave. The Autumn Frost family was already there. I'm asking you, does the Celestial Beast Empire know about Iron Blood Weave? Sword Valley Master's tone was awe-inspiring, and a terrifying pressure emanated from him. Lu Yin could feel that this pressure, which surpassed a power level of 1,000,000, was not something that he could withstand. Fortunately, Master Yuan had appeared in time to help Lu Yin block the pressure. They know, Lu Yin replied, and then he looked at Sword Valley Master. It's just a guess. Sword Valley Master's eyes narrowed, and a bone-chilling killing intent flashed through them. He nodded. Good, you're ruthless enough. As expected of the Alliance Master who unified the Outerverse. I've seen your methods, but do you think they'll work? So what if the Sixth Mainland goes to war with the Astral Beast Domain? The Autumn Frost family, the Farmer family, and a few other families will be enough to stop the Astral Beast Domain's invasion. Do you really think that the Astral Beast Domain dares to fight with the Sixth Mainland? Lu Yin smiled. I only know that it's unwise to steal food from a beast's mouth. When have you ever seen a beast spit out the meat it's offered? Iron Blood Weave was the meat in the Astral Beast Domain's mouth, and Lu Yin had personally gifted it to them. Elder Lohar and the others' obsession with Iron Blood Weave was the same as the Astral Beast Domain's. Just like how Elder Lohar desired to slaughter his way into the Primal Zone, the Astral Beast Domain also desired to slaughter their way into Iron Blood Weave. How could they let go of such a good opportunity? Lu Yin had immediately raised his conditions with the Primal Zone, and the other party had immediately agreed. Lu Yin knew that the war between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast Domain was about to begin. During their second conversation, the Sword Valley Master was no longer as calm as he had been during their first conversation. He had underestimated Lu Yin's ruthlessness. He did not know that Lu Yin had not come up with this plan, but rather that it had come from Wei Rong. If he had known, he would have charged into the inner verse and killed Wei Rong with his own hands. This external war had forced the Sword Valley Master into a passive position. Although the Sixth Mainland did not care about the Astral Beast Domain, once the war began, the amount of manpower and resources that they would need would not be easily taken out. Wei Rong had opened up a battlefield in Iron Blood Weave for the Sixth Mainland, and Lu Yin wanted to open up a battlefield in the Genesis Academy for the Sixth Mainland as well. On his way to the Great Eastern Alliance's border, he had contacted the androids at the Technocracy's border and used them to contact First City. He had the city think of a way to force the Sixth Mainland to attack the Genesis Academy as soon as possible, and in exchange, Lu Yin was willing to help First City decompose materials for half a year. Lu Yin was currently waiting for First City to make a move. Once the Sixth Mainland opened up 2 battlefields, they would no longer have the time to care about the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Great Eastern Alliance would have time to retreat. Lu Yin really wanted to keep the Great Eastern Alliance in the Outerverse, as the Outerverse was his territory. However, he could not change the general situation, and the Sixth Mainland was not something that he could resist. The Board of Governors, the Interstellar Arbitration Office, and even Elder Chan would not fall out with the Sixth Mainland for his sake. In Iron Blood Weave, above Broken Blade Fort, Sharon touched a dark red stone and looked up at the endless sky. Sharon, it's time to go. Lin Lu arrived and looked at Sharon. He was the senior disciple of Myriad Swords Peak, and he had been a cruiser when Lu Yin had still been fighting in Iron Blood Weave. Now, he had broken through to the Hunter realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1743. As for the genius lockbreaker Sharon, he was Lu Yin's classmate, and he had already become a one-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. It was a pity that he had stayed in Iron Blood Weave, so his reputation was not as prominent. Otherwise, he would have been able to fill in the ranks of the Interverse 5 lockbreakers. Big Brother Lin, are we really leaving? This is Iron Blood Weave, Sharon said bitterly. Compared to when he had been a student, he had matured a lot. Lin Li's eyes flashed with desolation. Let's go. Don't think too much. Just follow orders. Karen sighed. Why did you leave? I can smell the disgusting scent of those wild beasts. If we leave, what will happen to the commoners outside the territory? Don't worry, I've already asked. The Hall of Honor has long since made preparations. They'll be fine. Lin Lu said. Karen smiled bitterly. Seems like they've reached an agreement. How laughable. We're risking our lives on the battlefield. Did those big shots see it? Did they ask us before they reached an agreement? Lin Lu looked afar. Not only Karen, everyone who was guarding the fortress was confused. Why retreat? This was Iron Blood Weave, and if they left, who would protect the Outerverse? The people in Iron Blood Weave did not know much about what was happening in the outside world, as they were afraid that it would affect their troops' morale. They did not know that the Sixth Mainland was about to completely take over the Outerverse. Karen's group was the last batch of people to leave. Looking back at Broken Blade Fortress, how many skeletons of heroes were buried here? Dead or alive, everyone worked hard to keep this fortress from being destroyed. But now, they were the ones who gave up. Behind Broken Blade Fort, countless shadows appeared. They were the astral beasts, and each of them had bright, blood-red eyes. They passed through Iron Blood Fort, then the other forts. Broken Blade Fort was the last one they had passed through. Once they passed through it, it would mean that they had conquered Iron Blood Weave. The humans' Iron Blood Weave had held them back for countless years, but it was finally about to be broken. When Elder Lohar saw the giant beasts of the starry sky, his eyes turned cold. Then, he turned his head. Just as they were about to leave, a terrifying aura swept over. It was the aura of an emissary. Elder Lohar and the other cultivators from Iron Blood Weave were aghast. Envoys were not existences that they could deal with, so how could there be an envoy-level astral beast blocking their path? Behind Broken Blade Fort, countless astral beasts were excited. An envoy-level astral beast had appeared, and it was still at the edge of the humans' Iron Blood Weave. The astral beasts could not wait to cross over to Broken Blade Fort so that they could meet up with it and truly attack the humans' Outerverse. Broken Blade Fort quickly crumbled under the giant star beast's attacks. Karen and the others clenched their fists and looked at this scene sadly. The envoy-level astral beasts that had appeared at the edge of Iron Blood Weave were naturally dark beasts. Elder Lohar and the others had seen them, and so had the astral beasts. All of a sudden, a figure appeared behind the dark beast. He raised his hand and slashed down with a claw. It was a battle technique, Sky-Rending Claw, a battle technique of the Autumnfrost clan. The heaven-rending claw tore through the dark beast's body, and blood splattered through space. The starry sky was completely silent. It's an imprint, someone from the 6 Great Continents Autumnfrost family. Someone shouted fiercely from the retreating human cultivators. His words ignited the fury of the giant beasts behind Broken Blade Fort. Coincidentally, the Autumnfrost family's cultivators had arrived outside Ironblood Weave. Before leaving, he had inadvertently revealed that he wanted to confirm the situation on the Vientiane battlefield so that he could explain things to Old Man Sangcheong. However, in reality, he wanted to go to the Genesis Academy. The 6th mainland needed reinforcements from the Genesis Academy, but it did not necessarily have to be First City. This was what Old Man Sangcheong wanted. Jun now wanted to go to the Heaven Founding Academy to discuss cooperation with them and ask for help from the androids. It was also for the origin item. As long as the origin item was really in the Genesis Academy, Old Man Sangcheong would be willing to pay a huge price. Old Man Sangcheong was very smart, and he did not plan to hang himself on a single tree. Instead, he wanted to cooperate with the Genesis Academy, but First City was not stupid. When Jun arrived at the Vientiane battlefield, he was met with a fatal blow from Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong. They had plenty of ordinary materials, and since the 6th mainland had been destroyed, there was nothing that could attract First City's attention. Only his perfect decomposition of rare materials could attract First City's attention. Half a year's worth of decomposition was a huge temptation for First City. No matter what Jun's true goal was, he was definitely going to die. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong's goal was clear, to force the 6th mainland to start a war with the Genesis Academy. Not long after Jun's death, Old Man Sangcheong received a call from First City. "I'm Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong, Sangcheong. Venerable One, long time no see." Old Man Sangcheong's eyes flashed. "Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong, what's the matter?" "Jun is dead. He died in the waiting battlefield," said Vice City Lord Little Bear. Old Man Sangcheong's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew cold. "What's the reason?" "He was affected. There are many powerhouses on the Vientiane battlefield, and the so-called cosmic imprinter from the 6th mainland was fighting there as well. He wasn't familiar with the terrain, so he was affected and died." Old Man Sangcheong did not believe such nonsense. He knew what kind of person Jun was, and even though he was just an ordinary imprinter, he was very cunning. Even Zhu had died, but Jun had fled to the Outerverse with the D family. He was a smart person, or else Old Man Sangcheong would not have sent Jun to First City. How was it possible that Jun had been affected and killed? "Since that's the case, I'll send someone to discuss this matter with your city," Old Man Sangcheong said. He did not care about Jun's death, he just wanted to modify people and obtain the origin artifact. Vice City Lord Xiao Xiong asked, "Venerable One, aren't you curious about where Jun died?" "What's the point of that?" "Jun died on the Vientiane battlefield near the Genesis Academy. It seems like he was heading there." Old Man Sangcheong frowned. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing, and even he can't control where he ends up. He should be heading to the Vientiane battlefield to confirm the situation. If your city is really being suppressed by the Genesis Academy, then my 6th mainland will naturally send someone to help you. After all, we've worked together for many years. I hope that's the case. Everyone says that humans are cunning, but we can see sincerity in the Venerable One. I just hope that the 6th mainland does not disappoint us." "Of course not." "Then, Venerable One, when will you send someone to attack the Genesis Academy?" Old man Sangcheong replied, "We'll wait for the four venerables to discuss this matter." "All right, we'll wait for your answer." After the call ended, old man Sangcheong immediately contacted Master Guanxing. Of the four venerables, only the two of them shared the same stance. "We can't attack the Genesis Academy right now. Iron Blood Weave has already started a war. If we start a war with the technocracy, then we'll be in a passive position against the Fifth Mainland," Master Guanxing said. Old man Sangcheong did not mind. "The Astral Beast Domain Celestial Beast Empire is nothing in our eyes. Any one of us is enough to prevent the Astral Beast Domain from taking even half a step into Iron Blood Weave. Don't underestimate the Astral Beast Domain. The Fifth Mainland has quite a few half-ancestors in the human domain, but they're still in a stalemate. When we attacked the Astral Beast Domain, we also suffered heavy losses. The Astral Beast Domain is not that simple, or else they wouldn't have dared to start a war with us. Have you forgotten about the Fourth Mainland?" Master Guanxing's words caused old man Sangcheong's expression to change, and he recalled the Fourth Mainland's past. "Then what do you think we should do?" "Don't worry about the technocracy. If the origin item is in the Genesis Academy, then it won't escape. What we need to do now is to bring the entire Outerverse under our rule. Also, I keep feeling that Ibn City's attitude is off." "There's something wrong here," Master Guanxing said. After ending the call, Sangcheong old man looked in the direction of the ophthalmology star field. He wouldn't be able to meddle with the matters there for the time being, but he still needed to confirm the origin item. Aside from the Genesis Academy, there was another way to break through: Lu Yin. He had discovered the origin item because he had gone to the Vientiane battlefield. Lu Yin had confirmed that the origin item had appeared there. As long as he could get Lu Yin to tell him the truth, then old man Sangcheong would be able to determine how to treat Ibn City and the Genesis Academy. With that in mind, he opened his gadget. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1744. The war in Iron Blood Weave was within Lu Yin's expectations. The Astral Beast Domain would not be able to resist the temptation of entering the Outerverse, and the Sixth Mainland would not just hand over Iron Blood Weave to the Astral Beast Domain. It was only a matter of time before war broke out. Now, it all depended on what Ibn City would do. If Ibn City could force the Sixth Mainland to declare war on the Heaven Founding Academy, then he would have the upper hand. Right now, there was no need for him to negotiate with the Sixth Mainland, and he could just wait for news from the technocracy. However, Lu Yin did not want to just wait. Since he had come to the border and was not far from Aegis, he could replenish the death aura. Lu Yin led the Second Night King and the Lu Emperor towards Aegis planet. The border was still guarded by Master Yuan. Many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators who had been confronting the Great Eastern Alliance left and headed towards Iron Blood Weave. The Astral Beast Domain had come with a vengeance, and it was only thanks to Lu Yin's advance warning that the Celestial Beast Empire had sent experts over. Otherwise, Elder Autumn Frost would have been able to slaughter the entire Primal Zone on his own. But now, they were in a stalemate. It was only half a day's journey from the border to Aegis. Although it was called a border, most of the regions in the universe were not easy to pass through. The routes that cultivators often took were all developed. Although Lu Yin's route to Aegis wasn't considered secretive, it was still rather remote. He didn't expect to meet someone he knew. Up ahead, a spacecraft shaped like a giant claw drew closer and closer. It was on the same line as Lu Yin's spacecraft, and they passed by each other. The distance between them was less than 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers was nothing in the universe. In order to avoid being detected by the Sixth Mainland, Lu Yin had intentionally kept a low profile. As for the claw-like spaceship, it was obvious that it belonged to the Autumn Frost family. The Autumn Frost family should be heading to Iron Blood Weave right now, and the route to Iron Blood Weave should be further north instead of here. Logically speaking, if the members of the Autumn Frost family were not going to Iron Blood Weave, they should be meeting up with the cultivators from the 6th mainland at the border. However, Ancestor Autumn Frost was not at the border, so what was the point of the Autumn Frost family going there? As the two spacecraft drew closer, Luin suddenly felt his heart palpitate. "There's an emissary on that spacecraft," the second Night King said. "Power. Not strong." Luin raised an eyebrow. "Stop him." He didn't care what the emissary in the spacecraft wanted to do. Even if the emissary was going to meet up with the Sword Valley Master and the others at the border, it would only increase the 6th mainland strength. It would be better to destroy it here. The second Night King looked at the clawed spacecraft, and his gaze turned cold. His spiritual force erupted, shaking the heavens. The clawed flying shuttle exploded with a boom. A middle-aged man pulled a young man and rushed into the distance. His face was pale. Just a moment ago, he felt an incomparably terrifying spiritual energy. An extremely powerful expert had appeared. This flying ship belonged to the Autumn Frost family. Since someone had attacked them, it was obvious that the person was an enemy and did not fear the Autumn Frost family. With a swoosh, the sword chi tore apart the stellar source universe. The middle-aged man was shocked. There was another expert. He turned around and saw the spaceship. He saw many pairs of cold eyes. There was more than one expert. The imprint shone outwards. The middle-aged man's left arm was hacked off by sword energy, his body flung into the distance. Meanwhile, that youngster fell down, long unconscious, floating in the starry sky. Half of the middle-aged man's body was bleeding. He gritted his teeth and stepped into the stellar source universe to escape, ignoring the young man. The second Night King sneered as he stared at the astral source universe. In an instant, the starry skies rippled, and the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. Falling into an illusion, his entire body trembled. It had only been a few seconds since the second Night King had made his move, but an emissary was already severely injured and on the verge of death. Luin looked at the youngster floating in the air. It was actually him, Autumn Frost Ching. Within the spacecraft, Luin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the middle-aged man with interest. Autumn Frost Ching was still unconscious beside him. I'm from the Blood Homage Realm's Nan family, the middle-aged man said with great difficulty. Half of his body was stained with blood, and beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. He glanced at the second Night King and Lu Huang before his gaze finally landed on Luin. His pupils shrank imperceptibly. Luin asked, "Your name?" "Nan Qi." "You know me, right?" Luin asked. Nan Qi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Luin, Alliance Leader Lu." Luin looked at him. "Where are you going?" Nan Qi calmly replied, "To the border. The various families have been ordered to send imprinters to meet up with the Sword Valley Master and the Elders to suppress the Great Eastern Alliance. My Nan family sent me, but the other families' imprinters are still on the way. They should be arriving soon." "You've said too much." "What, have you already thought of how to answer me?" Luin laughed. Nan Qi's expression changed slightly, but he remained silent. Luin looked at Autumn Frost Ching. "I'll wake him up. Do you think he'll be able to remain conscious under the illusion created by this expert beside me? Won't you say anything? If what he says is different from what you say." Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he stared at Nan Qi. "I'll torture you to death." Nan Qi's face turned even paler, but at that moment, Autumn Frost Ching's fingers twitched. Nan Chi's pupils shrank as he looked at Lu Yin. We're going to Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin's originally smiling expression sank, and his expression turned ugly. Frostwave Weave. Nan Chi nodded and helplessly replied, We've received orders to go to Frostwave Weave's Earth and Xenu star. What are we going to do? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Nan Chi shook his head. I don't know the specifics. Although I'm from the Nan family, I've long since submitted to the Autumn Frost family. This time, the Autumn Frost family has received orders, so I'm accompanying Autumn Frost Qing. You can ask Autumn Frost Qing about our objective. Lu Yin woke Autumn Frost Qing up, and when Autumn Frost Qing saw Lu Yin, he was stupefied. He never would have dreamed that he would run into Lu Yin when he was supposed to go to Frostwave Weave to take revenge on Lu Yin. He had even become Lu Yin's prisoner. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have come out. Actually, he could have stayed out, as he wasn't the one who had received the orders. It was his father, the Autumn Frost family leader. Lu Yin had no interest in wasting words with Autumn Frost Qing, so he directly used the Day-Night's tribute to control the illusion and caused Autumn Frost Qing to fall into an endless trance. He quickly revealed the truth. The orders had come from Elder Autumn Frost, and he had ordered the Autumn Frost family to head to Frostwave Weave's Earth and Xenu star to force Lu Yin to reveal a few things. Elder Autumn Frost did not specify the specifics, as he had only told them to wait until they completed their mission. The Autumn Frost family leader had wanted to head out himself, but Autumn Frost Qing had coincidentally overheard the conversation. Nan Chi had also arrived, and Autumn Frost Qing had been ordered to head to Frostwave Weave. Autumn Frost Qing had volunteered to head there, all for the sake of revenge against Lu Yin. They were unlucky to have run into Lu Yin midway through their journey. Lu Yin's face darkened. Earth and Xenu star were places that he had to protect, but the Autumn Frost family had actually set their sights on them. This shouldn't have happened. What could Elder Autumn Frost have asked him about? Lu Yin could only think of Elder Tsangqiong, the person behind Elder Autumn Frost. Elder Autumn Frost Qing had most likely come for the origin item, as Lu Yin had gone to the dimensional battlefield for the origin item. Elder Tsangqiong and the others also did not understand why Lu Yin knew that the origin item had appeared. Only the origin item could cause Elder Tsangqiong and the others to be so concerned about it. Otherwise, Iron Blood Weave had already started a war, and even if they forced Lu Yin, he would not be able to chase the astral beast domain out. Elder Autumn Frost had no reason to threaten him. More importantly, this Elder Autumn Frost was a fake, and Lu Yin did not know his true identity. Elder Autumn Frost did not need to cause trouble for Lu Yin for the sake of the Sixth Mainland, as it was meaningless. Unless, of course, Elder Autumn Frost knew that Lu Yin knew that he was an imposter. Lu Yin's mind raced, as the Autumn Frost family's actions had touched his bottom line. Since that was the case, no one would have an easy time. Take care of them, Lu Yin said. Nan Chi was aghast. Alliance Lord Lu, please don't. I can rely on you. I can. Before he could even finish speaking, he was killed by the Second Night King's spiritual force attack. Autumn Frost Qing's death was not as painful, as he had been directly drowned in an illusion. On the surface, Nan Chi was a member of the Blood Homage Realm's Nan family, but in reality, he had sided with the Autumn Frost family. Now, he had unhesitatingly joined Lu Yin. Lu Yin would not want such a two-faced person, even if he was an emissary. As for Autumn Frost Qing, he was an old enemy, so Lu Yin would just kill him and help Fatty Huang vent his anger. Let's change directions and go to the Autumn Frost family, Lu Yin said. Since the Autumn Frost family wanted to touch his bottom line, he would make the first move. Right now, it was very safe to attack the Autumn Frost family, as he would not run into Elder Autumn Frost or the Four Sovereigns. Furthermore, Lu Yin was curious as to what kind of device the Autumn Frost family was making. He was even more curious about Elder Autumn Frost's true identity, and he hoped to discover something in the Autumn Frost family. The Autumn Frost family was the closest to the Great Eastern Alliance's border, and it was not far from Aegis Planet. Lu Yin's group of 3 hurried to the Autumn Frost family as quickly as possible. At this moment, only Autumn Frost family head Autumn Frost Chin was an imprinter. Uncle Hua and the other imprinters who had joined the Autumn Frost family had all gone to Iron Blood Weave. In the Bloodburn realm, the D family's patriarch had died at the hands of the Eternals, while Patriarch Imo Jiang had died at the border of Endless Weave. In the end, the Autumn Frost family had benefited. The D family and Imo Jiang's imprinters had all joined the Autumn Frost family, causing their strength to skyrocket. Once Elder Autumn Frost broke through to become a cosmic imprinter, his strength would surpass the D families, and they would dominate the Bloodburn realm. This was also why the Autumn Frost family was qualified to go to Iron Blood Weave to fight the Astral Beast domain. At this moment, the Autumn Frost family was very quiet. Many cultivators had gone to Iron Blood Weave, causing the Autumn Frost family to relax like never before. No one had expected Lu Yin to show up at this time. Within the Autumn Frost family study, Autumn Frost Chen looked at the star chart tiredly. No matter how he looked at it, the family would not benefit from going to war with the Astral Beast domain. He could only hope that Elder Autumn Frost would be able to break through during the war in Iron Blood Weave, and that the Dao Source sect would be able to see the Autumn Frost family's efforts. Family head, we still haven't been able to contact young master, an old servant respectfully reported from outside the study. Autumn Frost Chen frowned. Continue to contact him. Yes. Autumn Frost Chen felt uneasy, and he regretted sending Autumn Frost Qing out. After all, that place belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance, and Lu Yin was known for his ruthlessness. If he was threatened, it was hard to guarantee that he would not do anything. He had to contact Autumn Frost Qing and ask him to return. Such a risky task could be left to Nan Qi. Autumn Frost Chen shook his head and waved his hand, causing the star chart to dissipate. He was just about to leave when he suddenly turned to look at a corner. At some point in time, another person had appeared there. It was a youth, the youth that caused Autumn Frost Chen's expression to change. Lu Yin. Autumn Frost Chen was aghast, and he stared at the youth in disbelief. Why was this person here? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1745. Lu Yin smiled. Family head Autumn Frost, it's my first time meeting you. I've heard a lot about you. Qiu Hanshin did not hesitate to imprint, and his bloodline was stimulated. His body expanded as he tried to attack, but as the sword chi swept past him, Qiu Hanshin felt a bone-piercing pain in his legs. He lowered his head, and his pupils shrank as he realized that his legs were gone. An elder appeared in front of him, holding a Star Source sword and looking at him coldly. An absolute expert. That was Qiu Hanshin's only thought. His body fell to the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. Qiu Hanshin could not help but tremble as he stared at Lu Yin. What do you want, Lu Yin? Lu Yin sat down. Your Autumn Frost family wants to go to Frostwave Weave to threaten me, and you're asking me what I want. Qiu Hanshin's expression changed. How did he know? No matter how fast Nan Qi and the others were, they could not have reached Frostwave Weave by now. Lu Yin should not have known, but now was not the time to think about this. Where's Qing He? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual force whizzed out. As expected, Qiu Hanshin sank into the illusion. With Lu Yin's current spiritual force cultivation, only an emissary with a power level of 600,000 or above could withstand it. Chiu Hanshin, who was an imprinter with a power level of 500,000, would be able to withstand the illusion. Furthermore, the Chiu Hanshin family did not specialize in spiritual force cultivation. Chiu Hanshin could not hide any secrets while trapped in the illusion. Not only did he reveal the location of all of the Autumn Frost family's resources, but he also revealed the family's battle techniques and the origin of their bloodline. Lu Yin was not interested in the Autumn Frost family's battle techniques and bloodline. He was more interested in the family's resources and Patriarch Autumn Frost's situation. Unfortunately, Chiu Hanshin did not know much about Patriarch Autumn Frost and only knew that he was an ancestor. He did not know that the real Patriarch Autumn Frost was already dead. With Chiu Hanshin's death, the Autumn Frost family's purest bloodline had also disappeared. No one knew that Chiu Hanshin was dead, and Lu Yin's group of 3 had come and gone without a trace. No one had been able to detect them. Before leaving the Autumn Frost family, Lu Yin had taken all of the resources that he could take. What surprised him was that the Autumn Frost family actually had a lot of resources. He did not know how they had obtained them, but they actually had 600 million star essence. Compared to the Autumn Frost family, which had a world imprinter and several envoys, 600 million star essence was not a lot, and it was not even as much as the Sylvan Dragon clan. However, that was only for the Autumn Frost family in the 6th mainland. The everlasting invasion had destroyed the 6th mainland, and the Autumn Frost family had lost most of their resources. Aside from the star essence, there were also many other materials, as well as the Sky Pillar Overlord's bloodline. If this bloodline was sold, it would be worth quite a bit. Lu Yin took them all and headed in another direction. That was where the Autumn Frost family's equipment was being manufactured. Chiu Hanshin did not understand that instrument and was only following Patriarch Chiu Hanshin's instructions. Lu Yin was not surprised, as the real Elder Autumn Frost had already died, and this instrument had been created by the impostor. How could Autumn Frost possibly know anything about it? The location of the instrument was not far from Autumn Han's house. The 3 of them quickly arrived. Lu Yin was shocked as he looked at the endless stretch of metal that was connected to planets. He could not imagine what an instrument that could traverse galaxies was used for. These metals were very common, and they were not even qualified to be sent to a city. What use could such materials be? Lu Yin did not even need to exert any strength to crush them. However, the manufacturing process was quite meticulous, and it was no wonder why Big Pow and Little Pow had taken 3 years to learn how to make them. Through the heavens, Lu Yin was able to make out the shape of the entire instrument as it traveled through the galaxies. The instrument looked like a pot, and there was a huge metal panel in the middle that was connected to all 4 sides. Countless people were working on it. Although Autumn Frost Chin did not know what this instrument was used for, he knew that the Autumn Frost family had used all of their manpower and resources to construct it. Even the imprinter had contributed. Lu Yin did not know what this pot-shaped instrument was used for, so he decided to destroy it. The Autumn Frost family was an enemy, and so was the impostor. Lu Yin would never show mercy to his enemies, and if his enemies wanted something, he would either steal it or destroy it. There was no third option. "Let's do it," Lu Yin said. Lu Huang raised a hand, and sword chi swept out, tearing through the galaxy and distorting it. The metal instrument was instantly shattered. At the center of the instrument was a black crystal that was as large as a planet. Just as Big Pow had said, it was much harder than metal, but it was still shattered by Lu Huang's attack. Lu Yin picked up the fragments of the black crystal, but he could not tell what they were used for, so he casually put one away. Just as he was about to leave, a strange color entered his eyes. Lu Yin looked over and saw that there was a bubble in the center of the shattered black crystal. There were traces of red liquid within the bubble that was only the size of a finger. The bubble looked like it would shatter with a single touch. Lu Yin hurriedly told Lu Huang to stop and walked over to the bubble. The second Night King and Lu Huang looked on curiously. "Can you tell what it is?" Lu Yin asked. The two looked at it for a long time, but eventually said, "Nope." Lu Yin could not tell either, as there were no rune lines within the bubble. Perhaps it had been blocked by the bubble. He raised a hand, intending to crush the bubble. Just as his finger was about to touch the bubble, he paused, thought about it, and then stored it in his cosmic ring. "Let's go." The second Night King and Lu Huang did not ask any questions, as they were not that curious about the bubble. Only Lu Yin knew that Patriarch Autumnfrost was an imposter, and he knew that the imposter's real reason for pretending to be Patriarch Autumnfrost definitely had something to do with the instrument. Lu Yin wanted to see Patriarch Autumnfrost's reaction to determine the importance of the liquid within the bubble. If it was important and disappeared because of the bubble, then Lu Yin would feel that it was a pity. From start to finish, no one knew that the three of them had come to the Autumnfrost family, killed the family head, destroyed the instrument, and stolen the bubble. When Patriarch Autumnfrost, who was far away in Iron Blood Weave, heard that the instrument had been destroyed, he was shocked. He immediately abandoned the Sixth Mainland's cultivators and returned to the Autumnfrost family. How could the astral python from the Celestial Beast Empire allow Patriarch Autumnfrost to leave? Its huge body swept over, but Patriarch Autumnfrost ignored it and rushed out of Iron Blood Weave. "If you dare leave, I'll slaughter everyone here," the astral python roared. However, Patriarch Autumnfrost acted as if he did not hear it, and he left without hesitation. The remaining cultivators from the Sixth Mainland looked up as the astral python pressed down on them, causing them to howl in despair. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Sword Vassal Master was reading a message on his gadget and roaring furiously. The message came from Iron Blood Weave. Following Patriarch Autumnfrost's sudden departure, the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had suffered heavy losses, and they had been slaughtered by the Astral Beast Domain. The Astral Beast Domain had directly attacked Iron Blood Weave and invaded the Outerverse. Although most of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had come from the Autumnfrost family, there were also people from Yungu and other families among them. More importantly, once the Astral Beast Domain invaded the Outerverse, he would be the first to be blamed. Sword Vassal Master immediately contacted Patriarch Autumnfrost, but the latter did not pick up. "Brother Nong, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Autumnfrost family and capture Qihanfeng," Sword Vassal Master said angrily. Qihanfeng was Patriarch Autumnfrost's name. Old Nong did not understand. "What's wrong with Qihanfeng?" Sword Vassal Master gritted his teeth. He abandoned the battlefield and left without permission, causing Iron Blood Weave to be occupied by the Astral Beast Domain. At the same time, the Astral Beast Domain invaded the Outerverse. Old Nong was shocked. "Has Qihanfeng gone mad?" Sword Vassal Master looked at Old Nong and said, "Qihanfeng must pay the price for this. Our Sixth Mainland took over the Outerverse, and the Astral Beast Domain invaded. This is a humiliation to us, and we will be laughed at for tens of thousands of years. I'll immediately rush over to Iron Blood Weave, and Eyeless will stand guard there. Brother Nong, I'll leave Qihanfeng to you." Old Nong was helpless, as he did not want to do such a thing, but things had already gotten to this point. "All right, I'll go to the Autumnfrost family." Sword Vassal Master led a group of Sixth Mainland's cultivators towards Iron Blood Weave while Old Nong headed to the Autumnfrost family alone. Only Eyeless and the Corpse Keeper remained behind. News of the battle in Iron Blood Weave not only reached the Sixth Mainland, but it also reached the Great Eastern Alliance. Master Yuan's face was solemn, as the Astral Beast Domain had actually managed to force the Sixth Mainland out and occupy Iron Blood Weave. The Celestial Beast Empire would not give up so easily, and they would definitely send some experts. Although he had given up on Iron Blood Weave because of his strategy, he still felt a little upset when he saw that Iron Blood Weave had truly fallen into the Astral Beast Domain's hands. Liu Yin's strategy had not been to give up on Iron Blood Weave, but rather to have the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Beast Domain wage war there. From what he knew, the Sixth Mainland's strength far surpassed the Astral Beast Domains, and it was impossible for the Astral Beast Domain to completely occupy Iron Blood Weave. However, he could never have imagined that one of his unconscious actions would lead to the complete defeat of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators in Iron Blood Weave. Liu Yin brought the Second Night King and Lu Huang to Aegis planet. Because Aegis had left, there was no one else on the planet besides a few Sixth Mainland's cultivators. These Sixth Mainland's cultivators were probably independent cultivators who had not been able to find a better place to cultivate, so they could only stay here. It should be known that the only reason Aegis had been able to establish itself on this planet was because of the folded space within the mystic sect. However, these Sixth Mainland's cultivators did not know anything about the mystic sect, and they had simply stayed on this planet because they had nowhere else to go. Liu Yin did not disturb them and instead directly entered the planet's core. He had the Second Night King and Lu Huang stand guard while he entered the mystic sect. The Second Night King and Lu Huang were both astonished, as they had never imagined that there would be a folded space here. They were both curious as to what Liu Yin was doing inside. After entering the mystic sect once more, Liu Yin looked up and saw that the black sun was still hanging high in the sky, and no one could approach it. Liu Yin leaped up and charged towards the black sun. When he could no longer approach it, the fate sand in his chest shifted. In an instant, his body trembled as the black sun grew slightly larger. He was approaching it, and at the same time, the black sun released a deathly aura that stretched across the sky and gradually connected with Liu Yin. The deathly aura frantically surged into Liu Yin's body. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1746. Liu Yin exhaled, and the deathly aura in his chest began to circulate, and the black and white fog gradually returned to normal. While Liu Yin was absorbing the deathly aura, Patriarch Autumnfrost traversed through space and hurried back to the Autumnfrost family as quickly as possible. Autumnfrost Chen was dead, but he did not care. All he cared about was the device. Looking at the shattered metal device in space, Patriarch Autumnfrost's expression turned ugly. He quickly went to the center and saw the countless black crystal fragments floating in space. He roared and began to frantically search for something. "It's not here, and it's not broken. It must have been taken away." "Who?" he muttered to himself. In the distance, a spacecraft approached. It was the Autumnfrost family's device maker. Patriarch Autumnfrost looked over. Who did this? The Autumnfrost family members in the spacecraft were terrified, and they did not know anything. Patriarch Autumnfrost was enraged, and he destroyed the spacecraft without leaving a single person inside. It was as if he had gone mad, and he tried his best to find the person who had destroyed the device. However, he could not find anything. Old Man Nong arrived and looked at Patriarch Autumnfrost, who was still searching for something. He helplessly asked, "Autumnfrost, why did you leave Iron Blood Weave without permission?" Patriarch Autumnfrost ignored him. Old Man Nong raised his brows. "Autumnfrost, I'm talking to you. Why did you leave Iron Blood Weave without permission? Do you know that because of your departure, Iron Blood Weave has been occupied by the Astral Beast Domain, and they have invaded other weaves of the Outerverse? Do you know what this means to the Sixth Mainland?" Before he could finish, Patriarch Autumnfrost roared, "Scram!" Old Man Nong was stunned, and then he grew angry. He was an amiable person, and he was not good at fighting with others. Thus, he did not have a high status among his peers in the sixth mainland. However, he was still a universe imprinter, and all universe imprinters treated him with respect. They did not dare to underestimate him, and Patriarch Autumnfrost had been the same in the past. But now, this Autumnfrost had truly gone mad and dared to curse him. No matter how good-tempered Old Man Gnome was, he could not control himself. Autumnfrost, you are unrepentant. Surrender. He then raised a hand and used his terrifying strength as a universe imprinter to forcefully attack Patriarch Autumnfrost from the astral source universe. Patriarch Autumnfrost clenched his fists and his aura distorted. When Old Man Gnome's palm fell from the stellar source universe, Old Man Gnome suddenly raised his head. His eyes were scarlet, and his pupils turned red. An incomparably powerful aura soared into the sky and shattered Old Man Gnome's palm. Old Man Gnome blurted out in shock, "Third transformation Corpse King." Patriarch Autumnfrost turned and glared at Old Man Gnome. "You're courting death." Old Man Gnome was stunned for a moment, but then he ran off without looking back. The Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King transformation was an extremely terrifying battle technique. With each additional transformation, one's physical strength would increase by 10 times. A Corpse King's physical strength was already much stronger than a normal person's. Now that he had undergone the third transformation, which increased his physical strength by 1,000-fold, even if Elder Autumnfrost was only a world imprinter, he still didn't want to face him, let alone whether or not this person was Elder Autumnfrost. He was stunned. Patriarch Autumnfrost shouldn't be a Corpse King. Patriarch Autumnfrost took a step forward, shattering space as he punched out at Old Man Gnome. His terrifying physical strength formed a shockwave that pierced through the stellar source universe. Everything in its path was shattered, and nothing could stop it. Old Man Gnome could sense Patriarch Autumnfrost's attack coming from behind him, and he could even hear Patriarch Autumnfrost's breathing. His eyes were bloodshot, and the crimson eyes of a Corpse King caused his scalp to go numb. He turned and lifted his hand. "Heaven's Sealing Diagram," he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, a circular diagram appeared in front of him. Patriarch Autumnfrost slammed into the Heaven's Sealing Diagram. He had thought that he could shatter it, but he had underestimated Old Man Gnome and his universe imprinter. After all, there was still a gap between their realms. Patriarch Autumnfrost was trapped by the Heaven's Sealing Diagram, and his 4 limbs were bound by the astral chains. He was firmly suppressed within the diagram. Old Man Gnome turned around and left once more, showing no desire to attack. Even if Patriarch Autumnfrost was trapped, it would still be the same. 1,000-fold increase in physical strength wasn't just for offense, but also for defense. Old Man Gnome wasn't confident that he could break through Patriarch Autumnfrost's physical defenses. Roar! With a furious roar, Patriarch Autumnfrost used his powerful physical strength to shatter the Heaven's Sealing Diagram and charged at Old Man Gnome once more. Old Man Gnome looked back and saw that Patriarch Autumnfrost really couldn't be killed. He had been trapped for less than 10 seconds. Helpless, he attacked again and pushed the Heaven's Sealing Diagram away. This time, Patriarch Autumnfrost dodged. Although he could shatter the Heaven's Sealing Diagram, he didn't want to be trapped again. However, even though he had clearly avoided the Heaven's Sealing Diagram, it still turned around and slammed into him from behind, trapping him inside. Old Man Gnome took this opportunity to speed away. Universe imprinters were faster than world imprinters. When Patriarch Autumnfrost shattered the Heaven's Sealing Diagram again, he couldn't find Old Man Gnome anymore. Old Man Gnome ran far away, panting as he contacted Old Man Sangcheong. Old Man Sangcheong was shocked. "What did you say? A Corpse King?" "Yes. Patriarch Autumnfrost is a Corpse King from the 5th Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance. He used the 3rd transformation and almost left me there." Old Man Nong was still afraid. Old Man Sangcheong's expression was solemn. The Sixth Mainland also knew that the Neo-Human Alliance was an enemy, but they didn't have the same attitude as the Fifth Mainland. Back then, they had even cooperated with the Neo-Human Alliance to deal with the Fifth Mainland, but that had been limited to occasional cooperation. This was the Sixth Mainland's attitude before the Eternals destroyed it. After the Sixth Mainland was destroyed, the Sixth Mainland's attitude toward the Neo-Human Alliance completely changed. Just like the Fifth Mainland, they had to exterminate the Neo-Human Alliance. In fact, they were even more resentful than the Fifth Mainland. The Fifth Mainland had a feud and rules that had been passed down since ancient times, but the Sixth Mainland had a new grudge that far surpassed the Fifth Mainland. After learning that Patriarch Autumn Frost was a corpse king in disguise, Old Man Sangcheong immediately ordered Patriarch Ling Tong to cooperate with Old Man Nong and Patriarch Wu Mu to kill him. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, that was far less important. Old Man Nong hadn't told Old Man Sangcheong because he wanted to deal with Patriarch Autumn Frost. Venerable One, Patriarch Autumn Frost's third transformation corpse king is not something we can match up to. He's too powerful, and we'll need at least a universal imprinter to deal with him, Old Man Nong said dryly. Old Man Sangcheong replied, he's just a world imprinter. Even if he's a third transformation corpse king, 2 universal imprinters will be enough to deal with him. Do you want us to take action ourselves? Old Man Nong opened his mouth, as that was exactly what he was thinking. However, he decided to forget about it, as Old Man Sangcheong clearly didn't want to take action. Venerable One, Patriarch Autumn Frost should have fled by now, and we can't find him, Old Man Nong said helplessly. It doesn't matter if you can find him or not. Find him for me, Old Man Sangcheong said resolutely. Old Man Nong felt even more helpless. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Patriarch Wu Mu had also left, leaving behind only the Corpse Keeper. The Corpse Keeper's presence was extremely weak, and everyone he saw looked like a corpse. Master Yuan didn't know how to communicate with him, and he couldn't even be bothered to ask. On Aegis planet, death energy poured into Lu Yin's chest, transforming into a black and white fog that swirled around him. The amount of death energy he had absorbed this time far exceeded what he had absorbed in the past, and Lu Yin's body was being pulled towards the black sun. Suddenly, as a large amount of death energy entered his body, Lu Yin's eyes snapped open, and he saw the shattered heavens as well as the setting sun that accompanied them. He also saw a huge, strange creature that had no eyes or limbs. It seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth, and it swayed its body as it charged towards him. Lu Yin's gaze traveled from far to near, and he saw a lonely figure sitting on the ground. A black scythe was stabbed into the ground by its side, and its arms were naturally resting on its knees. Its chin seemed to be pressed against the back of its hands. Even though Lu Yin couldn't see its face, he could still feel the loneliness of that figure, as well as its calmness and indifference towards that strange creature. The lonely figure and the setting sun were instantly drowned out by the boundless black fog. The next moment, the black fog condensed into a giant black sphere that appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the strange creature's back. The strange creature couldn't resist at all as it was pressed into the ground. There was no sound, but Lu Yin seemed to be able to hear the creature's anguished wails and unwillingness. However, all of this was drowned out by the black fog. Finally, the black fog dissipated, and the setting sun and the starry sky gradually disappeared along with that figure and that drop of blood. Lonely blood, setting sun transformation. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened in confusion. What was that scene just now? That figure, and that familiar scythe. Could that person be the legendary Grim Reaper? Did that scene take place during the era of the Grim Reaper? Everyone said that the Grim Reaper was a legend. Even though Lu Yin had cultivated death energy and could transform into the Grim Reaper, he wasn't absolutely certain that the Grim Reaper had truly existed. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination, and he just so happened to cultivate the image of that figment. Even though Xiao Shi had seen it in that book, and even though the Bai family of the frigid immortal sect had confirmed the existence of fate, Lu Yin still couldn't be absolutely certain that the Grim Reaper had existed. But at that moment, he could be sure that the Grim Reaper really did exist, and he almost saw the Grim Reaper's appearance. As he slowly descended, the death energy in his chest had been replenished, and the black and white fog had expanded a little. Correspondingly, the Grim Reaper transformation would definitely increase his strength. Lu Yin felt rather regretful that he hadn't been able to see that figure's appearance. If he had, he might have been the only person to know what the Grim Reaper looked like since it had become a legend. Lu Yin's gadget beeped as he walked out of the oddity sect. He glanced at it and was shocked. There was such a thing. Patriarch Autumnfrost had actually abandoned the battlefield in Iron Blood Weave, which had led to the Astral Beast domain occupying Iron Blood Weave. The Sword Valley Master had even personally gone to Iron Blood Weave. At that moment, another message arrived. Patriarch Ilus had also left, and only the corpse guards were left at the Great Eastern Alliance's borders. Something must have happened. The Sixth Mainland's matters couldn't be reported to the Fifth Mainland. If the matter was serious, it would gradually reach Lu Yin's ears. But right now, he wanted to know what had happened. Thus, Lu Yin raised his gadget and contacted someone he hadn't seen in a long time, Su San. Su San was a lackey that Lu Yin had brought from Earth, and he had disappeared to the cosmic sea. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, Su San had caught the eye of Patriarch Lingtong because of his innate gift of polychoria. He had been accepted as a disciple and had become the crown prince of the Lingtong clan in the Sixth Mainland's Black Blood realm. Lu Yin had met Su San in the Cosmic Sea, and at that time, Su San had promised to help Lu Yin and the others as a form of repayment. After that, they had stopped contacting each other. However, after the Sixth Mainland had been destroyed, Su San had shamelessly taken the initiative to contact Xenu Star and Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1747. Lu Yin had not contacted him in order to prevent him from being discovered, but now was the right time. The call connected, and before long, a loud shout came from the other end. Who is it? The tone was filled with arrogance and narcissism, as well as an almost undetectable trace of dominance. Lu Yin laughed. It's me. The person on the other end was silent for a moment, and then he lowered his voice. Be boss. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Su San was excited. Boss? It's really you. That's great, boss. You finally remembered your little brother, San. Lu Yin replied, didn't you say that you didn't want to have anything to do with us? When did that happen? Boss, who tried to drive a wedge between us? Was it that idiot Ling Kei? Or that scheming girl? Boss, Little Third's loyalty to you is undeniable. Little Third contacted us as soon as he arrived in the Outerverse. Little Third misses you. Su San loudly complained about how miserable his life had been. Lu Yin was speechless, as he knew how comfortable this guy's life had been. Even if the Sixth Mainland had been destroyed, as long as Ancestor Lingtong was fine, this guy would always be one of the strongest members of the Black Blood realm. Ancestor Lingtong was an expert who was just one step away from breaking through to become a cosmic imprinter. Once that happened, he would immediately become an elder of the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect. Even now, he was a protector of the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect, and his status was extremely high. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let me ask you, what happened to the Autumn Frost family? Lu Yin asked. Su San was stumped, and he felt that something was strange. The Autumn Frost family. I don't know. Is that the answer you're giving me? Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Su San hurriedly replied, Boss, wait a moment. Little Third will ask them immediately. He then hastily ended the call, and Lu Yin did not know who to ask. Lu Yin met up with the Second Night King and Lu Huang, and after waiting for half a day, his gadget beeped. Su San's voice sounded, and his tone was grave. Boss, Ancestor Autumnfrost is a corpse king. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you say? Su San earnestly explained, the Autumnfrost family was exterminated, and Patriarch Autumnfrost Qin and his successor, Autumnfrost Qing, both died. The Autumnfrost family's resources disappeared, and Patriarch Autumnfrost was supposed to be in Iron Blood Weave resisting the Astral Beast domain. However, because of this incident, he returned to the Autumnfrost family, causing Iron Blood Weave to be defeated and occupied by the Astral Beast domain. A cosmic imprinter was ordered to punish Patriarch Autumnfrost, but he was beaten back. Ancestor Autumnfrost is using the third transformation, Corpse King. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, as the impostor was actually the Corpse King. The Corpse King had impersonated Patriarch Autumnfrost for the sake of that device, and Patriarch Autumnfrost had given up Iron Blood Weave to join the Autumnfrost family for the sake of that device. That instrument was so important. What was its use? Boss, several experts have joined forces to go to the Autumnfrost clan to kill Patriarch Autumnfrost. The Autumnfrost clan is finished, continued Su San. How do you know all this? Lu Yin asked. Su San was pleased with himself. I've been in the Sixth Mainland for many years, so I have some connections. Ever since the Di family and Imo Zhang's bloodline declined, the Autumnfrost family became the dominant force in the Bloodburn realm. Many people don't like them, and now that something like this has happened, the news has spread throughout our circle. I kept you waiting because I wanted to know more about the situation. Alright, I got it. He was about to end the call. Su San hurriedly said, Boss, I heard that the Great Eastern Alliance isn't doing too well right now. Is there anything that I can help with? Just tell me. Lu Yin was puzzled. Even if the Sixth Mainland is destroyed, the Outer Alliance's members aren't weak. The people who came to the Outerverse aren't weak, and they've been following Ancestor Ling Tong for their entire lives. Why would they contact me? Su San was just about to flatter Lu Yin when Lu Yin coldly said, I want to hear the truth. Su San coughed awkwardly and muttered to himself for a moment. Actually, Patriarch Ling Tong is about to break through. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Break through. That meant going from a world imprinter to a cosmic imprinter. Breaking through is a good thing, but if it fails, then it'll be a tragedy. Boss, you should know that if something happens to Patriarch Ling Tong, then I'll be finished in the Sixth Mainland. Not to mention the people I've offended in the outside world, even the Ling Tong clan will cause trouble for me. Don't be fooled by 16th's bootlicking attitude, but that's only because Patriarch Ling Tong is around. If Patriarch Ling Tong fails to break through, then 16th will definitely be the first to hammer me to death. Lu Yin calmly said, at least you know your own limits. Then, if Patriarch Ling Tong succeeds in breaking through, then do you plan on not having any more dealings with me? Su San hurriedly said, Boss, you have to believe in little Sanzi's loyalty. He's definitely not an ungrateful person. Boss, you have to believe in me. Lu Yin could not be bothered to listen to his nonsense and immediately ended the call. Su San was very smart, and he had already paved the way for himself. Even though some people placed benefits above all else, Lu Yin did not mind. Even if Patriarch Ling Tong succeeded in breaking through, Su San would not be able to shake Lu Yin off. It was impossible for him to do anything big, but he could at least gather some information. A corpse king. Lu Huang looked at Lu Yin inquisitively. Lu Yin nodded. Patriarch Autumnfrost is a corpse king. If he's a corpse king, then he shouldn't be willing to expose himself for the sake of the Autumnfrost family, the second Night King said. Lu Yin knew that it was because of the device, but he also knew that it was very likely because of the bubble that he had taken away, or rather, the liquid within it. Let's go back to the border, Lu Yin said. Lu Yin's trio headed east while Old Man Nong, Patriarch Ilis, and Patriarch Lingtong, who was closer, headed towards the Autumnfrost family. Along the way, Patriarch Ilis asked Old Man Nong about Patriarch Autumnfrost's third transformation corpse king strength. A third transformation corpse king can't even be beaten or trapped. You and I have no chance of winning alone, Old Man Nong said with lingering fear. Patriarch Ilis said, a world imprinter actually managed to suppress you with a third transformation corpse king. Those everlasting monsters are truly terrifying. Patriarch Autumnfrost definitely isn't in the Autumnfrost family right now. Brother Ilis, do you have any way of finding him? Old Man Nong asked. Patriarch Ilis shook his head, I'm not good at this. Old Man Nong relaxed, that's a pity. I'm not good at this either, but our mission is to find and destroy Patriarch Autumnfrost. If we're lucky, we might run into him. At that time, we'll have to rely on you, Brother Ilis. Patriarch Ilis frowned, but he did not refute. Although Old Man Nong was a cosmic imprinter, he was known for being a good person. Battle was rare, but he had many opportunities, and he had even left behind legends. Old Man Nong could not count on such a person. Furthermore, Old Man Nong's words about a third transformation corpse king's strength were not very convincing. After all, Old Man Nong was far too weak, and he was definitely at the bottom of the cosmic imprinters. The two quickly arrived at the Autumnfrost family's territory, and they were stunned. They had only come here to follow the clues to find Patriarch Autumnfrost, but they had not expected that Patriarch Autumnfrost had not left. Patriarch Autumnfrost was still in the shattered star system, searching for something. His eyes were scarlet, and when Old Man Nong and Patriarch Ilis arrived, he attacked without hesitation, you're courting death. Old Man Nong was stunned. This was too arrogant. He was actually not leaving. Brother Ilis, it's up to you. Old Man Nong shouted. Patriarch Ilis attacked, and a formless halo enveloped Patriarch Autumnfrost. This was his innate gift, and he could move everything within the halo to a place where he could see. Patriarch Ilis was not in a hurry to move Patriarch Autumnfrost. When faced with Patriarch Autumnfrost's third transformation corpse king's fist, he raised his hand. With a bang, the sky was shattered, and a huge shock wave swept out in all directions. Countless shattered black crystals were sent flying. Even Old Man Nong was forced back. The Eyeless race had one of the unparalleled bloodlines, the Eyeless silkworm bloodline. When they broke out of their cocoons, they would be perfectly reborn. Every time they broke out of their cocoons, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Patriarch Ilis had been reborn several times, and his strength was at the pinnacle. Few people in the same realm could match him. In the minds of many people in the Sixth Mainland, Old Man Nong represented the lower limit of a cosmic imprinter, while the Eyeless ancestor represented the upper limit of a cosmic imprinter. This was because no one knew whether or not he could break out of his cocoon and be reborn. If he could do it again, perhaps he really would be invincible as a cosmic imprinter. The Eyeless silkworm bloodline's uniqueness allowed the Eyeless race to improve in all aspects. Whether it was cultivation or physical strength, they were incomparable to ordinary people. Even the third transformation corpse king's fist could not suppress Patriarch Eyeless, but Patriarch Eyeless was still forced back. It could be considered a draw. Patriarch Aeolus was shocked. He was a cosmic imprinter, while Patriarch Autumnfrost was merely a world imprinter. There was a difference of one level between them, and Patriarch Aeolus himself was one of the best cosmic imprinters. Even so, he had not been able to force the Corpse King back. This was the power of the third transformation. An instant later, Old Man Sangcheong's imprint appeared behind Patriarch Aeolus, and his strength increased once again. Patriarch Autumnfrost's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged forward once again. Relying on his impenetrable physical strength, he was able to fight Patriarch Aeolus head-on without losing out. In the distance, Old Man Gnome was forced to retreat further and further. The battle lasted for 2 hours. Patriarch Aeolus used his bloodline imprint and the Aeolus race's battle techniques to suppress Patriarch Autumnfrost, but he could not win. He could not even injure Patriarch Autumnfrost. Every time Patriarch Autumnfrost's third transformation Corpse King landed an attack, it would injure him. Old Man Gnome, attack! Patriarch Aeolus could not help but shout as he blocked Patriarch Autumnfrost's attacks. Old Man Gnome retreated a little more. Brother Aeolus, I won't attack. I don't want to disrupt your rhythm. Patriarch Aeolus was furious, and he glared at Old Man Gnome. While he was distracted, Patriarch Autumnfrost's fist landed on his chest, and he could not help but cough up blood. Taking advantage of the momentum of Patriarch Autumnfrost's attack, he attacked Patriarch Autumnfrost as well. However, Patriarch Autumnfrost was only forced back. He could not be injured, his physical defenses were too strong. Seeing that Old Man Gnome was watching from the side, Patriarch Aeolus used his innate gift to teleport Patriarch Autumnfrost over. He threw Patriarch Autumnfrost in front of Old Man Gnome, who was only a meter away from him. Old Man Gnome was stunned at first, and then he was shocked. Patriarch Autumnfrost kicked Old Man Gnome from the astral source universe. Old Man Gnome's abdomen emitted a cracking sound, and immediately after, glass-like fragments fell to the ground. It was a power vessel that Old Man Gnome had used to protect himself, but it had been shattered by Patriarch Autumnfrost's kick. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1748. Old Man Gnome's face paled as he quickly used the sky ceiling diagram to trap Elder Autumnfrost before retreating. At this moment, a ray of light cut across the starry sky from afar. One end of the ray came from afar while the other attacked Elder Autumnfrost. Elder Autumnfrost was hit by the ray of light and was pierced through. Elder Wumu and Old Man Gnome looked into the distance. This battle technique. Seniors, let's work together. A third transformation Corpse King is hard to kill. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He had a jade-like face and was extremely handsome. His tone was steady, a stark contrast to Old Man Gnome's fear. This person was Elder Lingtong, Su San's master. In the Black Blood realm, the strongest was the Heaven Imprinter, Wu Mu, who had died a long time ago. Next to Wu Mu was Elder Wu Mu, and below him was Elder Lingtong. Although Elder Lingtong was a world imprinter, his strength had already reached the level of a half-step cosmic imprinter. Elder Autumnfrost could fight against a cosmic imprinter with his third transformation Corpse King's characteristics, and so could Elder Lingtong. As for Elder Lingtong, even Elder Wu Mu couldn't see through him. When Wu Mu was still alive, he had said that once Elder Lingtong broke through to the cosmic imprinter, other than the Heaven Imprinter, few could match him. Elder Wu Mu was also excluded. This was Elder Lingtong's strength. Elder Lingtong had always stood at the top of his peers since he was young. His seniority was far below Elder Wu Mu's, but now, they were almost on the same level. Elder Wu Mu thought that Elder Lingtong's arrival was more useful than Old Man Gnome's. Especially the battle technique just now, which penetrated the Corpse King's body, its power was stronger than his attack. At this moment, Elder Autumn Frost broke free from the sky's ceiling diagram and stared at Elder Lingtong with his scarlet eyes. Elder Wu Mu put the halo on Elder Autumn Frost again and said, "Attack." Old Man Nong pushed the sky ceiling diagram, and Elder Autumn Han charged towards Elder Wu Mu. The sky ceiling diagram cut in from a strange angle, trapping Elder Autumn Han once again. In Elder Lingtong's eyes, the polychoria scattered and then converged. She stared at Elder Autumn Han's forehead and pointed out a finger, bright light finger. In the next moment, the light gathered and dispersed, striking Elder Autumn Frost's forehead. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin stealthily returned, and Master Yuan immediately sought him out. The latest news is that Ancestor Autumn Frost has been killed. He was actually a Corpse King, and he can even use the third transformation. Patriarch Autumn Frost is dead. What's going on? Master Yuan's information network came from the Hall of Honor. Since the Sixth Mainland had entered the Outerverse, how could the Hall of Honor not know about them? While the Sixth Mainland was thinking of ways to infiltrate the Hall of Honor, the Hall of Honor was also thinking of ways to infiltrate the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect. Lu Yin had Su San as his source of information, but Su San's level was too low, and it would take some time for him to understand the information. The Hall of Honor's information network was even faster than his. After listening to Master Yuan's report, Lu Yin frowned. The situation was getting serious. That instrument was more important than he had imagined. What kind of item would make Elder Autumn Frost, whose combat power exceeded 800,000 and who could use the third transformation Corpse King, be willing to expose himself and be killed rather than waste a single second to search for it? Clearly, that item was far more important than Elder Autumn Frost himself. This imposter Elder Autumn Frost had only been building the device for about 10 years. The device itself was not worth his time. At most, he would build it for another 10 years. The most important thing was definitely the black crystal. The item within the black crystal. What exactly was it? Lu Yin had a premonition that even if the Neo-Human Alliance's headquarters in the Innerverse and Outerverse were destroyed, that item would still be far more important. Lu Yin took out a fragment of the black crystal and focused on it. Not long after, he found the Second Night King. "You're going to the Autumn Frost family again." The Second Night King did not understand. "What for?" Lu Yin answered, "Nothing much. I'm just going to keep an eye on those black crystal fragments and see who's there." The Second Night King replied, "That's where the Corpse King and the powerhouses with power levels in the millions are fighting. Many people have gone there to watch. Let's take a look around. Who knows, we might be able to find something interesting," Lu Yin said. Elder Autumn Frost would rather stay in the same spot and search, even if it meant his death. However, he was not the only Corpse King in the Neo-Human Alliance who would do such a thing. The Second Night King reluctantly left. After returning to the border, the Second Night King and Lu Huang had to avoid Master Yuan, as there was no point in keeping them here. After sending the Second Night King away, Lu Yin checked the reports on Ironblood Weave. The Celestial Beast Empire had not disappointed him, as they had sent powerhouses with power levels in the millions to join the Primal Zone's astral beasts and occupy Ironblood Weave. The Sword Valley Master's strength was outstanding, but it was still difficult for him to repel the astral beasts. Lu Yin sighed as he looked at the star chart. He felt very guilty, as Ironblood Weave was a border that the human domain had protected for countless years. Now that it had been occupied, he felt like he had let down all the heroes who had died in battle there. "Don't worry. What's ours will be ours. I, Lu Yin, am a man of my word. One day, I'll lead you all into the Primal Zone and the Astral Beast Domain," Lu Yin muttered to himself. Although the Sword Valley Master was in Iron Blood Weave, it was not him who was forcing the Great Eastern Alliance, but rather the four sovereigns behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month deadline was up. Elder Eyeless and Old Gnome had already returned to the border. When the 1-month deadline was up, they all stepped out to pressure the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin looked at the sky with a stern expression. Alliance Master Lu, the 1-month deadline is up. Please leave the Outerverse, Elder Eyeless said loudly. Lu Yin raised his head. Senior Tsangqiong Old Man promised to give the Great Eastern Alliance 5 weaves. Does that still count? Elder Eyeless replied, since the Sword Valley Master has already said so, it naturally counts. However, the 5 weaves will be up to us to decide. Lu Yin raised a finger. There's no need for 5 weaves. 1 is enough, and we'll decide which one we want. Elder Eyeless did not reply, as he could not make the decision. He needed to contact Old Man Tsangqiong. At that moment, Old Gnome, who was standing not too far away from Elder Eyeless, looked at his gadget, and his expression changed. A corpse king has appeared in the Autumn Frost family again. Patriarch Eyeless' expression changed. When? Not just a moment ago, but the second Night King from the 5th Mainland's Day-Night clan also appeared. Elder Eyeless and the others were not the only ones who knew that a corpse king had appeared in the Autumn Frost family again. Lu Yin also knew that it had come from the second Night King. The second Night King had actually encountered a corpse king in the Autumn Frost family, and the two had fought and exposed each other's identities. Lu Yin looked at the information on his gadget. The second Night King had sent a message saying that he and the corpse king had only fought to test each other's strength, but they had also exposed each other's identities. Their identities were too easy to identify. One had scarlet eyes while the other had black and white hair. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. Sure enough, a corpse king had gone to the Autumn Frost family, and that item was extremely important. This information was dismissed. She was far more important than the Great Eastern Alliance, so Elder Eyeless immediately reported this to Old Man Tsangqiong. A day later, the second Night King quietly returned to the border and met with Lu Yin. What happened? Lu Yin asked. The second Night King stretched out his right arm and saw that there was a bloody wound on his wrist that was so deep that the bone was visible. An absolute expert. A corpse king. Lu Yin was shocked. Although the second Night King had not fully recovered, his power level was close to 1,000,000. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hide from Master Yuan. For someone with such power to be injured in a single exchange showed just how strong the opponent was. The second Night King explained, I accidentally bumped into him. The Autumn Frost family has offended too many people, and one of them went to the Autumn Frost family to kick them while they were down. I wasn't too far away, and I saw the corpse king attack with my own eyes. He annihilated the entire family and interrogated them for some information. Out of curiosity, I wanted to know what he was interrogating, and I was discovered by the corpse king. We fought, and it was definitely a corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000. How did you get exposed as well? Lu Yin was dissatisfied. The second Night King gritted his teeth. I would have died if I hadn't used my full strength against a corpse king of that level. Even if that corpse king wasn't at the level of the 7 sky gods, he wasn't far from it. The second Night King clearly did not understand the 7 sky gods. From what Lu Yin knew, the 7 sky gods were definitely not as simple as they seemed. There were 12 marquises on the other side of the astral tree domain, and the witch spirit god was able to make them listen to his arrangements. One could only imagine the status of the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin looked to the west, where another corpse king had appeared at the Autumn Frost family residence. Even an idiot would know that there was something that the Neo-Human Alliance wanted there. The 6th mainland must be having a headache right now. Both the Corpse King and the Second Night King had appeared at the Autumnfrost family residence, and this news had shaken the entire Sixth Mainland. After the four venerables discussed this matter, Old Man Sangcheong personally headed to the Autumnfrost family residence to investigate. They had naturally guessed that the Autumnfrost family had something important, and it was easy to find the problem with the device by investigating the Autumnfrost family's past deeds. Old Man Sangcheong had also headed to the Autumnfrost family residence to find out what the device was for. The celestial imprint descended upon the Autumnfrost family residence, causing all the cultivators in the area to tremble. Old Man Sangcheong was like a sun that illuminated the entire Autumnfrost family's territory. However, the four venerables were still four venerables, and it was easy for them to overlook what was beneath their feet. For example, Old Man Sangcheong could casually crush the black crystal fragment, so he did not care about it at all. The Neo-Human Alliance had clearly not come for the black crystal fragment, or else they would not have taken it away. They had plenty of time to spare. Many people had also thought of this, and Lu Yin was even more clear on the Neo-Human Alliance's goal. He estimated that the Neo-Human Alliance was frantically searching for anyone who had visited the Autumnfrost family residence, as they were afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would find them. Lu Yin stared at the black crystal fragment for a while before activating his gadget. Lin Dong was a self-respecting person. He had been born into an ordinary family, and he had cultivated as an ordinary person. However, he had accidentally learned a cultivation method and embarked on the path of cultivation. After 100 years, he had finally joined the Autumnfrost family as a Lammeter. To be honest, he had only reached the Lammeter realm after 100 years, and his aptitude was very ordinary. He did not have any status in the Autumnfrost family, and he was only a minor character who did odd jobs. This was especially true when the Autumnfrost family had become the hegemon of the Bloodburn realm and recruited many experts. Lin Dong had been sent to a corner, where he had to watch over the creation of a giant device every day. He was not allowed to leave, and there was no one he could communicate with. Lin Dong believed that he had his own self-respect, and he firmly believed that he would one day break through to become an explorer and become a space-exploring powerhouse. Once he took that step, his future would be limitless. Thus, when the device was destroyed, various top-notch powerhouses clashed in outer space, and everyone fled in all directions. Lin Dong had taken a spacecraft to return with a giant black crystal fragment. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1749. Lin Dong didn't know what it was used for, but if Elder Autumnfrost valued it, then it had to have unimaginable effects. But a few days later, he realized that he had been wrong. The battles between the top experts had ended, and countless black crystal fragments had floated around in space. Many people had obtained them, but no one cared about them at all. They were just trash. In the end, they were destined to become works of art. The black crystal fragment that Lin Dong had obtained was actually quite symmetrical. It was a hexadecagon. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped rapidly. Lin Dong sat in his spacecraft and looked outside in a daze. He didn't know when he would be able to roam the universe again, even though he was confident in himself. Lin Dong glanced at his gadget, and his eyes narrowed. His breathing quickened as he stared at the message on his gadget in disbelief. Are you selling your black crystal fragments? 1,000 star essences. Lin Dong was stunned. 1,000 star essence. He rubbed his eyes. Yes, there was no mistaking it, it really was star essence. To a low-level emitter like him, star essence was an unattainable cultivation resource. He had always used star crystals, so when had he ever seen star essence before? 1 cube of star essence was equivalent to 100,000 cubes of star crystals, so wouldn't 1,000 cubes of star essence be equivalent to over 100 million cubes of star crystals? Lin Dong was excited. More than 100 million star crystals? What kind of astronomical sum was that? Lin Dong's wealth had never been more than 200,000 star crystals. This couldn't be a scammer, right? Lin Dong was on guard, but then again, that shouldn't be the case. Why would a scammer try to trick him? Just for these black crystal fragments. There were so many of them in the universe. Hold on. Lin Dong's expression changed. If there were so many black crystal fragments in the universe, why would this person spend so much money to buy them? Something wasn't right. At that moment, his gadget beeped again. Not enough. How about 2,000 star essence? Lin Dong's eyes widened. 2,000. 200 million star crystals. This. He didn't know what to think. He looked at the number on the message and really wanted to reply, "Did you make a mistake? Star crystals and not star essences. Still not enough. 3,000. Lin Dong was enraged, and his expression turned sinister as he gritted his teeth. He was sure that this person was definitely a scammer who was deliberately trying to trick him. There were so many black crystal fragments in the universe, so why would this person spend so much money to buy them? And so much money. Something was wrong. He was just a puny lemmeter, and yet someone had dared to toy with him like this. It was like a normal person who had been told that he had won a grand prize, only to be told that it was all a scam. This roller coaster of emotions made Lin Dong want to vomit blood. He was so angry that he wanted to send a long greeting to the other party's parents to vent his anger. At that moment, another message appeared. Such a symmetrical shape is indeed rare. How about this? 4,000 star essence. Lin Dong stared blankly at the message. Symmetry. He took out the black crystal shard. Yes, it was indeed symmetrical. Could this be the purpose of the other party's purchase? At this moment, another message appeared. It seems like you're an expert. Alright, I won't waste any more time. My price is 50,000 star essence. If you can do it, then I'll find someone else. There should be someone else who can obtain such a symmetrical black crystal fragment. Lin Dong replied without hesitation, deal. 50,000 star essence. In less than 10 seconds, the cold winter passed. He stared at his bank account for a long time, and with a soft beep, he stared blankly at his account information. His account had been upgraded to the highest level, and at the same time, he had received an invitation from the Mavis Bank to become their VIP guest. Lin Dong felt as if he was in a dream. Everything had happened too suddenly and unexpectedly. Had he become a super-rich person in an instant? Even a hunter would find it difficult to obtain so many star essence, let alone a lemmeter. He remembered that a senior who had just become an enlighter had once said that he needed to absorb more than 60,000 star essence to complete a single cycle of star energy. Did that mean that his 50,000 star essence was equivalent to the total amount of star energy in an ordinary enlighter's body? Becoming an enlighter was an unreachable dream. Lin Dong had his pride and believed that he could become an explorer, but he had never thought of becoming a hunter, let alone an enlighter. Send the black crystal fragment to this address. Don't play any tricks, or else I have a way to find you. The other party had offered 50,000 star essence, so Lin Dong did not dare to play any tricks. If the Autumn Frost family had still been around, he would not have been afraid, as no one would have dared to cause trouble there. But now that the Autumn Frost family was gone, and he had become an independent cultivator, no one cared. Contact me if you have any more black crystal fragments that are as symmetrical as this one. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied with the price. Happy cooperation. Lin Dong ended the call, as he needed time to digest what had just happened. Was this a dream? He slapped himself in the face, as he was too excited. This was not a dream. He stared at his account balance for a long time, as if he could see it until the end of time. The next day, Lin Dong packed up his things and headed to the galaxy where the black crystal fragments had been found. The Cape Solar System was a place that he had once despised, but now, it had become a treasure trove in his eyes. No one wanted the black crystal fragments, so he decided to go pick them up. There were so many fragments that he did not believe that he would not be able to find a symmetrical one. Lin Dong had thought that he had silently made a fortune, but he had forgotten a truth: there was no free lunch in the world. While he was heading to the Cape Solar System to search for the black crystal fragments, his transaction records had already been posted on the network. Suddenly, countless people boiled over. 50,000 star essence. If Lin Dong could go crazy over this, then so could everyone else. Many people would never see a single star essence in their entire lives, but now, such a huge benefit had been placed right in front of them. As long as they went to the Cape Solar System and found a symmetrical black crystal fragment, they would be able to obtain at least 50,000 star essence. This was a great deal, and everyone was willing to do it. Suddenly, regardless of whether it was the 6th mainland or the 5th mainland, countless people flocked to the Cape Solar System. This was especially true after another successful transaction, which made countless people even crazier. There were also some people who saw the value behind the symmetrical black crystal fragments. Since someone was willing to pay such a high price for them, they would definitely be useful, and those families who did not lack money would think of ways to obtain them and research them. The Cape Solar System became famous. First, there had been a battle between absolute experts that had caused the entire system to collapse. Then, there had been a sky-high transaction, and now, it was rumored that even the 4 sovereigns were there. Countless people looked towards the Cape Solar System, which had become a treasure trove for countless adventurers and rogue cultivators. At the border of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin put down his gadget. He had been the one who had purchased the black crystal fragments at such a high price. He wanted to lure people to the Cape Solar System and disrupt the Neo-Human Alliance's line of sight to prevent them from finding out that he was the culprit. That bubble would definitely be useful, and if it was discovered that he had it, then his future days would not be peaceful. The purchase of the black crystal fragments was just a prelude, and Lu Yin erased all information about the payment to prevent the Neo-Human Alliance from finding out about it. At the same time, he also informed Big Pow and Little Pow to hide and not reveal themselves. If Lu Yin represented the Neo-Human Alliance, he would not only investigate those who had visited the Cape Solar System during this period of time, but he would also investigate everyone who knew about the device and the black crystal. Those people were all suspects, and since Big Pow and Little Pow had recently escaped, it was very likely that they would be investigated. Fortunately, they were hiding in Astral 10, and the Autumn Frost family probably did not have any specific information about them. After all, they were too weak to be recorded. As long as they did not appear and were not recognized as having participated in the construction of the device in the Cape Solar System, they would be fine. Besides that, Lu Yin also ordered the Great Eastern Alliance to speed up their retreat to the Innerverse. He had once wanted the Great Eastern Alliance to stand tall in the east of the Outerverse and think of a way to negotiate with the 6th mainland. However, he had overestimated himself. At present, he still did not have the qualifications to negotiate with the 6th mainland, and the 4 sovereigns would not appear to negotiate with him. The only thing he could do was relocate the Great Eastern Alliance and try his best to preserve Frostwave Weave. Not far from the Autumn Frost family, there was a small family in the same weave that lived between the cracks of the Autumn Frost family's territory. They paid tribute to the Autumn Frost family all year round and served them. Following Elder Autumnfrost's death and the revelation of his identity as a corpse king, the Autumnfrost family had completely declined, and they had even been investigated by the Dowsor sect. This small family had taken this opportunity to absorb some of the people who had escaped from the Autumnfrost family and strengthen their family. The news of the sky-high price for the black crystal fragments had also filled them with enthusiasm, and they had mobilized their family's resources to head to the Cape's solar system to collect the fragments. One day later, the family's blood flowed like a river, and not a single person was left alive. Many people had experienced terrifying things before their deaths, and it was as if they had been interrogated. Some people's bodies had even been torn apart in an extremely cruel manner. Similar incidents continued to occur in the Western Weaves, and many people were massacred. These people all had one thing in common: they had more or less interacted with the Autumnfrost family. However, these were all small powers and did not attract much attention. Several days later, however, a piece of news spread that shook the entire region. Regardless of whether it was the 5th Mainland's Hall of Honor or the 6th Mainland's Dowsor Sept, they were all shaken. Even the Astral Beast Domain and the Technocracy were shocked. Old Man Tsangcheong had died. The 6th Mainland's Dowsor Sect's 4 reverends had a lofty status, great strength, and a celestial imprint. No one had expected that such an absolute expert would suddenly die. His death was extremely strange, and it could even be considered bizarre. It did not seem like he had experienced a battle, as his body stood in outer space motionless. It did not seem like he had experienced a battle, but he had died just like that. Even if a celestial imprint powerhouse died, it would be a spectacular death. Aside from a progenitor, who else could silently kill a celestial imprint powerhouse? However, there were only 3 progenitors in the current universe, and all of them were from the 6th Mainland. They could not have killed Old Man Tsangcheong, and even if they had, they would not have done it silently. When news of Old Man Tsangcheong's death spread, it completely shocked everyone. Lu Yin could not believe it when he heard the news. Master Yuancher's expression turned grave, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It's true. Old Man Tsangcheong has indeed died, and he died peacefully. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. A celestial imprint had died just like that without even causing a splash. How was this possible? You can't find the culprit. Master Yuancher looked at Lu Yin. We can't find any clues, but we all suspect that it was done by the Neo-Human Alliance. It should be the 7 sky gods. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1750. Lu Yin moved his finger. 7 sky gods. It wasn't impossible, but even the 7 sky gods wouldn't be able to kill Old Man Tsangcheong without anyone noticing. Even though Old Man Tsangcheong might not be a match for a half-martial ancestor, he should still be able to put up a fight. How could he be killed so silently? Today, Old Man Tsangcheong had been killed silently. Did that mean that he would follow in his footsteps the next day? Old Man Tsangcheong's death didn't just bring them shock, it also brought them terror. The Neo-Human Alliance had stood tall in the 5th Mainland for countless years, and its strength was formidable. Now, it was showing its ferocious side to the 6th Mainland. The corpse kings that had appeared so far were Patriarch Autumnfrost, who had single-handedly challenged the Cosmic Imprinter, and the corpse king that had fought against the Second Night King and injured him. If Old Man Tsangcheong had truly died at the hands of the Neo-Human Alliance, then the hidden strength of this dark power would truly make the 6th Mainland apprehensive. No matter who killed Tsangcheong Old Man, the 6th Mainland wouldn't let the matter rest. After all, he was one of the 4 venerables. If no one cared about his death, the 6th Mainland couldn't afford to lose face like this. In the southern weaves, an old man walked out of a spatial tear. He looked to the east and sighed. I can't even cultivate in peace. The patriarch will be angry, right? With that, he took a step forward and vanished. Not long after, the elder arrived at the Horn star system. He looked at the black crystal fragment in his hand with a strange expression. What use could this thing have? To think that the Eternals would appear. Not far away was old man Sangcheong's corpse, and no one dared to touch it. A group of cultivators from the sixth mainland had gathered around old man Sangcheong's corpse. When some of them saw the old man appear out of nowhere, they hurried forward to say something, but a person suddenly appeared in front of them. When the cultivators saw who it was, they were shocked. Greetings, Venerable One. All around him, many cultivators from the sixth mainland bowed in unison. Greetings, Supremacy. This person was none other than one of the four venerables, Mr. Guancheng. He had rushed over as soon as he received news of old man Sangcheong's death. Master Guancheng did not pay any attention to these cultivators. He went straight to the old man who was deep in thought and slowly bowed. Guancheng from the temple greets Senior Jiu-san. The cultivators in the surroundings were stunned. According to their knowledge, the four venerables were figures second only to the third ancestor. Yet, they were actually bowing to that old man. Could it be that the old man was in the ancestor realm? They dared not imagine. The old man put down his hand and looked at Master Guancheng. Long time no see. Master Guancheng and the old man looked at each other. I didn't expect Senior Jiu-san to come out. The old man shook his head. It's normal for me to come out. My sixth mainland suffered a calamity, and many of my old brothers and sisters died in battle. If I can live on, it's better for me to come out and take a look. Who knows, I might die one day because I haven't seen enough of this universe. Master Guancheng said seriously, Senior Jiu-san is destined to break through to the progenitor realm. How could he die so easily? The old man burst into laughter as he looked at old man Sangcheong. Didn't he die as well? Since he died so peacefully, it seems like he didn't suffer. That's quite lucky. Mr. Guancheng had a bitter look in his eyes. It should have been done by the Neo-Human Alliance. The elder nodded. One of the seven sky gods, the Forgotten Ruins deity. You know. Mr. Guancheng was surprised. The old man's gaze was deep. The power of the meditative oblivion state hasn't completely dissipated. Mr. Guancheng's gaze turned gloomy. Even if the seven sky gods were to take action, it would still be impossible for them to render him completely helpless. The most terrifying thing about the seven sky gods is not only their strength, but also their disguise. You will never know who is around you. Humans are the seven sky gods, and since ancient times, the seven sky gods have been eternal enemies, just like the Eternals. To many people, the seven sky gods are the Eternals. They're only half-ancestors. In this universe, they're only half-ancestors, the old man corrected. Mr. Guancheng's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? The old man shook his head. There's no need to say more. We rarely experience the seven sky gods taking action, but the fifth mainland has experienced many. The most recent incident was the assassination of the top 10 after the Sovereign Tournament. It's time for us to have a chat with the fifth mainland. In Iron Blood Weave, the Sword Valley Master's expression was gloomy. Recent events had exceeded his expectations. From the moment Elder Autumn Frost had abandoned Iron Blood Weave, many things had spiraled out of control. Now, even Old Man Sangcheong had died. Forcing the Great Eastern Alliance had been Old Man Sangcheong and Mr. Guancheng's intentions. Now that Old Man Sangcheong was dead, the Sword Valley Master did not know what to do next. A month had passed, but Mr. Guanxing did not have the energy to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. The Sword Valley Master could only stabilize the situation in Iron Blood Weave for now. It was not just the Sword Valley Master, Lu Yin had also been caught off guard. Old Man Sangqiong's death had caused the Horn Star Systems incident to escalate, and it was no longer something that Lu Yin could control. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Once the Neo-Human Alliance discovered that he was the one who had killed Kui Hanshin and destroyed the device, Lu Yin was not sure how the Neo-Human Alliance would react. Would they kill him? Or would they snatch his bubble and give him a warning? If the 7 sky gods appeared, should he hand over his bubble? Lu Yin's thoughts were in a mess. It just so happened that Wei Rong had contacted him and asked if he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. Lu Yin immediately rejected the idea. Wei Rong had not been exposed to Lu Yin's blade, so he could not understand what Lu Yin was feeling. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would suddenly come looking for him. The 7 sky gods were all half-ancestors, and Lu Yin did not have any half-ancestors by his side to protect him. Lu Yin could not decide which was more important between the Witch Spirit God scheme and the Horn Star Systems incident, and he did not dare to take the risk. It would be best if he could leave right now. Yes, leave. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he did not care about anything. He did not know anything either. Lu Yin immediately contacted Elder Chan. Even if he had to leave, he could not abandon the Great Eastern Alliance. The Great Eastern Alliance needed to retreat to the Innerverse, which was already very fast. However, the Great Eastern Alliance's territory was enormous, and there were many great powers within it. Retreating to the Innerverse was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Lu Yin wanted to ask the Hall of Honor to help him by some time. Although the Great Eastern Alliance was Lu Yin's power, they were also from the 5th mainland. When Elder Chan heard Lu Yin's request, he agreed. I'll try my best to negotiate with the 6th mainland to give them more time to retreat. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, Elder Chan. Because Lu Xiaoshuan's identity had been exposed, Elder Chan's attitude towards Lu Yin was no longer as sincere as it had been at the beginning. He cared less for Lu Yin and gained more benefits. This was normal, and Lu Yin could understand it. From Elder Chan's perspective, Lu Yin was a descendant of the Lu family in the Cosmic Tree Realm, and the Lu family had been the first to leave the 5th mainland. They were the hated primeval surnames, not the legitimate ones that had been left behind in the 5th mainland. Lu Yin was already very grateful that Elder Chan had not turned hostile. Under normal circumstances, he should have been chased out of the 5th mainland, just like how the 10 arbiters had issued a trial with the surname Lu. No one could find fault with it. The Neo-Human Alliance has caused a huge commotion this time, and this is different from their usual style. You should be careful. There might be another assassination attempt after the Autarka's competition, Elder Chan warned. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. If the 7 sky gods try to assassinate me, I won't be able to avoid them. Elder Chan was silent for a moment. A half-ancestor will not always protect you. Take care of yourself. Lu Yin grunted. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Chan. The 6th mainland just sent someone to contact me. It wasn't just 4 venerables, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin was curious. Not 4. Could it be that it was an elder? Elder Chan answered seriously, the Daosor sect's hidden powerhouses do not participate in the secular world. They are all at the half-ancestor level. Lu Yin was not surprised, as Old Man Sangqiong was a celestial imprint. However, that did not mean that a celestial imprint was a half-ancestor. In fact, the current 4 venerables were not even half-ancestors. Half-ancestors were hidden within the Daosor sect, just like how the Fifth Mainland's Elder Joshin and Realm Mountain's first seat could fight against the Sixth Mainland's Four Venerables, but they could not fight against Elder Chan and the others. The Inquisitor could not be sure, as he was too mysterious. Half-ancestors focused on cultivation because they were only one step away from the progenitor realm. Once they crossed that step, they would be able to change the world and truly transform. To cultivators, they would be like gods. Most half-ancestors did not participate in secular affairs, and Elder Chan was no different. The Hall of Honor left many matters to the Interstellar Court and the Board of Governors. How many half-ancestor powerhouses are there in the Sixth Mainland's Daosor sect? Lu Yin asked curiously. Elder Chan answered, I'm not sure, but there shouldn't be many. The Sixth Mainland has suffered a calamity, and the Daosor sect's true mountain gate has been destroyed. The three progenitors are standing guard outside, and many half-ancestors have died. The person who contacted them is known as Jiu 3. Jiu is the surname of the Sixth Mainland's martial ancestor, and the martial ancestor's name is Jiu Xiang. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air, as this person was actually the martial ancestor's great-grandson. This was truly an important person, and even the martial ancestor's grandson had appeared. I'm telling you this so that you can be prepared. I'll talk to him, and the Great Eastern Alliance is also on the agenda. If this person comes to you, don't be discourteous, Elder Chan said. Lu Yin nodded. This junior understands. No one knew about the conversation between Elder Chan and Jiu 3 until one day later, when Lu Yin received a notification from Elder Chan that the Great Eastern Alliance would be given 3 years to relocate. Lu Yin relaxed, as 3 years was more than enough. He hurriedly asked Elder Chan what the price was. Elder Chan had only said that they would share information on the Neo-Human Alliance. Regardless of the Sixth Mainland's initial attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance, from the moment that the Eternals had invaded the Sixth Mainland and forced them to come to the Outerverse, their hatred towards the Eternals and the Neo-Human Alliance would only surpass that of the Fifth Mainland. Sharing information on the Neo-Human Alliance would be beneficial to both sides. As for the Great Eastern Alliance, the Sixth Mainland did not care much about it, and 3 years passed by very quickly for cultivators. Without the threat of the Sixth Mainland, Lu Yin left the Outerverse with the Second Night King and Emperor Lu. Within 3 years, not only would they relocate the Great Eastern Alliance to the Innerverse, but they would also unify the Innerverse. At the very least, they would ensure that there would be no more enemies in the Innerverse. Lu Yin did not know anything about the Neo-Human Alliance, as the Cape Star incident had nothing to do with him. The Astral River arc headed towards the Innerverse, and the entire vessel was packed with people. Even the cabins, decks, and fishing areas where the spacecraft was docked, were filled with people from the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin could have followed the Second Night King and Emperor Lu to cross the Astral River arc, but he did not do so. Instead, he chose to take the Astral River arc and head towards the Innerverse. This was the only time that the Astral River arc had been filled with people since it had been built, and this situation would continue for the next 3 years. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1751. Next to the fishing platform, someone sighed. It was the Black Uncle whom Lu Yin had met on Night King Planet and the Chaos God sect. Don't push. Follow the rules. Don't move back, or you'll fall. Where are you from? We're from the Mordor Weave. Isn't the Mordor Weave on the other side? That's the Tiamo Palace, and we belong to it. Don't push, or you'll fall. What about you? We're from the Vast Earth sect. The black uncle was helpless. I never thought that I'd see so many people on the astral river arc one day. Did I disturb your fishing? A voice asked. The black uncle subconsciously nodded, but then he suddenly came to his senses and turned around. As an enlighter, he hadn't noticed that someone had approached him from behind. He saw an unfamiliar man. Who are you? The man's lips curled up. Aren't you supposed to be on Chaos God Mountain? The black uncle's pupils shrank, and he stared at the man in disbelief. Lu. The man raised a finger and silenced the black uncle. This man was naturally Lu Yin, and he had disguised himself so that no one would recognize him. Otherwise, it would cause a huge commotion. You don't want to answer. Aren't you supposed to be on Chaos God Mountain? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the astral river. Rune lines streaked across it, covering the entire river. He didn't know what was in its depths. The black uncle's face turned ugly. I got lost and accidentally walked out. Lu Yin laughed. Is that so? Since you came out, why didn't you disguise yourself? Aren't you afraid that I'll bump into you while you're fishing? The black uncle dryly replied, so what if I bump into you? I'm not your prisoner. Lu Yin nodded. How's your harvest? What harvest? The black uncle didn't understand. Lu Yin pointed at the astral river. I want to eat fruit fish. The black uncle was speechless. I don't have any. Then fish. It's not convenient. No matter how you look at it, there's still a place to fish. It's just enough room for one person, Lu Yin said casually. The fruit fish had a familiar smell, and he wanted to use this smell to recall Lu Xiaoshuan's memories. Whether it was the smell or the divination, it was fine as long as he could recall Lu Xiaoshuan's memories. Lu Xiaoxian was someone who had probably died once, but Kuei Luo's words had caught his attention. Lu Xiaoxian had created his own overturning heaven palm, which had become an ultimate technique of the Lu family, and had even attracted the Lu ancestors' attention. It would be great if he could recall the overturning heaven palm. The overturning heaven palm sounded very powerful. The astral river arc traveled for a day and a half before arriving at the Innerverse. Someone from the Innerverse had arranged for the members of the Great Eastern Alliance to enter the blazing mist flow zone. Wang Wen and the others had already allocated places for the various great powers. Of course, there were also some who were unwilling to leave the Outerverse and would rather accept the Sixth Mainland's rule. Lu Yin did not plan on taking these people with him, but there was no need to force them. The Great Eastern Alliance had no worries about not being able to recruit people since the Innerverse was so vast. It was time to settle some things. When Lu Yin returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold, the first thing he did was send Lu Huang to the Sword Sect to deal with them. He did not have any methods to restrain Lu Huang, but Lu Huang was a smart person and knew that his identity was the greatest threat. Even if revealing his identity would damage the Hall of Honor's reputation, Lu Huang himself would be in trouble, and so would the Sword Sect. This was not something Lu Huang wanted to see, or else he would not have followed Lu Yin for so long. After arranging for Lu Huang to head to the Sword Sect, Lu Yin went to the botanical garden and saw the sapling. When the sapling saw Lu Yin, it happily jumped over and wrapped its branches around Lu Yin's fingers in an affectionate manner. Lu Yin was like a parent to it. The tree that only knew how to run wanted to escape even more. There were many strange plants in the garden, and the caretaker looked familiar to Lu Yin. It was a young man who was 2 meters tall and covered in green. When the person saw Lu Yin, he hurriedly bowed. Balora greets the alliance leader. Lu Yin was puzzled, but then he remembered, it's you, the one who followed Jerlin. Balora respectfully replied, yes, I am Balora. I was recruited to take care of the garden. Lu Yin nodded and smiled, then I'll leave it to you. I'm willing to serve the Alliance leader, Ballerer hurriedly replied. When Earth had ended, Ballerer had been in the same group as Jerlin. Lu Yin recalled that Ballerer was a student from the Great Yu Empire's Space Academy. He hadn't expected to meet him here in this lifetime. How are things here? Are you used to it? Lu Yin asked as he patted the sapling. Ballerer glanced at the sapling. Everything is fine, I'll take good care of the garden. Lu Yin nodded, that's good. He then took the sapling out to spend some time with it. There was a soft thud, and Lu Yin turned around to see the tree crashing to the ground. Ballerer's head hurt. This tree was the most troublesome in the entire garden, and all it did was run away. He didn't know where this obsession came from, nor did he understand the point of running away. Who had sent this thing here? If not for the tree, it would have been much easier for him. Lu Yin smiled and left with the sapling. While Lu Yin and the sapling were cultivating their relationship, the Kingdom of Eternity was no longer silent as corpse kings walked out one after another. On the streets, the tyrannical monkey was left speechless. Why are there so many monsters? They're all popping out. I don't know what's going on, but I hope it doesn't affect little Seven. I'm still waiting for him to prostrate himself before me. Little Seven Lu, Brother Ho is coming, ha 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 ha. The shamanic god's voice rang out from the dark tower. Wang Su was too impulsive. Killing old man Sangxiong is equivalent to telling the entire universe that we care about something. This will only make it harder to find. More and more people are gathering in the Horn Star system. Killing old man Sangxiong is also a warning to some people. Otherwise, with so many people going, how long will it take to find it? We have to find that thing. Someone's causing trouble, deliberately luring people to the Horn Star system. It's a pity that we haven't found anything yet, or else we would have been able to find out who's behind this. Have you investigated everyone who's in contact with the Autumn Frost family? We've already started investigating, and the Sixth Mainland is also becoming more vigilant. Even a half-ancestor has appeared. This is troublesome. We won't be able to find it even after 1,000 years. What else can we do? After a moment of silence, a voice suddenly spoke up, the Starsibyl sect. Divination. That's right. Anyone who's touched the crystal is suspicious. Go and find the Starsibyl sect immediately. We can't afford to lose them. The massacre on the Sixth Mainland was still ongoing. Anyone who was related to the Autumn Frost family or had possibly visited the Autumn Frost family had been dealt a devastating blow. Even the suppliers of materials for the Autumn Frost family's equipment and the fleets that transported the equipment had been hit. The Neo-Human Alliance was frantically searching for something, but the Sixth Mainland did not remain silent either. The 4 Tenth Elders moved out together, using those who were related to the Autumn Frost family as bait to engage the Neo-Human Alliance. Lin Dong stared blankly at the scarlet eyes outside the spacecraft. His entire body was numb, and he could not move. An immense fear enveloped his heart. This was a Corpse King. This was the Corpse King of the Fifth Mainland's Neo-Human Alliance. Why had something like this found him? The Corpse King shattered the spacecraft with a single punch, and the immense pressure pushed Lin Dong out into space. Lin Dong could not even react. He was only a Lemmeter, and he could not adapt to the environment of the universe. If he left the spacecraft, he would definitely die. The Corpse King raised a hand and grabbed Lin Dong's neck with a cold, hard palm. It spoke in a hoarse voice, "Who is it? Here's your money." Address. Lin Dong's pupils shrank. Sure enough, it was because of the black crystal fragment. He regretted it now, as he should not have been so greedy. The symmetrical black crystal fragment was definitely very useful, or else no one would have paid such a high price for it. Now, even the Corpse King had been lured out. I don't know who he is. The transaction was done online, Lin Dong said with difficulty. The Corpse King stared into Lin Dong's eyes, and those scarlet eyes were frighteningly cold. Lin Dong despaired as he felt the hand around his neck tighten, and his body gradually turn cold. All of a sudden, another palm appeared in front of him and slammed into the Corpse King's head, shattering it into pieces. The Corpse King's hand fell from his neck, and Lin Dong slowly turned to look to the side. A middle-aged man with a cautious expression pulled back his hand and met Lin Dong's gaze. Lin Dong recognized this person. It was the head of the Huang family in the Bloodburn realm, Huang Li, an enlighter. The Huang family had once produced an imprinter, but as that imprinter died, they gradually weakened. Lin Dong recognized Huang Li because the Huang family had produced a Huang San, who had abducted a girl from the Yen family who had flirted with the Autumn Frost family's young master. This had caused the Autumn Frost family to target the Huang family, and no one in the Bloodburn realm dared to associate themselves with the Huang family. As a member of the Autumn Frost family, Lin Dong naturally had to recognize those from the Huang family. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior Huang," Lin Dong said gratefully as he bowed respectfully. Huang Li replied, "There's no need to thank me. The crisis isn't over yet." Lin Dong was terrified. Will another Corpse King appear? Huang Li looked off into the distance. They won't give up until they find what they want. The Neo-Human Alliance has been keeping a low profile in the Fifth Mainland for so many years, but now they've made a high-profile appearance. That thing is far too important. Lin Dong's heart turned cold. "Senior, what should we do?" He was extremely regretful, as 50,000 star essence might cost him his life. Huang Li glanced at Lin Dong. "Go to the Dao Source sect. There's a chance that you won't die." These words were not just for Lin Dong, but also for himself. Everyone knew about the conflict between the Huang family and the Autumn Frost family, and anyone who was related to the Autumn Frost family, regardless of whether they were friendly or hostile, would be attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance. His Huang family was no exception. The Dao Source sect had ordered that all enlighters from the Sixth Mainland would try their best to find and protect anyone who was related to the Autumn Frost family. This was not to protect the Autumn Frost family, but rather to protect the Sixth Mainland's honor. Huang Li glanced into the distance. There were people protecting him as well, and he and the entire Huang family were bait to lure out the Neo-Human Alliance. In order to avoid being involved in the Horn Star System incident, he did not inquire about anything related to the Sixth Mainland in order to prevent the Neo-Human Alliance from finding him. The reason why the Neo-Human Alliance did not look for him was because they had not thought of him yet. If they did, they might be able to find some clues, so Lu Yun was trying his best to reduce his presence. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.